Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brew-Built X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brew-Built Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brew-Built line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brew-Built X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brew-Built Conicals. You can trust Brew-Built with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brew-Built at morebeer.com.
Great beer is about drinkability. Doesn't matter the style.
You guys are like walking beer Wikipedia. That's the first time that you've ever accepted me as a person.
Or you have a fermentation in your gut.
I'm jet propelled at all times.
How many guys do you think that you have the privilege to slap?
Somebody who's never tasted a commercial example, and this is how you know everything about this beer? Please, you don't.
I think that's bullshit.
I think it's bullshit too.
Wow. Are you guys going to arm wrestle?
No.
We're going to teabag fight instead.
Yeah. You heard of Junkyard Wars?
Can I get another high five, Beavis?
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
And a good afternoon to you from sunny Pacheco, everybody. Welcome to the show. It's The Session, the only show you need in your repertoire. Unless, of course, there's other shows that you want to listen to, and then that would be fine, too.
Yeah, is repertoire like a closet?
Yeah.
No.
You don't know what a repertoire is?
Yeah, it's like where you keep your clothes and stuff, right?
It's a closet.
Yeah, it's a closet.
Starting early.
He said twa.
Where's chat? I want someone to keep JP's batting average today.
Oh, God.
All right. What, hits and misses?
Well, yeah, so you got to count every time he swings.
Okay.
And then, of course, you got to count when he misses. So how many times he hits and how many times he...
Maybe we can get the chat to keep track of that for us.
And there's going to have to be a couple because it's semi-objective. Like, some people might go, wow, that was a home run.
That's true.
Whereas somebody else would go like, whew, whiffed that one.
Yeah.
We just pointed out.
Like in the beginning, that Junkyard Wars, that was a good one.
In the intro? That doesn't count, though.
No, but, I was pretty happy with that.
All right, so Tasty's going to keep one, so that's already one.
Hey, Mike, thanks.
What was that score?
Thanks a lot, Mike.
Single?
I appreciate it.
So right now he's 0 for 1.
Oh,
that was
a miss.
Yeah, that was a miss. Total miss.
No.
Swish.
Well, it wasn't really. It was just, I don't know.
So, and then we need a couple people in the chat to do the same thing if you guys could, because like I said, it's a little bit objective, slightly.
Asshole.
It's good. Poor JP's. You're either going to go home feeling great about yourself, or you're going to hang yourself today. Yeah. Who knows what's going to happen?
Well, look, for you, it's a good thing my shower rod doesn't bolt to the walls,
Yeah. I mean, either way, I'm going to enjoy the outcome.
So what's the over-under on his percentage? I was wondering what...
That's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, he might be surprised what we're thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe better not say.
I mean...
Yeah, that's probably what's going to hurt the most. Yeah. Is have you guys go, God, you are just not at all... Humor.
I'm trying to think. In the last couple weeks, he's been pretty on. I would say he's been batting close to 300 for a couple weeks.
At least I'd say.
But before
That's
that...
Hall of Fame material right there. That's Hall of Fame.
No, it's not Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame? 300 average for your career?
No. You'd have to be over, not almost 300. Oh. You'd have to be pretty well over 300.
What do I know about baseball?
So, but
obviously
typically, I think typically you're in like the 180.
Oh...
I shouldn't have brought that up.
But your slugging, you have a good slugging percentage. Because when you do get a hold of it, you really get a hold of it.
Yeah.
So. Oh yeah.
When I get a hold of it, I take it down.
You'll see that today as we keep score.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens. 0 for 1 so far. But,
all right. Thanks.
Hey, you're batting leadoff though. Like you throw out the first one, and that's tough. That's tough place to be.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, welcome to the show, everybody. We really have a nice show planned for you and a lot to do. I fear it's going to be a real long one, so I'm going to try. to not let that happen. But we got Mike Mraz, otherwise known as Cuda, in the forum. He's hanging out with us today, and a lot of beer to taste from you, Mike. So
yes, we do.
Just that part of the show is going to keep us going.
We might be able to throw some softballs over to JP. We've got a lot of wood beer.
I appreciate it.
Oh, good. I actually, speaking of wood, I got a voicemail for you this week having to do with wood, JP. So
for me,
I'll play that later on in the show. When we'll be there. Our montage.
My grandma is talking to you from now on.
So we're talking about using a lot of different yeasts in beers today, and sort of the outcome of that. And Doc, what's going to be really cool about this show, and for you listeners too, everyone's always asking us to do these experiments where we take a base beer and then we try a couple of different things to it so that we can tell the difference. And we always say something similar to, like, fuck off, we're busy.
Right. Or it sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, like, that really sounds like... we always agree with the idea, but none of us have time to do that.
That's not what we do.
But Mike here has done that. Mraz has really done that on several different beers. So what we've got from Mraz today is some control beers where, you know, he's brewed them all with this base beer. He's kept the control, and he's given us that. And then, you know, 3 different versions of it. And we've got this going on a couple of different times with a couple of different beers tonight. So, and we should probably just stick with Cuda because there's too many mics in the room, you know. And
yeah.
So Cuda here today is doing this.
That'll
for
work.
And I'm excited about this. We're really going to taste the differences of all 4 different strains of Brettanomyces. We're going to taste beers that have been bottle conditioned with different types of yeasts. You know, same base beer, but bottle conditioned with different types. We're even going to get to try some beers that he just kind of finished in different ways. Like one you put in a barrel and another one you didn't, but still the same beer.
Yep.
So really, we're going to get a whole bunch of good side-by-sides.
And the wine also.
And different winings, too, right?
Yeah, well, we'll actually get to taste the wine that came out of the barrel before we put the beer in, too.
Oh, great.
It's a Chardonnay, so you get a little bit of everything. I don't know if you had wine on the show before, but...
We've not. Well, no, not really.
Well, just whenever Chad
closest we got was Homer.
Yeah, that's true. So this is going to be some very thorough tasting we have here,
Yes,
Doug.
it is.
And really, I got to say thanks, Cuda, because this is something the listeners have been asking us to do for a while, so that we have these side-by-sides, and we can talk about the differences. So get your palates ready, Doc, and Tasty and JP, because you're going to need to talk about what you're tasting differently, you know, out of the things that Cuda's brought us.
Got to warm my palate up.
Yes. That's how you do it?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I brought in
Is that a single?
my Northern English Brown. I brought in my Northern English Brown that I've got 2 different yeasts from each one.
Oh, great.
But I feel like a pale in comparison.
I know. He's with Cuda. He's telling me about all this stuff. I'm going, shit, Chad, you better get out a bunch of tasting glasses. You got a lot to do. So that's what we're talking about today. So get your questions ready. If you've got how to use Brettanomyces questions, Cuda will be able to help out with that. Some of the beer he brought today is 100% Brettanomyces.
Yeah.
So
I should have brought ours, Chad.
Oh, there you go.
I feel like an ass.
You kind of are.
Now?
I'm a little slow.
Still the first inning, Doc.
That's a miss.
Tasty's going to be harsh.
I wasn't even making a joke.
I know. He's a tough
I'm
punch.
slow. I was honest.
Well, that's another miss.
He's a tough man.
Oh, that's my hit. I'm sorry.
This is going to be good. I like this game. So, just a lot of that to do. So get your questions ready. If you have a question about bottle conditioning, Cuda's done a lot of that, and he's done it with wine yeast and champagne yeast. So if you want to talk about how to do that and temperatures, you name it. I think we're going to be covering it today, just different ways to use yeasts in your beers. So get that all ready. 888-401-BEER. Right now you can join JP in the chat room, but Bevo is going to be here. She just said she's running a little bit late, so she'll be helping you out in there.
She's late.
A little bit later. She's late.
Uh-oh. Does Sam know?
I don't think so. We'll have to find out.
Quick comment in the chat. Someone saying the Listen Live is not accepting any more connections.
Yeah, this happens every fucking week. I'm working on this with Abacast right now. I've explained this 100 times over, too. I hope it's new people that are mentioning it.
Yeah, it's someone new. King Monkey.
Yeah, so he's probably on a Mac. And what happened... If you're not on a Mac, if you're listening right now on a PC... and you didn't click the listen button to tune in, like you went through some direct link that somebody gave you, do us all a favor and log out and click that button that says listen on our homepage. Right. Because the direct link is only for Mac users, and it's limited. I'm trying to get that limit taken off right now, but they're having a hard time figuring out if they can do that in my budget. So,
Linux users also have to click the direct link. Just so you know that, too.
Yeah. Although, if they're using Winamp, they shouldn't have to. Basically, anybody who uses Winamp should be able to listen just by clicking the link. So if you're on a PC and you're not able to get in, use Winamp. Download Winamp. It's a free player. It's best one out there anyway. And just click the listen links. Everybody else, what happens is those Mac users use up the which is fine. That's what it's there for. They use up the allocated direct links, and there's only so many.
Yeah, they're saying the high speed's out. Everyone's getting on the low speed, so I don't know.
Everyone's tuning in for you today, Kuda.
Well, that's good.
It's impressive. They're filling up the streams already. So, or buy a PC. What do you want from me? No, I'm working on it. I was on the phone with them this week, and they're trying to give me more listeners under the same budget. So one way you could help that is by hitting the donate button on our main page, though, because then our budget might increase enough so that everybody could listen live. It's probably the most expensive thing that we do around here is the downloads that we give you for free, because that's bandwidth, and the listen live deal, because we have to pay per listener per hour to allow you to listen. It gets kind of crazy. And it's just the best way that we can bring you good audio. So if you'd like to tune in and you're upset that you can't and you've never hit the donate button, go ahead and do that, and maybe we'll be able to allow everyone to listen. You could also just buy stuff from the store.
It's a blackmail.
We've got American Homebrewers Association memberships through the store. It's $38, which is just the regular cost of a membership, and we get a little bit of that. Plus, it just looks good that we're selling memberships. You got to know that. You get Zymergy Magazine. You get a bunch of good stuff. We've got Jameel and John Palmer's book, Brewing Classic Styles, signed by Jameel Zainasheff, in the store now. You can go to the store right now and get yourself a signed copy of Brewing Classic Styles, backed by popular demand. Plus, we got BN Army shirts. If you're going out to the anniversary party next week, I expect everybody in full BN Army gear. And we're going to look like a bunch of nerds in that place. There's going to be like 150 BN Army shirts now. I'm going to love it. It's going to look great.
It's going to be a riot.
So go get your BN Army shirts. You can do that. You can get hoodies and hats in there, too, and all sorts of good stuff. And that's how you can help us increase that listenership. Other announcements, send feedback to feedback@thebrewingnetwork.com, and send show ideas to Chad, CHAD, at thebrewingnetwork.com. And Chad's got us booked through, August or something, I think. We got a remote coming up, Chat. I mean, I know we got our anniversary party, which you all should know about. Downtown Joe's, that's Saturday. Going to tell you a little bit more about that later, because we got some details about the beer lineup, so that's going to be cool. Downtown Joe's in Napa next Saturday. All starts at 5 o'clock with a homebrew tasting, so bring your homebrew. The live show, for those of you who are not in town, that doesn't start till 6, so tune in at 6 o'clock for that. But the other remote that we're going to have is another mead show.
It's going to be, Rabbit's Foot.
Yeah, let's try that.
Hello.
There we go.
Rabbit's Foot Meadery. He hasn't confirmed. He may be in Ireland that weekend.
Oh, I see.
The date that we're trying to get, so we'll see.
Yeah, Rabbit's Foot's the last mead show that we did, and we liked them so much that we want to do it with them again, and we want to go to their meadery, Doc. He invited us last time he was on the show, so we thought we'd go try to do it out there.
Yeah, he killed me last time. He's sitting next to me, and can I have a little more of that? Fills me up.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, we're going to need a designated driver for that show.
I'm going to need a designated liver.
Yeah, maybe that too. So that's cool. And then some other cool stuff happening, because we're going to the National Homebrewers Conference next week. I got Jameel on the line to help us talk about that. Jay-Z, what's happening, man? Uh-oh, where are you? Oh, there you are. Hey, Jay-Z.
Hey.
How you doing?
All right. How you doing?
We're doing all right. It's not too hot in here today, which is good, because it's like 100 outside.
Nutsack Soup City?
Not yet. Give us another hour into this program, though, and it might be. So Jameel, of course, is going to the National Homebrewers Conference. It's in Cincinnati. It is next week already. I can't believe it's happening already.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I can't believe it. It's going to be great.
I think it's going to be a good time. Going to get to meet a lot of our Middle America listeners, so that's kind of cool. All the flyover listeners be hanging out there in Cincinnati. And we're also going to be doing some live shows from there, one of which will be a couple of Jameel shows, right?
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited. And John's excited. We're going to do the two shows that we normally do. We're going to do Vienna Lager and American Stout. And we will start at 4 o'clock on Thursday, and we'll run for 2 hours, probably 2 hours plus. and we'll have some goodies to give away, and we'll be taking questions from the audience. It's going to be fantastic. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun, too. It's a good time during the program, like you're saying, because it's the dinner break. So grab some food, come over, hang out with us. We're doing 2 episodes, right?
Right.
2
and
episodes.
You got till there's nothing between 4 o'clock and 8 o'clock going on.
Oh, it's that long of a break. Oh, good.
Yeah, it's 4 to 8, and the judging runs until 5, but that's probably the best of show judging.
Okay.
So most of the judges will be free. Come out, hang with us for a couple hours. It's in the hospitality suite, so there'll be plenty of beer.
Yeah.
And hang out and have a good time and enjoy the show and see the magic happen.
That's right. You can see what it is that these guys do when they do this thing every other Monday.
And then you'll be so disgusted you'll never
can't show everything.
You gonna wear pants this time?
Questioning it, I don't know. It might be warm there, and
yeah.
You know how I like to go commando.
Sure.
Right. Well, and we're in the hospitality suite the whole time. We're going to have a booth set up there. Shat will be chained to it, so you'll always get to meet Shat. He'll just be standing there at the booth the whole time.
Maybe you can tend to his wounds.
Yeah, bring by little treats for him.
Little scraps of meat,
hold him
peanuts.
up in the air, make him go up on his hind legs.
Yeah, have him do some tricks.
That's just mean, Jamil.
You know I love you, brother.
He'll be helping out, doing his producer thing. Right, JP?
Basically, just staring at you, blinking really hard from a corner of the booth. Especially if you're a female.
We're going to be taking live questions for the Jamil Show there, which is going to be cool. So if you're going to be at the conference and going to hang out for this show, then get your questions ready. What are the styles that we're covering, Jamil?
American Stout and Vienna Lager.
Is that it?
See, JP pays attention.
No, he doesn't. He probably has the website in front of him or something.
I just guessed, really.
Oh, he just said it.
I said it earlier.
He did.
I know. I got the whole he pays attention part.
I get people asking me where they can get like a Mr. Multi shirt or Mr. Multi hat or stuff like that if they can buy them.
And you say you can't, and you laugh real hard.
But I'll be giving some away.
Oh, you will?
A show. Oh, yeah.
All right, very nice. And we've got some other, like you said, some cool stuff to give away, too. Some surprises. So you're going to want to come over.
Books.
And hang out. Yeah. Oh, some books, even. Oh, how about that? All right.
For you cheap sons of guns who haven't bring classic styles.
Right.
Fine, we'll give you one.
You want to admit you haven't bought one yet.
That's what you have to do. Hey, is Palmer going to be out there?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, he is. Good. Oh, see? So you might get it signed by both authors. Bring your book, maybe, if you've already bought one, and you can get Palmer to sign it also.
Yeah, wait till they're really drunk to hit him up for an autograph.
Yeah.
And if you have a book that isn't signed yet by either one of us, feel free to bring it up and get it signed. Don't worry that you then didn't support the Brewing Network when you bought it. That's all right. That's fine.
Get Jamil real drunk, he'll draw a cock on the front page for you.
Oh. Like a rooster?
Yeah.
Yeah, like a rooster.
Yeah.
Right. Of course.
Somebody actually had me draw, I think, a monkey and a catfish on their book.
A monkey and a catfish?
Yeah, that was when I was signing whatever you wanted signed for like an extra $2.
Together?
And they wanted me to sign like a monkey and a catfish.
Why?
I have no idea, but I had to. You would not believe the number of hours I spent practicing drawing monkeys and catfish.
Bet you're pretty good at it now.
God, I should have asked for something weird.
I could knock it right out.
Yeah, what kind of...
Give me a tattoo gun, I'll set you guys up.
A tattoo gun. That's what I want. Draw a tattoo a monkey on my face. Picture of a monkey face on my face.
Very nice.
There you go.
Be an improvement. So, Jamil, I got this card in the mail that is for you,
are a winner?
And for us. It's pretty amazing. I wanted to do this on the air because I kind of couldn't believe it. It's addressed to Justin, JP, Doc, and Jay-Z. Sorry, Shat. You weren't included. I don't think you were around when this happened. We got a wedding invitation from one of our listeners.
Cool.
Which is sick in a way.
That's hardcore.
Why, I mean, why they would want us is beyond me. It's
come watch us ruin our lives.
Jason Heindel and Diana Check are getting married, and they have sent us an invitation. All we have to do is go to Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Milwaukee.
Milwaukee, yeah.
You're obligated to send a gift now.
Yeah, we are. Is that why we got this?
Yeah.
We could send
him a shirt.
Yeah. It's July 19th, so I don't know if we're going to make it.
I can't make it.
Oh, the 19th.
But here's the story.
Going to be in Cincinnati.
That's June 19th.
Oh, June 19th. Sorry. Well, there you go. 1 month between friends. Who knows?
Right.
The J month.
So, here's what happened, Jay-Z. Diana bought a Brewing Classic Styles for her now fiancé. And it was a personal signing back when we were doing the personal signings.
Yeah.
And in your personal signing, you
telling him to marry her.
You were like, "Hey, this girl's great. She's buying the book for you. What a nice lady." Basically, you said that here. She sent me a copy of it. You said to him, "For the upcoming year, I expect to continue to see great things from you and your brew kettle. You need to keep Diana happy, maybe with some nice scrumptious stouts and palate-pleasing porters, perhaps some crisp, appetizing ales during the summer. Well, you know how she is, happy just to have some free beer. So keep them coming, and you should seriously consider proposing to this magnificent woman. You're clearly nuts to have waited so long."
She sounds rather demanding.
That's Jamil.
That's Jamil.
Yeah, it's Jamil writing this.
Oh, okay.
To him,
right?
Yeah,
but since that's
a strike.
That's what she told
Tasty.
me to write. I have no responsibility for that.
You didn't embellish it at all?
Well,
that was a miss.
No.
She now writes here, "Dear Jamil et al., if it wasn't for this sage advice from Jamil in his Christmas present, I don't think Jason would have ever proposed. Despite your attempts to undermine this plan, because one of us told him to run like the wind on the show.
Yeah.
Wonder who that would have been.
Could have been anybody.
Probably all of them.
But she says the written word was too powerful for him to ignore, so all is now great. Yours in beer, the crazy girlfriend Diana." And they're now getting married, and we're invited, Jamil.
The Pope says get married, you get married.
Yes.
I think now I think now we're obligated to go.
We might have to go, right?
Sometimes the pen is mightier than the conscience. The conscience.
Always wanted to see.
Get out of there.
No, that's another strike. Tasty. It's 2 strikes.
Oh, see, I'm just going to stop. I'm going to be on the DL.
That's another strategy.
Yeah.
It's not
I pulled a hammy. I can't get out anymore. I'm going to sit on the futon.
He's going to try and
Keep swinging.
Well, you got 1 hit so far. That's good.
That's true. You're doing the futon.
I'm all self-conscious.
I like that the futon is the DL list over there.
It's comfy. You can't recover from a pulled groin on a chair with half an ass like I'm sitting on.
No, because you're sharing a seat with Shad over there.
Maybe.
So I thought you'd like to hear that, Jamil. You're the cause of a hopefully happy marriage.
Well, that'll be the first. Don't tell my wife that.
Yeah. Bevo, do you have any advice for our Bevo has now joined us in the chat room. She'll be helping out. Any advice for the soon-to-be newlyweds, Beavis?
No.
No.
Okay.
No.
I see.
Don't get an infection. Don't get a
kidney infection.
Yeah.
That's good advice.
There you go.
Pee.
Don't marry somebody named Sam. No.
Sometimes during, if it
if he asks for it,
if the guy really wants it, if he's been a good guy.
Home run, Tasty.
That's a hit.
That's definitely that's at least a triple. All right, Jay-Z. So we'll be seeing you this weekend at the anniversary party.
Yep.
You're going to be hanging out there with us?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Gonna head out early Friday.
Okay, cool.
And then I think maybe Pushy is gonna hang out with him and his folks, and I don't know, Russian River or something.
And are you bringing beer for the homebrew tasting at 5?
I have great intentions of doing it.
Yeah. Are you
not likely? He's saying,
there's just so much freaking work to do.
Work.
What are you talking about?
Let's go into the cooler, grab 2 cases of beer.
Yeah.
I know you got a heap of beer in that cooler.
Oh, yeah.
So just grab your little keg.
It's all for NHC 2012.
Yes, exactly.
I have a Dortmunder that I'm really hoping will win.
I'm waiting for it to develop. Yes.
You know that people are going to be real upset if you don't bring at least a homebrew.
I've known Jamil like 6 years at least. I've had his beer twice.
Really?
Yeah.
Twice. That guy never has beer.
You got to come up to the homestead.
That's true.
Explore the shed.
Back in the shed,
and then taste his beer.
Get in the 4x4 cement room.
That's right.
That's a double.
Put on this leather mask.
Chain yourself to my bedpost.
Chains are just part of the drinking.
Man, he's hitting like crazy now.
Don't mind the Kemp in the corner.
Great. That's
He's been
just the
there a
last
while.
guy who came for homebrew.
Yeah.
This is just getting disturbing.
Oh, all right.
Maybe we should start over.
All right. Well, I'm just saying you're going to have some. You might have an angry mob on your hand if you don't bring at least a homebrew.
Yeah, not that our expectation would be real high or anything like that.
Look. All right. Wait. Now, you got to understand where I'm coming from.
All right.
I don't have to brew
Northern
to
California.
have great beer anymore, right?
Uh-huh.
You
I
mooch off
hang
us.
out with Tasty McDole and Tasty McChad, and I get all the great beer that I need.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, Doc brings something in, or I'm around one of his servants. I'm just surrounded by great beer. What do I need to brew beer for?
But this is a selfish way to look at the fact that people are coming from all over the country and want to taste your beer.
Yeah.
Yes, it's about me.
See, now we're getting the real Jameel out right now.
See,
Yes, and my enjoyment of beer, the beer from these guys is such high quality.
Yeah.
That me brewing is just like gilding the lily. Don't need to.
All right, keep going. Tasty's about to
there.
finish.
It's already there. All I got to do is, I just kind of wave my empty cup in Tasty's direction, and it's filled with some magic elixir.
Yeah. Okay,
Two Tasties, one cup.
Okay, Jamil, that's all good, but bring some beer. Eh?
I don't know that Tasty's going to share his beer if you don't share something.
Just bring
back.
a few for we can. Just to say you brought some.
Couple of secret beers.
No, just bring
the
some,
signal for
Bring the stuff you pour out.
Yeah.
There you go. We'll like that.
I already poured most of it out.
Damn it. All right. Well, we'll see you in Napa, my friend.
All right.
Thanks, Jay-Z.
All right.
Later. All right. The great Jameel Zainasheff. Go to the Hospitality Suite at 4 on Thursday if you're going to be at the Homebrewers Conference. Be there doing the Jameel shows. And see you out at Downtown Joe's next Saturday, too, hopefully. Kuda, you going?
Maybe.
What does that mean? What do you got going?
I got a big party that day, so if I can sneak out, and I'll show up late.
It's an all-nighter. You're
That's
fine.
what I figured, yeah.
I think we're at Downtown Joe's till at least midnight, and then we're going down the street to Bilko's.
Bilko's.
We're got to go to Bilko's. They've been a sponsor of the CBS show for a long time now. I've never even been to the place, but it's supposed to be real good. A lot of beer on tap.
It's the gym in the Napa Valley, Justin.
Yeah. It'll be a good finisher. Be a good way to a good nightcap because they're supposed to have a ton of beers on tap. So we'll be at Downtown Joe's. We'll all be hammered, stumbling into Bilko's. He'll love to see us.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Bill.
We could play a little pool. There's a lot of sticks and balls in there. Perfect.
Great.
Perfect way to
Sounds
end
like
the
a good time.
So Beavis, you're going to be up there at the anniversary party.
Yes, I am.
You're going to have to work the merch booth for a period of time. I have to put you to work for a little while.
Isn't that what I did last year?
Yeah, but I made you do it the whole time last year. You just have to do it for a little while.
Yeah, that
this
sucked,
year.
by the way. Thanks.
Yeah, but you didn't steal from us.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Other people may have.
Yeah,
but
the only one.
Yeah. That's why you get to do
Really?
it again this year.
Really, what?
People stole? That's mean.
I think like one shirt went missing. It was probably a mishap.
Oh,
It
okay.
was if anything got stolen, it wasn't our listeners. We were in a public place in Hayward.
Yeah.
Napa's a little. In fact, it's a little too classy for us. Even I don't know why. I don't know what Colin is thinking.
Well, she did give one to my wife, which she wears very well.
Does she now?
Oh yeah.
Does she really wear it though?
Oh yeah.
She does.
Uh huh.
Yeah.
I go she'll come out. She's going somewhere and cool.
How come I don't have any pictures of that?
I'll see what I can do.
I'm gonna put that up on the website.
And Bevo made sure it was the right size too.
You mean one size too small?
Pretty much.
Here's washcloth size.
Atta girl, Beavis.
I do what I can.
Good work. People are posting about you in the forum today, Beav. That
Good or bad?
Good. They were saying that we didn't advertise early enough that you were going to allow people to take pictures of your boobs. He was like, I might have actually bought my ticket to the anniversary party had you let me know that. You don't remember that quote?
Oh, yes, I do.
But I regret it.
I hope you remember because people are going to be coming up to you at the.
Hey.
Yeah.
Let's see him.
Get
Awesome.
ready for that.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right.
Well, I'm sure Sam will beat him up for it. Oh, wait, never mind.
Yeah, no.
All right, we'll
You might
cover
be
more of the
charging
anniversary
for it.
party later because I got some lowdown on the beers that we're going to have and a little bit of the music stuff and shit like that.
Oh my God!
You've got mail.
Kick ass. Not really too much in the mailbag this week, everybody. Here's someone asking about the latest BYO magazine. I don't know if you guys have seen it in here. Guy says, hey, Brewcasters, I noticed in the latest issue of BYO, the July-August one, the two of the annual label competition winners had references to turtles. It was Joseph Donner from Atlanta. He won with his Fear the Turtle. And Adam Drager won with his Truth Serum Turtle Vice. He was wondering if this was homage to the BN Forum. So I guess they deserved a mention on the show. That's Mark Wildhop in the forum. I don't know. We definitely didn't invent the turtle joke around here,
did we? Carried it over to the forum.
Yeah, I mean, it was
that kid in Portland.
Kid in Portland.
Did you ever see the clip of that? Like what the turtle is all referenced to?
Yeah, I guess it just was a long time ago. I think I know what you're talking about. Of the many things that have been invented here on the BN that people don't give us credit for.
Like call-in voicemail?
Yeah. Like telephones.
Yeah.
And the interweb.
And dogs.
Yeah. Turtles isn't one of them.
Turtles is not one of them.
No.
But it's still funny as hell.
Yeah, so they could just... It could be... Maybe they're forum users. I don't know. We'll see. If they post this week, then they are.
We do have the bud timer.
Yes.
Bub timer.
We definitely invented the bub timer.
Yeah.
But it doesn't count if no one tries to steal it from you. Then it's just like a big deal. Yeah.
How do we know?
Yeah, maybe there's another bub timer. Who knows? Let's see. Oh, here's an email from Wesley Willis.
Oh. I like it when he writes.
JP's cat.
Jesus.
He says, I don't know what voice to use for him. I don't know what your cat sounds like. I just have to use my own voice. Justin, I've only been alive for about a year. But in that span of time, I've managed to gain some small interest in what you guys are doing. Mainly because I had previously been forced to hear all about these shows that you do from my creepy owner. Which, of course, is you.
Yeah, thanks.
God, sometimes I think he expects me to jump for joy when I see him. Much like he does when he sees me. At any rate, what prompted me to contact you was his boring story of how some ball gobbler called up your voicemail and pretended to be me. Oh, that was last week, right? To that shitbird, I say, not funny. I've shot up with bums who are funnier than that guy was. And bums are really not that funny. Hard to laugh with a collapsed vein in your dick. Wesley Willis is a user, huh?
He's an alley cat.
Yeah. He says, I tell you, the backyard here is no playground. You need to draw a line in the tan bark and defend that shit. Take a stand, or you end up grooming the matted coat of some queer stray. I've said what I came to say. I would also add, not to tell that Swisher owner of mine that I can do all this typing. But we both know he's thinking about how he's going to groom us when he gets home instead of listening to what you're saying. Maybe I'll chime in at a later date. Signed, Wesley Willis.
Wow. It's a whole new side of that thing.
Can't believe what a new low the show has taken that your cat is now writing into us.
Yeah, we need more material.
I think so.
I have to talk to that asshole.
Even Beavis has a disgusted look on her face, which is kind of the look she has most of the program, to be honest.
At least we're not talking about the squirrel.
Here's my favorite email I think I've ever gotten. Justin, you kick-ass, full of talent, awesome show-making asshat.
Whoa.
Did you write this to yourself?
Maybe I did.
Maybe it doesn't even say that.
It's a blank page.
It's not reading anything. No, this guy says, I just found out that I took first place for my Scotch Ale and honorable mention in the Best of Show round for the same beer in my first ever competition. I have a bunch of ass clowns to thank for it.
Oh!
Good work, man. First comp. I likely would have never entered a competition if it wasn't for you guys. You have truly shaped and molded the way I brew. I've been brewing for 8 months, and you guys have been a huge part of my brewing education. When I get back from vacation, I'll be making a donation to the BN. Keep it strong, brother. That's from Joel Notworks in the forum. So we've been getting a lot of those, man.
Yeah.
This is why I was asking Jameel and you, Tasty, if you've noticed more competition entries this year. But I guess maybe it's just more BNers than ever are entering.
Definitely more BNers are entering for the first or second time. Yeah,
I think we've had at least one of these every week for the last month or two. You know, someone doing great in competition and in their first competitions that they've ever entered.
Yeah, it's great.
So, good work, everybody. Like to hear that. All right. And that's it for our feedback this week. Not a whole lot, like I said. A few voicemails, which we'll get to later. Those are always fun. There was a voicemail issue. Our new voicemail service kind of sucks every now and then, and for some reason you couldn't leave messages for most of the week. They said it was full when it wasn't full. But it's all cleared up now. So if you want to leave messages, 888-401-BEER. It's a way for you to leave us feedback. Or if you just want to send it in to us, all those that I just read came from feedback@thebrewingnetwork.com. You can send it to feedback@thebrewingnetwork.com. If you don't want it read on the air, don't send it to that, because you pretty much give me permission to read it. even if it's like a love letter to JP.
Dear JP, I love you. I think about you in the shower all the time.
I got
Chad.
Somebody sent me a clip of Crazy Bitch telling Shat he loves her. She loves him. Either way, you don't know.
Really?
You want to hear it?
Yeah.
It's real quick, so we can do it now and later.
Just like Chad.
Gotta listen close.
Is it painful?
It's well, it's her. It's what she sounds like.
I love you. I love you.
Amazing.
Can we put that into a download, just in a ringtone?
Yeah, this is them in bed.
You gotta play, and then you gotta stop it right after the "I love you" and play the crickets.
All right.
Oh, God, stop.
That's a home run.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. A quick break. We got Cuda, Mike Mraz in here with us. We're going to start talking beer and tasting beer. Get your questions ready. If it's about yeast and bottle conditioning and all that, send it to Bevo in the chat room. Hang in there. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Every year, June 14th is remembered for many reasons.
Action Comics Issue 1 released, introducing Superman. The Continental Congress approved the design of the national flag, Steffi Graf's birthday.
But this year will top them all.
Hey, you guys, this is Bevo, and if you come to the anniversary show, I might be drunk enough to let you take pictures of my booth.
It's the Brewing Network's 3rd anniversary party.
Hey, howdy, hey. This is Jamel. I'll be there. Hey, guys, it's Sully. I'll be on the Vespa with Steph. See you there.
This is Kelly Beck, and I'll be there.
This is Announcer Guy, and I'll be there.
John Foster.
Chris Graham.
Bedrock.
Bob.
Jay Brookley Say.
Push Jack.
Mrs. Push.
Vanna.
O.J. Simpson.
Hey, this is John Palmer. I'm going to miss the drunk Jenga. Damn.
Come celebrate 3 years of live beer radio at Downtown Joe's in Napa, Saturday, June 14th.
This is Bevo, and I'm going to be there.
Ooh, that's good.
Don't miss it.
What is the malted liquor? What gets you drunker quicker? What comes in bottles or in cans?
Beer!
Can't get enough of it.
Beer!
How we really love it.
Beer!
Makes me think I'm a man.
Beer!
I could kiss and hug it,
Beer!
but I'd rather chug it.
Beer!
Got my belly out to here.
Beer!
I could not refuse it.
Beer!
I could really use it. Beer, beer, beer.
Beer, 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 beer.
I can't remember how much I have had. I drank a 12-pack with my dad.
That's my son, the drunken manly stud. I'm proud to be his bud.
Here, have some pretzels.
No, I'll call it quits. Those things give me the schlitz.
Drink with your family. Drink it with your friends. Drink till you're fat. Stomach distends. Beer is liquid bread. It's good for you. We like to drink till we spew. We get fat, I'll drink to that. As we sing once more, what is the malted liquor? What gets you drunker quicker? What comes in bottles or in cans?
Beer!
Can't get enough of it.
Beer!
How we really love it.
Beer!
Makes me think I'm a man.
Beer!
I could kiss and hug it,
Beer!
but I'd rather chug it.
Beer!
Got my belly out to here.
Beer!
Golly, I adore it. Come on, damn it, pour it, do it for me, brew it for me, beat it to me, speed it to me.
Beer!
The most wonderful drink in the world. Hooray!
Hey, Push, the new brewery's looking good.
Thanks, Finn. Piece by piece.
Well, let's fire her up. Whoa! Is that a new kettle?
Yeah, just got it brand new, but paid half price.
What? And that blade scale?
40% off.
The new tap handle?
$5 instead of $13. Got a new regulator for the brew stand, too, but $5 instead of $25.
Dude, where are you stealing all this stuff from?
Where else? The More Beer deal of the day.
Announcing the Beer, Beer, and More Beer deal of the day. Every day, a new fantastic deal from big items to small that will blow you away. Boil kettles, carboy carriers, sterile siphon starters, digital timers. Watch morebeer.com every day for a new deal, and you just might find the item you've been waiting for at a price you cannot believe. Hurry, because stock is limited on most items.
And that sweet Guinness cap, let me guess. The More Beer deal of the day. Yeah, I knew it. Come on, let's brew something. Find the More Beer deal of the day at morebeer.com. Celebrity voices impersonated.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
The Brewing Network, saving your life.
One beer at a time.
All right, welcome back to the program. 888-401-BEER. That's the number if you want to use it. Call and ask questions. Or you can join Bevo, the Beeve, in the chat room, and she'll pass your questions along here. We're talking to Mike Mraz today, CUDA in the forums. And you probably heard us talking about Mike over the last couple of weeks because you've been winning a bunch of medals yourself in different competitions.
A few.
And you're a relatively new home brewer, right? How long have you been brewing?
It's been a little over a year and a half, almost 2 years. It will be 2 years next month that I bought my first kit from B3.
Okay.
Then he's already doing barrel-aged stuff.
It didn't take me long to go full tilt.
That's what I was going to say. I'm not, although it's still impressive, but we hear a lot about new brewers. If you get the right information, they brew well and they can win competitions. It's still very impressive, but I would say that I think all of us here are more impressed that you dove right in with sour beers and barrel aging and all of that. I mean, pretty quickly. And so when I met you, you had just started brewing because I met you at a beer dinner in San Francisco about 2 years ago, right?
That's right. That was the Dogfish Head.
Yeah. So you had just started brewing right around that time, I imagine.
That was November, I think.
Yeah.
Or just early December, I think that dinner was. So yeah, I wanted to get over there because obviously we don't have Dogfish Head out on the West Coast at that particular time. I think we do now. So
we do have some of them now. Yeah. But yeah, same reason I went. I really wanted to try those beers.
Big buzz around Sam and all the stuff he's done. So
yeah,
I wanted to get over there, and it's more along the lines of learning potential. I'm always after new beers, latest and greatest. So whatever I can find. I was just at the recent beer dinner they had, and that was Tommy Arthur, Vinny from Russian River, Rob Todd, Avery, and Sam. They were all there. I think they had their collaboration beer. The name escapes me right now, but I think it was like $95 a ticket, and that's a lot for food. But if I was to go out and buy all those beers that I had, it would be a lot more than $95.
You're right, yeah. So that is well worth it. Yeah. When you think of it that way. Plus, the food at those dinners is great. If you're from the Bay Area, it's Bruce Patton. He's the beer chef out here, not to be confused with the homebrew chef. And he does all his dinners at the Cathedral Hill Hotel, and they're always cool. But anyway, so you were obviously a craft beer fan, and then you became a home brewer.
It was more... for the longest time, what's the name? Port Costa. We used to go down to Port Costa. They had a $69 dinner down there. You get a lobster and a room and all the beer. They have a huge beer fridge. And we would go down there and I get to pick whatever I want off the wall. I had a good relationship with the bartender, and there's nobody there. He says, yeah, just go find whatever you want.
Great.
So as a kid in a candy store, just find, look at this, And I had my first Belgian wit there, and I did a lot of, the Sierra Nevada Pale Ales and all the whole lineup and all that. And that was one of my first Belgian-style beers. I was blown away. It was like an epiphany. It was like, there's so much better beer out here. And, in your experience and palate, and it's always a learning.
Yeah.
Learning.
Okay.
That's kind of where it started, and that was early 90s.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then you get into home brewing, and very quickly you just decide, you know what, I want to make some of these barrel aged, and I want to make Belgians, and I want to make lambics. I mean, most of us, we want to make a pale ale for like a year before we ever get into something else. But you didn't think that way.
No, I didn't brew a pale ale till probably about 6 months.
Okay.
Just because you can go get those. I wanted the ones that that are really expensive. You couldn't get. I'm out brewing Golden Strongs right off the bat. Just those aren't cheap beers to go down and say, hey, I want a $7.50 of that. Well, that's $10.
Yeah.
And then you go to the bar, that's $20.
Right.
So if I can make 5 gallons of that, and I would go out and buy all the perfect commercial examples. You go buy the Duvel, Prankster, Damnation, all those, and then what do I like about them? What do I dislike about them?
Yeah.
And try to make something something at least similar, close as best I can.
Is that the first beer that you brewed, a Belgian Strong?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just going right for it. I like that. Did you, all right, you weren't daunted by that task. Did you read a bunch before you ever brewed your first batch? How did you learn and decide I can make this beer right off the bat?
Well, I'll tell you how I got into homebrewing. I have a really close friend. This is Andrew Van Zant, and he lives up in Placerville. And he's been homebrewing for the longest time since we got out of high school. And he always told me about it. I'm like, yeah. It was more of a black art to me. I really enjoyed the end result, but necessarily didn't want to learn the process because I thought it was just so much work. And in hindsight, it is. But it's well worth the work.
Yeah.
So my younger brother, he's about 10 years younger than me, went to New Belgium and did the tour there, and he was just blown away. This place is great. We need to go make our own beer. So he goes, okay, I'll tell you what. We'll get the supplies. We'll split them up. But first, we'll go talk to my friend Andrew, and we'll he'll show us what is done. What's the minimum we're going to need to get started. So we did that, and off to the races. My brother, I think, brewed 1 or 2 batches with me, and then I just kind of... He bailed.
But you fell in love with it, right?
Keep up with it.
Yeah. And I was extract, and I did maybe 1 or 2 kits. Even my first beer wasn't a kit. I bought a kit from B3 and decided, I want to change it up a little bit.
Okay.
So...
How dare you?
Yeah.
How dare you, sir?
You didn't read the fine print, huh?
Tried and true recipes.
Yeah. First you did art with black guys, and then you changed the recipe.
It was... That's what's great about beer is experiment, making something that's not necessarily out there. So that's kind of what I went with it. And, I had the palate as far as kind of where I wanted. So I went with it that way.
Okay. You just went right for it, man. I like that. Yeah. And you brew, how often do you brew now?
Not as much right now. Well, let's just say I got the sweatshirt from White Labs in less than a year.
Wow.
To figure out how many vials that is.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I like now that's like a way to measure how involved in homebrewing.
Yeah.
How long you been doing it? Well, let's just say that I got the sweatshirt.
Yeah. Really? Because I only got the hat.
well, you suck.
Wow. Do you have a job? You have like a real job?
Yes, I'm in financial services. So,
so you don't do anything?
Yeah, not all the time.
just take people's money.
Yeah.
Okay, so you do have a day job, but you when you have a hobby like this, you just go for it, man.
Yeah, I'm out on the road, driving around, appointments. What do I need to do? I can plug the BN in. And I think the first show I listened to, I looked back, and it was the Honesty Show, the All Grain. I think that's what it was.
Honesty and All Grain.
Yeah, that was the first show that I listened to you guys, and I was hooked. You guys had good information, and I was like, okay, well, this is what I need to get myself going as far as the minimum I'm going to need and the expertise and the information you guys gave out was great. So
okay, good. Yeah. See, that was before Shat.
Yeah,
that's when we were good. All right, well, let's get right into this. You're in the Doze Club now, right?
Correct.
That's your beer club?
Yep.
So you're scoring some points for the Doze boys this year, Doc.
Oh, yeah. Which I'm very thankful for.
Doing my best.
And you did a lecture for them on some of the things you're going to cover with us today, too, right?
Yeah, that's Chat was there, and...
I was there.
Doc was there. And we did...
That's good. You were at the
Mike was there, too. Yeah, I guess you were the only one who wasn't there.
I don't go. I'm only a honorary Doze member. I'm not a real Doze member.
When we have food, he shows
That's
up.
when I show. Yeah, that's true, actually. If you guys have food every week, I'm there. I need meals on Mondays.
Like a happy hour or something.
That's what you guys like, I'm going to the club meeting. Really? I'm going to meals on Mondays. Is it the same place? All right. So, what's this first beer that we're going to drink here?
The first beer, it's a Belgian blonde ale that we aged in a Chardonnay barrel. It's more of a split partnership between me and Andrew. Luckily, we have a good relationship with some wineries up there, and we're able to get the wine barrels. We know what's in them. We know what came out of them.
Up where? Where is up there?
In Placerville.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that
I guess I'm up in the other... Yeah, I'm in El Dorado Hills.
Okay.
So I'm the other side of the valley.
You made a trek down here.
Yeah, it's about 2 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Be a long trek back.
Yeah, it is longer going back.
Just don't leave.
Yeah, that's what usually happens.
Bring my sleeping bag.
Yeah, pull up a couch. Yeah. Okay, so you got some wine barrels from up there.
Yeah, we decided to kind of roll it around. As luckily we got a Chardonnay barrel, which is not easy to get. And we bounced ideas of what are we going to put in it. And I had a few recipes. We had a Golden Strong recipe, and I had this blonde recipe also. We'll be tasting the Golden Strong later.
Okay.
And I have the base beer, and then the wine, and then the beer that came out of it. So that's going to be interesting. You guys will get to feel the aspects. But this particular is just a Belgian blonde ale. Started about 1064. I forget what the finishing gravity on it. Maybe 1008. 1007.
And what did you ferment in?
In some of it in carboy, some in buckets, some in stainless, just whatever, when we got to make 60 gallons, actually 70 gallons, because you need a little bit extra. So whatever you can get your hands on.
So it was a full barrel. When you say a barrel, it was
it's a full.
How many gallons is your system?
I have a 20-gallon system.
Okay.
So I do double batches in one day, and he does double batches in one day. So we end up with 80, and then by the time you're all said and done with, transferring and yeast sediment and all that, you end up with about 70 gallons. So all said and done, you get to keep 5, and then we keep 5 to top off.
Okay.
And then when we're all done, we'll rack it up, and we usually bottle most of it and keg some of it. So
okay. So do you guys brew together? Does he bring his equipment over? You guys, or you're brewing separately on your own things?
Yeah, he's got his own setup at his house, and he's lucky he's got 2 Conicals B3.
That's right. Because Andrew is a good brewer.
He's got the temperature controlled and cooled, so he's lucky on that. It's a lot easier for him. I'm trying to manage my temperature and the best I can in the shower and in carboys and buckets. So it's not. And I even ferment in my hot liquor tank too, so I can tell you about that. Yeah,
okay.
When you got 20 gallons going and 40 gallons going, you got to figure out that's a lot of carboy cleaning.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking rolling around and said, "Hey, John, please say, you got any dented kettles down there?" "Yeah, we got a couple. I'll be down to look at them." So I went down and looked at them, and you end up using that for my big fermentation.
How do you cover it?
I'll sanitize the lid really good.
Yeah.
With the I use alcohol, and then wash it off again with Sarsan. And then put the lid on and put a trash bag over it, duct tape it up, and it kind of swells the trash bag up like a big balloon, but it kind of seeps out, so it keeps the dust out.
Yeah.
As best, it's as long as you keep the dust out, you're doing really good. I went down to AleSmith and watched them brew a batch down there, and they're making some amazing beers down there with dairy equipment, with plastic sheets over it to keep the dust out. If they can do it, you can do it too.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
It's a smaller scale. It's almost easier for you to do it. So
yeah.
Well, not for you to do it, Jay, but
other people.
Yeah, other people. It's easy for other people.
I think that everyone knows that's what he means when he says you could do it.
Just making sure.
I thought he said because you said smaller scale.
Thought he meant you. Now,
that was a double.
Did you guys start with the exact same recipe? Or did you do your own Belgian?
As far as what you mean
for
sharing?
This beer, because you're both having to brew for this beer.
We did identical. He's a great brewer, and he's looking to open up a place. So as far as answering questions and stuff, he was great at that. That's luckily I had somebody to go to. But we brewed the identical grain bill. Everything, the only different was the water.
Okay.
And we even shared the same yeast. So, he'd do a pitch on the conical, and once he was done with it, he'd give it to me, and I'd brew it, and then and then we put it in the barrel at the same time.
So how similar, I'm curious, because you guys obviously ended up blending these two beers together at the end. How similar were they? Did you try them separately?
They were flat, obviously, and I couldn't tell the difference.
Really?
Yeah.
So that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
That's one thing you'd think about, isn't it, Doc? You're brewing, especially if you're going to fill a barrel with a buddy, you want to taste the beer first, and
and it's good that the other guy's a really good brewer, maybe better than you, so you don't have to worry so much.
Right. Like you would do that with Tasty, but if I came over and said, "Hey Doc, come on, let's fill a barrel," you'd be like,
"I brought some beer. Can we fill the barrel?" I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, look, I accidentally spilled it. I'm sorry.
Oops, I dropped it.
Sorry, Tasty already brought his over, and we're full.
What do you mean full? I know that you guys couldn't have full.
As full as we want to be.
Damn it. No, but that's good. So you couldn't tell the difference in the two. So you're starting out with essentially the same beer.
Yeah.
Okay. And is that what is in this glass here that says 530? This is the beer before you took the two together. They're fermented out, and this beer has not been in a barrel.
No, I don't have the base beer for this particular one.
Okay.
It's been finished. I've changed the recipe since I've done this, and I can give you the lowdown on what the recipe is.
Okay. So all of these then, because I have three beers in front of me,
and they've all been in the barrel.
They were okay, and they were all in the barrel together. This whole batch is in the barrel.
Yep.
How long did this beer sit in the barrel?
4 months.
Okay. And how did you decide that was enough time?
You pretty much got to taste it. You can let it sit in there for about a month or two, and then after, especially on something light like this, you want to just make sure you're not going to go over the top, because this is not a huge beer. If I was going to do it again, I really like the other beer, the Golden Strong. It's actually a triple, because the color's a little dark for Golden Strong. The extra alcohol helps.
Okay.
It helps balance it out. This is, like I said, started out 1064, so it's not a huge beer as far as if you're considering putting something in a barrel.
Okay.
It depends on the barrel, too, how new the barrel, how many times it's been run through. it goes along with how long you leave it in there.
Yeah, tell us about it was a Chardonnay barrel.
Yeah.
French oak?
I don't remember. I think it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you know, had it been around for years? They'd use it for a while?
It was pretty much a neutral barrel. There was actually wood chips in it, too, because he obviously wouldn't get any oak out of it. So I was lucky to harvest the chips out of it, too.
Great.
He fermented on the leeks, so there's actually yeast sediment in the bottom.
Okay.
About, there's probably about a good 4 gallons of yeast slurry. When he racked it out, this is the winemaker I'm talking about, racked it out, he gave us the rest, and so we took all the leeks, and I let those settle out for a couple more weeks, and then I was left with a couple gallons of Chardonnay on top of it, so that wasn't too bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Which you didn't leave in the barrel, you drank the Chardonnay.
Oh, yeah. I actually brought some, so that's the one that we can try along with the other beer that I brought.
Okay. So, was this beer finished fermenting when you put it into the barrel?
Yeah, it took about 10 days to ferment out and make sure all the primary fermentation was done. We didn't filter it. We just kind of cold crashed it and got as much yeast out as we could. And then we cleaned the barrel just with water, hot water. It wasn't 170 or nothing. So there was actually still some live yeast in there, some wine yeast in there, because it did end up drying out quite a bit more. When it first went in the barrel, final gravity was probably around 11.
Okay.
10, 11. And then now it's probably about 10:06, I want to say. 10:07, I think.
So something definitely happened.
Yeah. So, just all the barrels that I've done have dried them out. So you kind of compensate for that, make the recipe a little bit bigger, a little bit sweeter, depending on what you're looking for. We did a Russian Imperial Stout, same thing. It dried it out in a couple points also.
Okay.
So if you're looking for a particular final gravity, I think you got to be aware of that. We're not obviously just doing homebrewers. We don't have the option. The pro brewers are blending. They can make a couple different barrels. We can I like a little of this, a little of that. It's a crapshoot. You get what you get.
Right.
It's 100% of good or 100% of nothing.
Or 100% bring it over here.
Yeah.
As would it be if it wasn't good. We'd still drink it.
Yeah, you guys would. You go through stuff that most people wouldn't even smell.
Yes, we do. Kind of take pride in that.
Mike, you had mentioned that a Chardonnay barrel is hard to get. Why is that?
If you look on the shelf, there's just not as many, and you don't necessarily, at least from my aspect, in the wine community, they might be easily traded because they're neutral barrels. There's not a lot of, and reds need a lot of that oak flavor. Chardonnay, you can throw some cubes in it, or they're, you can use them over and over, and just the reds versus whites, there's just not as many of them. So that's what it ends up coming out to be.
Okay.
At least as my aspect as a homebrewer, it's not as easy to get a white wine barrel as it is a red wine barrel. So I'm not in the know as finding where all the barrels are. So
gotcha.
Nobody really is, unless you're Sean Paxton.
That's what I'm saying. Yep. Talk to Sean.
Okay, so you took the beer. It's sat in the barrel. How long again?
4 months.
4 months in the barrel. You decide it's ready to come out, and you're going to bottle most of it. And you bottle conditioned it here, and this is what we have in front of us with 3 different yeasts.
Yeah, so this is what you have in front of you is all the same beer. It was all in the barrel, and then when it was time for bottling, I had the option to use whatever bottle conditioning yeast because it's settled out. It's crystal clear when it comes out of the barrel.
Okay.
You pull it off just a little bit off the bottom, so whatever's settled down, you leave it in there. And then, so you're pretty much, it's crystal clear beer with no yeast in it. So I figured, this is a great time to try a few yeasts to see what kind of flavor contributions you can get out of a few different yeasts. Most people think, the beer's going to be, this is what the flavor's going to be, and that's it.
Yeah.
Well, there's one more process as far as, now I can put it in the bottle, and I can see if I can get something else out of it, if that's what we're shooting for. So
by the way, his bottles are corked and caged.
Really?
So, yeah.
How'd you do that? You could do that at home?
Yeah, Ferrari makes 2 corkers. They make a stand-up and a bench style that have the adjustable that push the Belgian corks in and leave the top hanging out. Then I have the bench style. It seems to work the easiest.
Where do you get that? Just more beer?
I think you guys have that?
Any of those?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know about the Ferrari one, but we do have a stand-up corker that you can do.
It's got the brass chunk.
Yeah.
All right.
Squeezer.
And we also have the corks and the hoods. Right now, morebeer.com.
Hoods.
All right. There you
Part
go.
number.
Okay. So, and I know you want to talk about your bottling process, but let's taste these before they get too warm and we don't want to drink them or something terrible like that. Before we do how you bottle, before we talk about how you did it, because I think you have a good bottling process also. So, what's the first one with the 530 here?
This would be the control. This beer was fermented with 530, White Labs 530. It's the Abbey Ale yeast. If you're familiar with it, I don't know the Y yeast number that crosses over, but it's
that's okay.
It's your Westmalle, your West Flatiron. I think that's
okay.
What it is. The recipe is, like I said, it's 1064 Pilsner, Belgian Pilsner with quarter pound of aromatic, quarter pound of Caramunic, and a pound of turbinado sugar.
Okay.
IBUs around 25. So that's what it ends up being out.
So
really nice beer.
And so you use the 530 to ferment the beer, and you use the 530 as your bottle conditioning yeast. Okay. All right. So same yeast throughout on this one. It's a nice beer, huh, guys?
Yeah, it's very tasty. Very clean.
And there is there's a little touch of sour in there, too, from the barrel, which is awesome. But not you wouldn't think of it as infected or as you put that in there. It's very subtle.
Once you taste the other ones, I don't seem to get that as much, and I think it's from the yeast.
Okay.
The 530 yeast. I don't know particular why, and sometimes I get that and sometimes I don't.
I get the Chardonnay.
I think that's what the tart is. It's not quite sour. It's just like green apple tart
kind
of.
Think right now that you're drinking some Chardonnay, and you get that kind of nice.
You have your tennis sweater on, and
feel like I'm going to get laid.
Your loafers.
The girls really like this. It's got a little bit of everything. It's got the beer aspect, it's got the wine aspect, and then the champagne also from the effervescence. So it kind of fits all.
It's really nice and dry too, and
but still a lot of malt right there.
Yeah, Can really taste the alcohol. I feel like on this one,
it's 8.5%.
Is it? Okay.
How old is this, Mike?
It's a bottling date. 9/29 is when we bottled it. So we figure back that out 4 months. So it's a year old. Yeah.
That's good beer.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one you bottle condition all the way through. When you're using these cork style bottles, you put it in there. Are you doing? Are you adding the yeast to each bottle, or are you doing a mixture of this beer and then bottling it?
I like the way he does this. Yeah, I was really impressed, and I'm going to steal this.
I did another experiment with a Golden Strong, and I wanted to see what I have the option. I have the More Beer 20-gallon system, full digital. That I actually built. My friend Andrew had a control panel that was shorted out, and B3 just sent him a new one. So I got that, and I said, "Well, if I get the control panel, that's the hardest. That's the heart and soul of that unit. It's got all the temperature. It's got all the temperature control probes and all that. So I figured out what the problem was. Ordered the new. There's like a transistor or something in there that I replaced, and then I got the tape measure out and copied the other one, and so I have a full clone of the 2050 full digital, all stainless.
My lawyer will be contacting you shortly.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, so that's what you're brewing.
So I have that, and then I have an outside barbecue area that's got two separate burners that'll boil 5 gallons. So there you can do 2 separate 5-gallon at the time and the 20-gallon at the same time. So I can do a lot of options. I can do decoctions if I want. I've never done one because they just seem like a lot of work.
Yeah.
So I just use I'm going to cheat and use a little melanoidin, but
okay.
Anyways, so I did the Golden Strong, and I have 3 separate batches. I got a 60-minute, 120-minute, and 2-hour. And so I have all this beer, and I wanted to bottle them all. So I'm figuring out, well, how am I going to do this? I'm not going to use the typical, plastic bucket with the stirring. I'm really careful about wild yeast. When you sit there and you're sitting on your couch in a nice summer afternoon and you look and the sun's coming in, you can see all those dust particles floating in the air. It's like those are always floating around you no matter what time of the year.
Mm-hmm. So starting to sound like Justin, man. I see the dust.
Yeah, where is
you don't know what's on there.
So, you go through all this work as far as, I'm going to, the long brew day and make sure everything's clean. I'm going to clean the carboy up. I'm going to clean all the stuff up. And then you're going to sit there and put everything in a bucket with an open lid and trying to stir it up and get the sugar stirred up. I'm just freaking out at this point and go, this is not going to work. So I molded over and I said, you know what? I'm going to stick the yeast, and I'm going to stick the sugar in a keg and the beer, and then I'll just act like, just do the normal carbonation. You'll blow the top off. I usually blow it off 3 or 4 times to make sure you get all the oxygen out. Now I can pick the keg up and rock it back and forth and roll it on the ground for a couple minutes to make sure the sugars in solution and yeast is all evenly distributed in the beer.
Yeah.
And then I'll set the regulator down to about 2 or 5 psi, depending on how fast I want it coming out. And then just use a Cobra tap wand, about 3-foot section or whatever. And that's when you can regulate your PSI for the pressure you want. And then you use the bottling wand that will fit inside the Cobra tap.
Mm-hmm.
You flick that thing open and you just set it in there, and it fills them up.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're filling from the bottom then, because you're putting the bottle filler onto the Cobra tap.
Yep.
So you're going from the bottom. That's great, and you never have the open stir business that we're doing with when we have our...
And it's well mixed, so you don't get more yeast or more sugar in one part.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
And most of these Belgians I do are, we're talking 3.5 volumes of CO2, and if you get that not mixed up, you got maybe one with 5, and you're pushing your luck as far as
exploding bottles.
Yeah, I wouldn't want one of these Belgian bottles popping.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
It was a safety concern also. So if you can stir that stuff up and not have to worry about oxygenation, it's another thing stirring it. I'm just worried about getting oxygen. And once that fermentation is done, you got to be really careful about make sure you don't get any more oxygen in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, and then the amount that you're picking up when you're filling your bottle is minimal because the yeast is going to eat that up.
Yeah,
it's going to uptake that when it's converting the sugar.
There's some talk on that. I just heard a presentation put on by Garrett Oliver from Brooklyn Brewing.
What does that guy know?
Yeah, who knows? But he gave some numbers, and it was very minute because they don't yeast when you're bottle conditioning. They don't go through a growth phase. They're just going to eat the rest of the sugars and then sit back down. So they're not going through their growth phase. So they're not going to absorb all that oxygen. So you still have to be somewhat careful. And filling an oxygen. He goes through the process of vacuuming and CO2ing he does 100% bottle condition couple of his beers.
But they do uptake. I mean, it's like in the wine world, you can reoxygenate your beer. It's just yeast. It's no matter what world it is, but the yeast will stop feeding if there's oxygen in there. So they will uptake it no matter what phase they're in. Maybe not 100%. Or as much, or to use it as what they're going to do when as far as I understand, not necessarily to replicate, but they still will uptake it.
There is a small minute that they do absorb, but you're not thinking, okay, they're going to eat. I'm going to leave that little headspace, and they're going to eat 100% of the oxygen. Never have to worry about oxygen. So there is still some in there.
Okay.
And a lot of the professional breweries go through the hassle of CO2 in their bottles and pulling vacuum on them, and even blasting that little top of CO2. Oxygen's a huge thing they have to worry about. Because once the beer leaves the factory, they don't know what's going to happen to it. If it sits on the shelf for 6 months and I don't know what temperature is going to sit out, they have to worry about everything.
Yeah.
Way more than we do, which is nice. It's like, hey, I can make this beer. Once I'm done for 2 weeks, I'll stick it in the fridge, and then I know where it's been. So,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Unlike Chad, you don't know where he's been.
No.
I love you. I love you.
Well, and just reducing any of the amount of oxygen, like you've done with the bucket, not doing the bucket stir, is just a great idea. Like you said, this beer that we're having right now, it's a year old, and that oxygen could easily have turned into a cardboard flavor if you had mixed that in a bucket.
And these beers have sat out. I put it in the fridge just a week ago. They've sat out the whole year.
Yeah. Okay.
So
great.
Then you can see it's not too bad. As far as you still got to be careful. So
okay,
and as far as use the Cobra tap and the bottling one, I have the one that takes apart the bottling one with the spring in it. I take the spring out and leave it out because if you set the bottling one in the bottle with the spring, you have to hold it in there. If you take the spring off, you can just set it in there and open the Cobra tap all the way, and you can hands off. It'll fill the bottle.
Okay.
So if you got your hands off the bottle, now I have time to cork one. So it's almost an assembly line. You dial in the CO2 just right. So by the time you're done corking one and setting it over there, your other one's full. You pull the Cobra tap out with the wand, you set it in the next bottle, you cork it, you set it. So you can bottle quite a bit pretty quick.
Right.
We bottled, it was about 40 gallons, I think we bottled. The cleaning obviously takes the longest, but it was probably maybe an hour and a half.
Wow!
So with two of us,
I've
done it. I can do it by myself also pretty quick. Once you get it dialed in, making sure everything's cleaning all the bottles, using Star Sand. That's the hardest part.
How much sugar are you adding at bottling, and how much yeast to achieve the proper carbonation you have here?
The 530 was about a quarter of a vial.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So some people say half or whatever. We had 2 vials, and that was enough to split up. So, okay, well, that's going to have to do it. And
quarter of a vial into what? To how many?
5 gallons.
To just a 5 gallon?
Yeah.
To that one keg.
And then how much corn sugar?
So it was 3.5 volumes. So whatever that comes out to be.
Of corn sugar?
The CO2. I don't remember.
Oh, you don't.
I don't know. We did Pro Mash, and you just kind of type in for you know.
Oh.
For
okay.
3.5, it'll tell you. I
tells you
live
how
and
much
breathe
corn sugar to use.
Yeah, I live and breathe by Pro Mash.
I didn't even know that. I haven't gone that deep.
Really? Yeah. I can tell you some other tricks that I use with that, and I can hit my starting gravities on my beers all the time.
Okay.
I add water, whatever it takes. I boil all my hop additions are at 60 minutes and below. So if I know it's 60 minutes, I need a specific amount of starting gravity to when I'm done boiling. I'll either boil for 70 minutes, 75, cut it short, or add some water, whatever I need, and then you can adjust your hop addition. So every single time, I'm dead on my starting gravities.
Tasty.
I'm so impressed. I give that speech all the time to people.
Yeah.
Mike's obviously already got it done pretty bad. That's cool.
To hit your... There's no reason you can't hit your...
Yeah, when you come out of your mash tun and you got collect your wort, take a gravity reading, because you can do things to...
Yeah.
to deal with it.
You don't have to be in a hurry.
No.
People are like, okay, it's boiling. I got to let's just step back. You got a couple minutes. An extra minute's not going to hurt it.
Yeah.
If you start doing hop additions, 90 minutes out and stuff because you think the hops are expensive, then you might have to. You might run into some problems as far as, okay, now I threw my hops in at 90 minutes. I'm not where I need to be. Then you're all kind of messed up. So that's why I figure I have 30 minutes worth of time to figure out, okay, I know what the boiling rate's going to be, and it's kind of. The car's already, it's already started down the road, so you know how fast it's going to be. So, okay, throw my hops in here, boom, I'm going to finish out right where I need to be.
Yeah. So as long as you've made your adjustments before you throw in that 60-minute hop is essentially what you're saying.
Just go in the house and get into Pro Mash and put the new numbers in.
Yeah, and you got 30 minutes to do it.
Sure.
Great way to do it.
Most of my beers are 90 minutes. I got the barley wine, a couple other beers I do 120.
Okay.
And the beers that are really big, anything over 90, I have, and all my beers are 100% all grain. I don't add any DME because I have the option to continue to boil them down. So the big ones like the 95s, the Golden Dark Strongs and the barley wines, those ones are a little bit harder to get 100% all grain. You waste, because it's usually first runnings. So you waste a lot of grain to get that huge, and that becomes an option. It's like, well, yeah, I can just cheat a little bit here. We'll throw some DME and be done with it instead of buying another 5 pounds of malt.
Yeah.
So you got to weigh it out.
But you don't. You'd rather...
No, I can make a second beer with it.
Yeah, okay.
Party go.
If you throw DME in there, you're not going to know what your final gravity is going to be. Always, that can be a wild card.
Okay.
You don't know where they mashed it in. When you took all this time to mash it in a certain temperature, and you want whatever you want to get out of that mash, and you throw in some DME, you don't know what they did to get that DME mash.
So you mean that it could really ferment out differently than the
you don't
grain
know,
mash?
Yeah, you don't know how many fermentables are in there versus non-fermentable.
I see. Okay.
I like my beers really dry, so most of my mash temperatures are 152.
Okay.
Jamil says 154. There's a lot of them. They're just too thick. If you one or two beers and I'm full, there's just too much sugars in it for me.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why I like some of the Belgians, some of them really dry. I just don't really like the big heavy stouts and stuff that there's a lot of residual sugar. I mean, they're great in taste, but I just can't they're not session beers, yeah.
Okay.
When you got a 7-8% Golden Strong or something, and you're putting 3 or 4 down, you're like, wow, I didn't know.
Really?
Because that's a good beer.
Yeah,
and that's the first date.
Yeah, is that what's supposed to happen?
That's third base, is what that is.
Third base on the first date.
Yeah. When I'm done making a beer, at the end of the day, it's like, okay, is it drinkable?
Yeah.
It's like it could be huge, complex, this beautiful thing. You take a couple sips, and okay, that's it. Well, that's not really what I'm after. I want something that's drinkable.
Okay.
Can we talk about 45 now?
Okay, go ahead. 40. So that was 5.
I'm just saying. I like it a lot.
What JP's talking about, the designation. This is a red wine yeast. The designation is called BM45. If you're familiar with any of the wine yeast, and that's what this one is. So, I did a couple of experiments with some different wine yeast to see where they'd ferment. I did a couple beakers. Let's just say it's pretty much the size of a mason jar. It's about a quart. I did 4 of them. One control with a 530. 2 red wines. One was the 45, and the other one was the Syrah red wine yeast. And then the last one was Chardonnay, which is 47. D47, I think, is the designation of that one. And it just fermented. The white wine fermented it too far. It was beyond the control. I think the control finished out at 10-12, and the white wine finished out at 10-10. So that got me worried as far as, okay, I don't necessarily want this thing to finish out any more than where I'm at. So, and the red wine didn't ferment any extra sugars. So that's kind of where I've kind of stuck with that. So it keeps the mouthfeel, doesn't dry it out.
All right, so this is the same beer as we had on our first one, the 530. So we're still talking about the same Belgian that you did.
Yeah.
But instead you bottle conditioned with this 45
red wine
yeast.
At the particular time we can keg and add the sugar, I had the option to you throw a different yeast in there. So instead of adding the 530 at kegging, we put this BM45 red wine yeast in at kegging. So
I rather like it. It doesn't have the Chardonnay quality as the 530 does. You know, as much of it.
Yeah, the sour tart little part's not there either.
Yeah, it's not. It is cleaner and even drier, but still very similar. I would, if I drank these, blind. I didn't know they were two different yeasts. I'd probably have a hard time guessing that's because they are very similar. You guys picking up anything other than that? It's
seems
drier
more acidic. Yeah.
Okay.
They both have a wine character, small, but they have a wine character too, and I think that's what might confuse the beer drinker on that one. Yeah, there might be a lot the same, and they both have a lot of oak in them. Or maybe not a lot, but there's a hint of oak in there that I can tell.
Yeah, the 45 has a little bit more aromatic properties to it too.
It's smoother drinking. It would drop my panties, I guess, is what I mean.
Smooth.
Okay, and then the third one, am I mistaken? The third one has Russian River written on it.
That's correct.
Okay, I thought this was maybe another wine yeast. What's this? What did you do with the third one here?
I haven't figured out what yeast Vinny uses in his bottle conditioning, but I do have some bottles of Redemption. This was a bottle of Redemption that I drew out of the bottle. So, primary fermentation on those are 530 also. So I don't know what's left over as far as if it's filtered out or not. I didn't ask him. And then he bottle conditions with his particular wine yeast. So I thought it'd be an interesting compliment to see what the aspects, if I get that Russian River house flavor coming through or not, and what the difference is between the BM45 red wine yeast and then the Russian River and then the control. So it's kind of more of an experiment.
It is hot, yeah.
Yeah, because alcohol right away.
So hot right now.
And like honey.
It does have a little bit of the Russian River house flavor, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So I think there's a good portion of that comes from their bottle conditioning, because you can taste it. It tastes like tastes Russian River.
It smells like apple juice almost a little bit to me.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah?
No.
It's apple juice. I carbonated
Well, there you go. Drink up. I will.
The rest of us got the beer, though.
And then I'll car race you down the hill.
I think again, it's still similar. They're all real similar.
Yeah,
they should be. I'm the same beer.
That Russian River one, though, is
my favorite.
It separates. They are very
different than the other two.
It's way different. I'm partial to 45.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Cougar Hunter.
There's he's on base.
Yeah, Doc's definitely on base. That was a double. I don't know. The Russian River is the most unique, though, I think, of the three.
It is the most unique.
It has the most different characteristics.
Well, if you've had Vinny's beer, which I'm sure you've had, everybody here has, at his brew pub, and then even we'll talk about Damnation, and then you go buy a bottle of his Damnation. I mean, it's a different beer.
Yeah.
And he tells you that. He prides on it, and they both have good aspects of each one,
Right.
They're clean, and then you got the bottle condition, which have a little bit more of this wine flavor.
Yeah.
So...
All right, we're going to take a break and do some more of this. I really like the way that you've done this, Kuda, and taken this base beer and done just the experimentation. I mean, this is the stuff that people are asking for all the time, and just none of us take the time to do it. But you took the time to do it. So
yeah, he's like, I can't drink a whole 20 gallons. So this is what's nice is I have the options. Okay, I make more than 5 gallons. So if some of it doesn't turn out good, well, I still have 5 gallons that's decent. So I experiment a lot.
Yeah. And a great point. Same with Doc. Doc, he's brewing 20 gallons. He's got a little room to mess around with it. Chad brews 10 gallons. He better put that shit on tap quick. He has no room to play.
Yeah, it'll be a lynching.
Yeah, I think the racking cane and the tap is the same thing.
I can tell Shat's starting to get frustrated about it, too. He wants to keep beer around. And he's like, you guys, I'm telling you, we're like a bottomless pit.
If you want to rent kegerator space from me, Chad, $20 a month.
Oh, that's rough.
Storage space.
I don't have any space, so sorry.
$20 a month.
I'm having trouble I've got a lot of bottles now, and I'm having trouble just keeping everything cold.
If you want me to rent, kegerator space from me,
I might have
$40 a month.
Chest freezer with a key. But
yeah.
Yeah. I'm the only
I'll
one
take
in my
the
house.
key.
Yeah.
No, you got Wesley there.
No, that's true.
We have started to think, Doc was pointing this out the other day, we're starting to think that some of the neighbors are coming over to our tap panels at night.
Oh, they got it on the back porch.
It is on our back.
I'd be doing it if I was 14 or 15.
It's called the Schumans.
You'd have to be one hell of a 14-year-old to outlast us, because we're out there till 3 in the morning every night.
Well, I've
so,
seen your neighbors.
You know, you have to...
Well, the Schumans need to get their baits really, really hammered.
That they do.
There's only so far a marble bag will get you, I guess.
Yep.
Here, just lay under this tap.
They got him in the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's step 1 through 5.
All right, more of this. What are we going to taste when we come back? What are you guys thinking?
We'll give you. We got the other, the triple. So I got the base beer.
Okay.
Out of the barrel. I got the wine and then the finished product, or we got some 100% Brettanomyces beers also. So
let's do the one you mentioned first when we come back, so that we can taste the wine, the triple, and that'd be great to taste the wine that came out of the barrel.
And it's a little more similar to what we're drinking now.
And then we'll finish with Brett. We'll do that at the end. Plus, later on in the program, both Cuda and Tasty have a beer in the same category going to second round. We're going to do a blind tasting here on the show. We're going to decide who the real NHC winner is before you guys even get to Cincinnati.
Which kind of category is that?
What category is it, Tasty?
American ales. We both have a pale ale.
Oh, that's a tough one.
Okay, it's going to be tough. We're going to blind taste them. And Doc, JP,
Tasty's more proud of this one than anyone he's ever had, I think.
I hope then that we don't shatter his hopes and dreams, because we're going to declare the winner before the winner's even been declared.
Call Vegas.
I can take it.
Afterwards, we got to get line. We got to numbers on this.
Tasty's been
the over/under on this.
Tasty's been beat twice so far.
I can be had.
Way to rub it in. Way to rub it in, Cuda.
Yeah, Cuda's confident.
Oh yeah, he's talking.
He's been doing well.
I got the Falcon for that one. So.
Oh, that's right.
Oh shit, Tasty! It's on here in the session. Hang in there. We'll be back with a lot more of this tasting.
A good fight.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Every year, June 14th is remembered for many reasons.
It's the 165th day of the year. Margaret Jones was hanged for witchcraft. The U.S. House of Representatives passed the 1937 Marijuana Tax Act.
But this year will top them all.
I'm getting my fancy Bavarian pamphlet out. I've had one too many sausages.
It's the Brewing Network's 3rd anniversary party.
Oh, this thing is going to be working. John, does it work?
Yeah.
Is it working?
You gotta press the red button.
I did press the red button, John. I just wanted to tell you all out there in Radioland that I will be at Downtown Joe's in beautiful Napa's for the anniversary party.
I will definitely be at the anniversary party this year unless something comes up that's cooler to do.
Okay, while John is not here, I'm going to the anniversary party. And
what? What are you? Nothing.
Take it off.
No, go back to work.
Come celebrate 3 years of live beer radio at Downtown Joe's in Napa, Saturday, June 14th. Don't miss it.
Be there.
you know that every day a brewcaster goes to bed hungry? Did you know that brewcaster is silently calling for the help of people just like you? Do you know that every day the unicorn and the rainbow have to blow sailors for loose change? For less than the cost of a half-calf, quad-shot, venti, extra-hot soy milk, triple-pump, hazel, low-fat foam, double-cupped macchiato a day, you can help starving adults in Pacheco. Your love can be felt for as little as 7 cents a day. Visit thebrewingnetwork.com/donate to sign up today for as little as $2 a month. Private first class in the BN Army. Buy your way up the ranks as corporal, sergeant, ranger, or colonel with an easy-to-do monthly donation that keeps brewcasters alive and your favorite internet radio station broadcasting. No donation is too small to help those in need. Can't you find it in your heart to share your love with a brewcaster? In return, you will enjoy the wealth of knowledge that comes with every episode of the session, The Jameel Show, and yes, even that other show. Thank you for listening, and please sign up for your donation at thebrewingnetwork.com/donate today.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
Welcome back to the program, everybody. Talking to Mike Mraz in here, CUDA, about different yeasts, and that was a whole different yeast for bottle conditioning segment, which was very cool, and you really do get different flavors. You know, you're right about that, CUDA, that it can change your beer. You get some different stuff. You do yeast starters, I assume.
Yes, I do.
You do. Okay.
Yeah. One more thing. We'll go just touch on the wine yeast. I wouldn't, if you don't have an aspect to either filter or cold crash and get as much of the primary yeast out as you can, you start adding different yeasts. As far as looking for flavors is wine yeast or whatever else, or even different Belgian yeast, you might get a muddied flavor.
Okay.
So I would say if you don't have the option to cold crash or filter, you might want to not try something too out of the norm.
Okay, so maybe then just use the same yeast that you fermented with, you're saying.
Or don't expect that you're going to get these bright, nice, clean flavors, because it does.
Okay.
You do get a little muddy in there. So
okay, all right, yeah, great tip. If you can't crash it or filter it,
just let it sit. You don't have to be 7 days in primary and then just itching and waiting to get that thing on tap. Hey, let it sit for a little while.
Right.
Most of those beers will clear out.
Okay.
Except the Duvel yeast, I hate that stuff.
Oh, yeah?
No, that stuff doesn't flocculate for anything. I don't filter any of my beers. I cold crash and let them sit. And that yeast just
hangs around,
just hangs and hangs.
Okay.
So I just don't use that yeast.
You don't? Okay.
It's not worth the trouble.
Well, Golden Strong's my favorite style of beer. If you're going to say, okay, this is the one style you can only have, it'd be that style, because it's drinkable, it's clean, it's got a lot of flavor. But I just can't stand using that yeast because it's so much more extra work for me.
Okay. Well, somebody had let me ask that question just a second. So, a question came through from a listener, but you don't have to do a starter for your bottle conditioned yeast, do you? Or are you starting that? You can do that right out of the vial.
No, I just use I use a quarter of the vial.
Okay.
When I do that for 5 gallons.
For 5 gallons, right.
Just do that, and then for the wine yeast, it's pretty much, that looks about right,
I see.
It's just not a huge, but I do...
Just eyeballing it.
Yeah, you don't need a whole bunch.
Okay.
But you do need to hydronate it, or add some water. They tell you, and I do boil the water, cool it down.
Okay.
And you get, I think it's 100 degrees, a little bit right around there. Add the yeast, let it sit for about 15 minutes, and then pour it into the keg.
Okay.
So I don't just put the yeast in dry.
You don't. You have to hydrate it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I do.
Okay.
So you might be able to get away with it, but I'm putting this yeast in pretty high alcohol, and I don't want to. If it starts sucking up that high alcohol, I don't know what it might work, it might not.
Okay.
So I'm going to make every best effort to make that yeast
acclimate it
as fast as it can and be as healthy as it can.
Okay. Well, a question that came through about starters. Does it really matter what base malt you use when using a starter? And, of course, any one of you could probably chime in on your preferences for this here. But, they just want to know when you're doing a starter, is it going to matter what base malt
I use just dry DME.
Me too.
The light stuff, right?
Yeah, usually.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
and I decant most or all of it off of there. And
it doesn't matter what beer you're brewing, you'll just use light DME.
Exactly.
Okay.
Most of the time. Sometimes I'll have extra. I do have a pressure cooker, and I don't know if you guys have heard the story about, sterilizing the wort with a pressure cooker.
Yeah.
If I have extra stuff, wort left over from some brew that I did, I'll run 3 jars. My pressure cooker holds 3 jars, and I'll do those. But I usually use those up pretty quick, so I end up having to do DME.
I used to do that when I first started brewing. You leave a lot in the brew kettle. Yeah. It's got a lot of sludge and everything else in there. And I noticed that if I put it in like a gallon jug, those big green gallon jugs, and put it in the refrigerator, everything settles out by the next morning.
I have 3-gallon carboys just for that.
And it just it settles down. You got sludge on the bottom, all this clear stuff on the top, a lot of clear stuff. So I rack that off, put them in mason jars. I would put them through the pressure cooker. Mm-hmm. I know they're sterile, they're sealed, and that was my starter stuff for a long time.
Okay.
So if you're thrifty, it's a good way to do it.
And if you're short on time, too, because come the day to make a starter, instead of having to boil the whole thing, it's ready to go.
Oh, exactly. You just pop the top off of it, and it's sterile already.
Yeah.
And it goes right in there, so you don't have to boil and cool it and then pitch.
No, yeah, just set it up there, and the yeast and the starter is the same temperature. Just pitch it in and let it warm up by itself and let it go. I use a stir plate. I do use... because I do 20 gallons, I do more than just a stir plate. If I'm just doing 5 gallons, it's easy. I'll just throw it on the stir plate and be done with it. But I also use an aeration stone with an aquarium pump. I talked to White Labs about this, and it works really good. And most of my attenuation numbers are right at the top of the yeast or even higher as far as my attenuation numbers, and it works really good. The yeast is really active, and they attenuate all the way down to where they need to be.
You're talking about aerating your starter?
Yeah.
So the whole time?
If you use, we'll just say, okay, I'll do a 2-liter. You got 20 gallons, so if you guys are only doing 5, you might want to just do a liter. I'll do 2 liters starting with the yeast in there with a 2-micron and an aquarium pump with a little B3 sterile filter on it, and let it run for 24 hours. I'll pitch another quart on top of it every 12 hours. Sometimes it's 24. It depends. I get lazy and forget about it until I got about a gallon or gallon and a half or however much I need. And then I'll turn it off and let it finish out, settle out, and then decant off the top and then pitch it in my 20 gallons.
Well, that seems like you're aerating the hell out of it. But I guess since it's just an aquarium pump, it's not pure O2.
That's what White Labs does. They use
just air.
Yeah, just air.
Okay.
That's how they grow their...
And they'll do it constant like that as well?
You can't... 24 hours is...
24 hours.
Yeah. Okay. So if you don't put in new sugars...
Yeah. Okay.
So
interesting.
Yeah, some craft brewers just get a vial of yeast and... make their own big pitch.
And I pitch cold, so I'll go through all that, and then I put it in... it's a big bunch of wort going, so I'll put that in the refrigerator as soon as I start brewing. By the time I'm done brewing, it's cooled down enough that it's just crashed all the yeast to the bottom. And it's already at pitching temperature, it's lager temperature.
Yeah.
So I rack off just take off what's on the top, decant it off, and then they're already acclimated to where I want, and I pitch it about 48.
Okay. I think it's going to be... If I had to hit that all show long every time we're getting beer info, we'd never do anything else today.
Just leave it running in the background.
A lot of good stuff, yeah.
I really pay attention to my attenuation numbers, because that kind of tells you what's going on. If the yeast is finishing up its job, if it's doing what it needs to do.
Okay.
What's your feedback on how you're doing on yeast?
Yeah. I would rather pitch less of a strong, healthy yeast than more of a yeast that, so-so.
Okay.
So if you got something, you decant it off or whatever, and it's sitting in the fridge for 2 weeks, you might want to do something about that to make sure it's going to finish out, especially if you make a big beer. If you get a 1048 beer, probably not too much of a worry, but if you're building one of those 1080s or 1090 beers, you want to make sure you got something really good ready to go in.
Yeah.
The yeast got to be at the top of its game at that point.
Okay. All right, what do we got going on here? Which one have you poured us? Is this the triple?
This is the triple. This is about a year old, and it's nice.
I didn't try this one.
That's what I say. It's just nice.
Okay, so with this triple, what you've done for us is given us the base beer, and then we're going to try the wine in between, which is the wine from the barrel that you put it in, and then we're going to get the barrel-aged version of the same beer. Is that what's happening here?
Correct.
Okay, so this one's just the base.
It comes off sweet at the beginning, real sweet, and then it just finishes out dry.
Yeah.
It's super dry, too, isn't it?
It takes you through that ride. It's nice.
Yeah. $10.75, what it started at. Mostly Belgian Pilsner. Sugar I use is the Turbinado sugar, and it's got half a pound of melanoidin in it.
So where do you get
hence your no
Turbinado
decoction?
Yeah, I really like the melanoidin malt.
Okay.
It's I don't use a lot of Munich. I use melanoidin just in small quantities, just to give a little hint there. Something that you're not going to get a lot of flavor out of it.
What do you get out of it?
Just a nice little layer. I mean, there is flavors there for it, but I don't want to hit me over the head with it. You know, you use a lot of, if you start putting pounds of stuff in there, you're definitely going to be able, okay, yeah, I can spot that. I can spot this.
What would you taste if there was a lot of melanoidin malt in a beer? What would it taste like?
Malt.
It just tastes really like wordy? Like it
it's
tastes
like a
wort?
Munich. It's like
or almost like a crystal, but different.
Okay, so it would just be too sweet. It'd be very sweet and wordy. I mean, I'm trying to...
That's simply put... you're going to get malty sweetness, which is different than sugar sweetness.
Yeah.
You're going to get all up front.
You'll be able to taste it.
Okay.
I mean, it's straight, it's like, okay, boom, it's there. If you can kind of hide it and just, there's something, if you...
What the hell was that?
If you got a beer and it's like, there's something there. I can't put my finger on it, but it tastes different. It's not as clean as 100% Pilsner malt.
Okay.
There's something, and that's kind of what I'm searching for. Just kind of a little bit of layer there.
Just something.
Yeah.
Okay. Are any of the two beers that we've tried so far going to the second round? This one here in my hand, or the one we tried before that?
The end result of this beer is going.
It is going to the
This
second
is
round.
the first place in Belgian specialty.
Okay.
Yeah.
These are good beers, huh, guys?
Oh, yeah.
Watch
Yeah,
out,
really
Jamil. Kuda's on his way to Ninkasi. I don't know if it'll be this year, but you keep brewing these things, man. Wow.
None of these are Jamil's recipes, by the way.
Zingo.
Say, he's laying the smackdown on Tasty and Jamil today.
Everybody's getting served here.
I feel I'm next.
Yeah, Doc.
Yes.
No, to Jamil's credit, I did buy his book.
Good.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the one.
Because I ran out of
the whole thing.
Because I ran out of toilet paper. Oh!
No, I did. I did buy it, but after I made all these recipes, I didn't want any to be influenced by it.
Okay.
Didn't want to see how wrong you were?
No.
Well, you said in the beginning that you like to try a lot of commercial examples, some of your favorite beers, decide what you want to taste, and then brew that.
Yeah, if you're going to go say, okay, I'm going to build, a Golden Strong. So you're going to go I'm going to go find some commercial beers. Yeah, some of them are expensive, but it's more of a learning. If what you can learn from that one beer, it's not. I'm not going to go buy another case of that beer. I only need it one or two times. And I kind of know what I like about it and what I don't like about it and what I need to kind of add to mine to make it better. And hopefully you've hit the mark. If you didn't, well, okay, maybe I need to change my recipe a little bit.
Yeah.
But one of the first books I read was Designing Great Beers by Ray Daniels. I mean,
Doc's favorite.
I had
my
that book.
favorite book.
And I love that book. And I had that book in less than a month as far as when I started brewing, because I said I want to make my own recipes and I want to know why you use this hop or that hop, or use this malt or this malt. And how come use crystal malt in a pale ale, but you don't use it in a lager? Why?
Yeah.
And I had no idea. So I'd start reading the book, and then I'd go on the website and okay, what does Crystal 60 do? What's different about that than Crystal 40? So you kind of start reading. Well, that's a little more caramely. That's a little more sweet, or whatever else it is. And think, okay, I see where that fits in.
Yeah.
And then you just kind of go from there, just reading it, and I brewed, read Brew Like a Monk.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Farmhouse Ales and the Wild Brews, all those, within a couple months, I'm just thirsty for knowledge and understand about how to build recipes, why things are done a certain way.
Yeah.
And even when they are done a certain way, you don't necessarily have to do it that way. That's
just
what makes
to know what happened, though.
Yeah.
Sometimes I really wish I knew how to read. I mean, you mentioned all these great books, and
it's beneficial somewhere in your life.
Yeah. Sometimes I really wish that. There's still time, huh, Bevo? Thank you.
I think that door's been closed.
She didn't look too optimistic.
I didn't mean for...
You weren't supposed to actually answer that question.
Let me guess, you went to school.
It was rhetorical? I'm sorry.
You went to school just to eat your lunch, right?
Pretty much.
And
to get free lunch.
Recess and eat glue.
Yeah.
I did great in school, though. I did great in school, but I didn't have to do anything. I just
eat paste and take a nap.
Yeah. Well, detention's like that.
Let me tell you how it works in life and in school.
We're listening.
Get to know the people at the top, and everything else just falls into place. I got to know every single one of my teachers, Straight A's and honors courses. Never read a fucking thing.
You know, I've noticed that in your life.
Get to know the people at the top.
Exactly.
Make friends. Be a friendly guy.
He's a barn smoozer.
You're crappy in math, right?
Barn.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Could never get through math.
Bullshitters who can't.
But I got
bullshit math class.
the way I got through high school math. Started drinking beer with my math teacher. I'm not fucking around. I'm dead serious. Started drinking beer with my math teacher. What I would do is I didn't even do my homework. I was like I was a semester behind in homework, and he says to me, he's like, "Hey, you're gonna have to even after drinking beer with him, you're gonna have to turn in your homework. I don't care that it's late, but I can't pass you." So I come in one day with this stack of papers, this mountain of work for him.
Unfinished work?
I hardly did. I just wrote down a bunch of numbers on paper.
Right?
No, high school. And college, too. College was even easier. So I show up with this stack of papers, and he's like, well, you know, it's late in the semester. I got a lot of grades, so I don't really have time. Why don't you take my grade book and enter and just, you know, go ahead and enter that you've done all of the... All you had to do was check off that you did the homework. So I checked off all my homework, and while I was there, I figured I might as well change my test scores. So I'm telling you, all you got to do is get to know people. It's a piece of cake, life is.
And then you can take advantage of them.
I hate you.
And not feel bad at all for everyone else who had to do work.
You ruined the curve.
For everyone else who had to do work.
We're so
to get through
freaking
school.
jealous.
That sounds like a politician.
But you know,
talking advanced calculus here, fellas. A.
Well, you shouldn't have taken it.
Fucking A.
I got to tell you, one of my first chemistry professors in college, I drank with him a lot.
That's all you got to do.
A lot. And he let me weigh out other things on the analytical balance.
Like what?
And he just comes. He goes. You know, that's really accurate. You got to close the door.
Yeah. I'm telling you, college, same thing. I'm actually not a broadcasting major. I'm a communications major. And my advisor, the guy who did all... so he's kind of the guy who organizes everything. He's the guy who says, if you graduate... Giants fan. We went to Giants games like twice a week. Just make buddies, man. It's a piece of cake. You don't have to know this stuff. Guys like Kuda do all the work. I sit here, I drink it. I tell you guys about it. Fucking done.
So why are you friends with Chad?
I don't know.
Because he does the leg work.
No, Chad's out there brewing every week. See what goes on here? I don't even like this guy, but he brews great beer.
Look, you do this in school, you do this in broadcasting, you do this in beer. It works for you.
Yeah, pretty soon you too can be broke living in a house with a bunch of people and you're 30 years old
at the top
out of your garage.
At the top of your game.
Yeah, listen to all of my advice, kids, that I just gave you. Yeah. And pretty soon you too can be right here.
Yeah. Looking at your
sweating your balls off in the garage.
Looking at all these successful people. Except for you, Beaver.
I married Sam.
Yeah, you're in the same boat as me.
I married Sam.
So someone took a step. Okay.
All right, back to work.
That was terrible.
I didn't say. I'm just reiterating what you said.
Insert your own comments.
That's a boat that's sinking.
Cody, you want to say something on this?
Nope.
Let's take a call real quick. I got some dude on Skype here named King Monkey. Oh, no, he hung up.
Monkey.
All right, good. We can get right back to work. He
was the guy who was having issues in the chat earlier.
Minky.
Okay. All right, let's get back to work here. So we've got this triple.
Yeah, work.
Which is very nice.
Very nice.
We've tasted the pre-barrel version, and I think we all agreed that it was good. And now this is the wine, I assume, that you ended up putting in this Chardonnay barrel. So this was wine that was left in the barrel when he gave it to you.
Correct.
Okay. Did you guys try it yet?
It was fermented on the leeks, so that means all the crud and everything was... And I pretty much did the same thing. We had a significant amount that we just let settle out over a couple weeks, racked off the clean Chardonnay off the top, and this is what...
This isn't your wine, right?
No.
Yeah, it smells yeast bite like it has been on the lees way too long.
Yeah.
Oh, that was all the junk. Yeah.
Oxidized and kind of honey.
Junk.
It tastes like the junk.
It's in the nose too. You can smell it.
Okay. But the key here is that this beer also sat in that barrel.
The wine needs the screw top.
Yeah.
It tastes like it could have been a good wine too, actually.
Well, it is. I bottled it. This is the second bottling, and I brought 12 ounces of it, so it's better out of the cork. So
it's oxidized, I think.
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter. We weren't here for the quality of the wine.
It's not a wine show.
It's still fun to say.
This is not a wine show.
But we are here for the characteristics of that wine to see how much they were picked up in the beer, which is kind of fun. We're always tasting beers that came out of wine barrels, but we've never, I think, tasted the wine.
It's my first time.
So that's cool.
Your first time?
Oh.
Your cherry's been busted.
Yeah. Nice.
Did you guys try the beer already, too?
No. Here goes.
Stop that.
Sounds like Biscuit. Oh, no, actually. It sounds like Murphy.
Sounds like Crazy Bitch.
Oh, the squirrel has moved.
She keeps petting it.
I wanted its butt to face Justin.
He's got gas.
Well,
what was that, Crazy Bitch?
Again.
I like the barrel version.
I don't. I like the base version. I like the base version better.
Why do you always undermine me?
I don't know. I'm not undermining you. I'm sure your opinion is much more valuable. I'm just saying that I like the base version.
That was a compliment, everyone. Just so you.
Although I do like the aroma of the barrel version, and because it has picked up those wine character. The aroma of this wine even is good, and that's picked up in the beer. I like that better. But the taste, maybe it's just because I like it cleaner, and the base version is cleaner than the barrel version.
Well, it tastes more like a straight Belgian beer you could buy off the shelf.
Yeah.
I don't get a whole lot of
recognizable, basically.
I don't get
a different style.
Yeah, I don't get a whole lot of the Chardonnay out of this, but I think the tannin really helps to kind of have it finish. It seems like it finishes a little drier, but there's a lot of malt still there. You know what I mean?
It takes the sweetness out of it too.
Yeah, but at the end,
it
kind of dries it up, and I think that's the tannin from the oak, and I like this a lot better.
It finished out at 10:04.
After the barrel.
Couldn't tell that.
Yeah.
There's no way.
And that's 9.75.
This tastes like a 10.
The after the barrel version is 10:04. What is the base version?
10:08.
Okay.
Wow. I would have never guessed.
What do you think about these two different beers?
It's a whole different beer. It really is.
Yeah. It's a mood. The
mood.
Well, I mean, beer. As far as when I don't.
You're
drink,
right. Yeah.
I don't drink IPAs at home just because you're sitting on the couch, and really intense and enjoying that beer. If I have an IPA, it hits me over the head. The flavors are just too much. But if I'm out hanging out with the buddies at the bar, give me the double IPA. Give me what you got because that's just it. Just seems to work. So if I want just a nice clean beer, I like the base beer. But as far as the barrel age works good with food. It's just whatever you pair it with. It works good with fish.
That's an excellent
chicken.
point.
So I got plenty of beers to choose from. So it's more of a mood. What do I feel like? What do I want? Do I want a sour? Do I want a pale ale, an IPA?
Yeah,
a Belgian. I'm lucky to have that choice.
Yeah,
we're just pairing it with other beer.
Yeah, right.
This beer goes well with beer.
We're lucky too.
I did bring some hot chicks, but
he did.
We didn't notice them.
Where are they?
He did.
She's on the counter.
She's in a bag on the counter. That's how Cuda rolls.
Good.
His hot chicks come in a bag
everywhere with
Sounds
him.
like our kind of gal.
JP, you got any comment about that?
Oh yeah.
I'll be very receptive.
She moves kind of slow.
He's like, he comes in. He goes, I didn't want to break the rule.
Do we have to wash her out?
So he brought us a hot chicken.
And
It's a
beer.
chicken. It's a roasted chicken. He's like, I know the rule, so I brought you a hot chick. Well, that's the best I could do, buddy. Sorry. Tasty, what do you think of these two beers?
It was a long drive, 2 hours. You couldn't have picked up something on the way.
Well, one thing.
I'm married. I'm not allowed to do any of it.
Hey, it's not for you.
True.
I don't want any part of that. Any part.
One thing that I we start comparing the beers, but I keep getting into this mode where I'm thinking, these really are both very good beers,
Yeah.
They're in their own right, and they're almost like two different styles,
Yeah.
made from the same beer. It's pretty cool.
I think that difference of 4 points is all the difference in the world in this beer. It's a big, big difference. 4 points. I think that is in just the way that it's on your palate, the whole bit from 10.8 to 10.4 is a big deal.
Well, there's such different beers. One's dead on a triple.
Yeah.
And the other one's dead on. It's just specialty. Just screams out that.
So the barrel version of this is the one that's in the second round.
Yeah, I got first place on the West Coast for Belgian specialty.
Which is
for
no small
Belgian
feat.
specialty.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Doc, yeah, absolutely. Cheers to that. This Belgian specialty that he won in could not have been put into the regular Belgian category. It wouldn't have done as well.
Not in a triple.
Yeah.
No.
But his Belgian triple may have.
Oh, yeah.
Because that one does fit.
That should have gone farther.
So this second one does have enough of those unique flavors. It has to be in the specialty category.
Well, it's very Belgian.
Yeah.
And in the specialty category, the spice category, a lot of the judges are like, oh, geez, I got this.
Oh.
And they have to get the experimental stuff. And this is a really nice beer that should be a beer instead of these other things that people just experiment and they throw in there. It's a great beer. And it's very Belgian-y. Obviously, a lot of time's been put into it. So this should have won. I see this thing going all the way.
Yeah? Knock on wood. Don't jinx the poor bastard.
Hey, you know what? If he can get... Are you going to Cincinnati?
Yeah, are you going?
No, if somebody was somebody was said, okay, hey, you've been brewing for a year and a half. You're going to win the Maltose Falcons.
Right.
And you're going to have 3 beers advancing to the second round of NHC. You should probably go.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
Gonna say, Pat, what are you smoking over there?
Yeah.
You know, I would have never thought.
Understood.
Yeah, so maybe
I didn't want to go to Cincinnati.
Yeah.
And I said, well, if I get a beer, you know,
Well, I do it the other way.
So, and then Justin said, you got to go.
You got to go.
Next year, do it the other way. Make your plans, book your flights, and then hope you win.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I will. So, yeah, that'll have to be
It makes
next
the first
year.
round as exciting as the second.
But you can see my point. It's like, yeah, right. Like, I'm going to have something advanced. So.
Right. Nah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I can see you have something advanced.
I think he could too next year.
That's why what I do is I go, yeah, right. Like I'm gonna get something to advance, and it usually comes true. So for me, it works.
Or not.
No comment.
Okay.
I was thinking, you know, you could...
That's a base on balls.
Think that on your next date.
You think that was a base on balls?
Hey, at least I got on balls. Go with what you know. Isn't that what they say, Justin?
That's what they say.
If you know the sack, bet the sack.
He knows all about the balls.
That's a new phrase. If you know the sack, bet the sack.
Well, I could certainly finish the bottle of both of these beers. They're both very
And you
good.
probably will.
In about 8 seconds.
Yeah.
I really like the base beer, too. So,
I'm just a huge fan of the base beer. It is really good to taste the differences.
Yeah.
I don't think now were the oak chips still in this barrel when you put?
No,
it was just the barrel.
No, I took the oak chips out and made a sour beer with that.
Because you guys are saying that this second version is really oaky, and I'm not tasting.
I get oak more than the base beer is so triple. Triple is one of my favorite styles, and I just love that beer. This is a great beer. And then when you get over to the other one, I can tell it's been in a barrel. It's not overpowering. A lot of people put it on oak, and it's just like, you put oak in that.
My palate's not that good. I wouldn't have tasted the wood. I would have tasted the wine, I think, but I wouldn't have tasted the wood.
Taste the wood.
I wouldn't have picked that up.
Yeah. Pretend it's Friday night.
We went to the Barrel Age Festival down at the Bistro in Hayward. And we came, because, you know, it's like, hey, we got all these barrel-aged beers. Let's go down there. And so this is my friend Andrew. We went down there. And it was like they were almost all of them were over the top.
Yeah.
Either sitting too much oak, too much bourbon. It's like, you know, it didn't help that I was hungover because I think it was the Dogfish Head, or there was something.
It should have helped your hungover.
Yeah, but I agree with you. A lot of those beers, too much.
Yeah.
Enough to even put you off from barrel-aged beers in some cases.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't know. It's their first time or their second time.
So many times, you know, I want to do an oak beer, and it's like, whoa.
Yeah.
This is very subtle.
Well, so you must have taken that bad experience with you when you decided to do yours.
Oh, yeah, and Doc said subtle.
Yeah.
If you can layer all these flavors, just a little hint here, that's the melanoid malt. Just a little bit here.
Yeah.
The turbinado sugars, I don't use base sugar in my beers because it's too clean. And I've done a couple Golden Strongs that had, you know, plain sugar, and they're too clean. It doesn't. There's an extra flavor there that sugar adds that it's either be dirty or rummy or what it is. I like that because it adds something to it. I don't want just hot alcohol or higher alcohol just to add the sugar with no extra backbone to it.
A big beer really should be layered.
Yeah,
and
of course.
The second one here, one of the layers is oak, and it's not the first layer.
No, because it's an almost neutral barrel. So what you're mainly getting out of it is, I think, is a little like micro-oxidation because you're having some evaporate off, and a little bit of the tannin. I don't think what you're getting is an actual like a French oak flavor. What you're tasting is more like an oak tannin, which is different from like an astringency tannin.
Or you just
completely different.
I tasted it's been in a barrel, whether that's oak or your oxidation.
It's the tannin. I think maybe it's a little bit of the oxidation. I don't know, but I would actually like to see a little more oak flavor in there. Like maybe put a handful of cubes in there and leave it for 4 months, or
I think
half
that'd
an
be too
hour.
Much. You don't want it to hit you over the head. That's like if you put this beer in a new barrel, like
with a new barrel, yeah. But then I think that's what a lot of people do at the barrel age festivals.
Yeah.
They get a new barrel and they have no fucking clue what the fuck they're doing.
The first thing you get is oak, and it just hits you over the head.
Yeah, and it's like, and then they're sitting there dumping bourbon in, like, oh, that should be really good, and it's awful.
You should have to search for it. It should be something there. It's like, oh, I smell it, or do I taste the vanilla? What?
Or that's different.
What is it? And
what's that difference?
That's the oak.
Exactly. And
I shouldn't be all. There's sawdust in your face. It's no.
And I think
some of them are like
you want some firewood.
The beer's got to be on top.
I think Mike said the key word there. It's a beer first.
Well,
everything else is second.
It's a beer aged in oak that had bourbon in it, and that's in my opinion, that's kind of the level where you should taste it. You know what I mean? It's not bourbon that has beer in it with some oak, or vice versa, whatever. But I think with a beer like this, with a little bit of Chardonnay, higher alcohol beer, I think you could take a little bit more oak. Personally, I'm not saying it's bad. I think it's great.
So you like the wood?
I love wood.
Yeah.
I love wood.
I think that Kuda's distinction of you should have to search for it is a great not search for it as in is it there, but wait, what is that again?
That?
What's a great description of? And in fact, so for I think one of the biggest questions we always get in barrel aging is how do we know when it's done? How do we know when to take it off?
Taste it.
Well, when you're tasting it, and then even then people are like, well, I don't have a professional palate. This is a great way to tell if you're tasting something. But you're kind of searching. Is that the oak? Is that the oak? That might be perfect. If you taste that and you go, okay, that's certainly oaky. It's done. It's probably overdone. It is well done. So searching for it's just a great.
That's that whole
flavor.
The whole thing of what they call the broad spectrum of balance. And if you've getting hit over the head, you put that in oak, huh? Thanks.
Yeah. Too much.
Yeah, and you can always blend. You can't take away oak.
It's kind of hard to blend 60 gallons.
But you can blend back. But I mean, it will on a 60-gallon. But like if you overdo, you know what I mean? Like
if you overdo it a little bit, it will mellow out.
Kind of screwed.
5-gallon batch. You put a little too much oak. Yeah. Brew another 5 gallons, half and half.
Yeah. Then there you go.
Yeah.
Or if you can hold out for like 4 months or so, it will mellow out. It's not going to mellow all the way out, but it will mellow out some. It won't hit you over the head.
I would say take that experience and start blending because you will learn so much. I blend my porters with my pale ales and my stouts just to kind of, why not?
Just to see them, right?
I blend.
I do the same thing.
If I have something that didn't hit where I want to hit, I'll brew something else that's going to counteract that. And that one, then I'm going to blend it back.
What I meant to say was you can always put it back on oak, or you always put more oak in. So if you pull it off when it's too early, you can't take oak out. So don't let it go. Don't pull out too early, because then it's not fun. Then you're sitting there working at it, and it's
that's usually not a problem anybody has. How long did this sit in the barrel? This
one's about the same as the other one.
It's 4 months.
Yeah. 4 months.
Okay. Is that kind of kind of learned how to use that barrel?
No, well, that's because these are really light, delicate.
Okay.
I brought some Russian Imperial Stout that sat on it for I think 9 months. So
9 months.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should have pulled out.
Yeah. So like you said, it depends on the style. Taste them. You got to kind of see where it's going, where it's turning. And I tried that beer. Both of us, my friend Andrew, tried that beer, and the Russian Imperial Stout, where I'm talking about now. It's like, I think we messed up.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
It's something's wrong with it, and then all of a sudden, boom, it comes around. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
I'm getting, there's the little bit of that oak that we were hoping for. There's the port flavor we were looking for. But at first, it's like,
I don't judge it too early.
Yeah.
A lot of these flavors got to meld together. I've had some like, I don't like them at first.
Yeah.
And that's the one I'll put down, and I lose it in the back of the kegs. And it comes back. Whoa, I got that. Let's taste it.
But you got to think of it as a bell curve. Are you getting it on the upswing, or are you getting it on the downswing? So, like something like this is like, hey, we're getting some oak, we're getting too much Chardonnay. I'm going to leave it in longer. No, I think you're on the downside.
How often are you tasting to figure out where you are in that
something
curve? Is
like
once
this,
a week,
5 hours a day,
every
later freaking day.
When it gets closer to the end, it's pretty much about once a week. Yeah,
Okay.
But you can let it sit for a couple months
and not taste.
But if you have a
beginning.
huge beer. Let it sit for 6 months. But if you got something that's, the Chardonnay barrel, if you got any other ideas of what you think would be great in a Chardonnay barrel, this is what we came up with is a triple.
Yeah.
I thought that was...
I think it's a great blend.
Yeah.
And, I would
it's a great
say...
use of space.
I would say two things. One, Jay, when you're saying, I don't have the palate, how do I know when it's done? Brew a lot.
It's your beer.
Do it a lot.
If it tastes good.
Do it over and over again. You'll figure it out. Yeah. And then what you were saying, Mike, I just got derailed. My train of thought just derailed. So
it's
It's not as fun as getting railed.
No, it's not as fun as doing rails, as a matter of fact. But that's long.
All right, well, we've still got a Brett beer to try, too, which is going to be a lot of fun. And Beeve has a hangover today, I want to point out to everybody.
Loud noises!
Hang on a second. I'm going to help the girl out here. Did you get a version of this? Did you taste this triple that we've been having? because I think that
That'll kill your hangover.
You should finish the bottle because it's easy drinking.
Here, right here.
Well, it's a great example of it's like how Duvel is a great hangover beer.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's nice and sparkly, so you don't know what you're drinking, and by the time
it's
you're
very
done
dry.
with it, and by the way, there's like a quarter of the bottle left. I'm not trying to kill you here, but I guarantee your hangover will be gone at the end of that bottle. All right? Okay, so Beav will be back in action by the end of that bottle. And then if that doesn't work, we've got this jar that we've been pouring all of our remainders in. And
nice looking jar.
It's called a bar shot. At the end of the night, you pour off the mat they've been pouring all the drinks on into a shot glass, so you could just chug that. And that always works.
I'll be serving that to the Schumans later.
They won't know the difference. Oh, hey, that wasn't
Hey,
true.
Sammy.
Good. They won't know the difference. All right, we're going to take another break. We've got some more tasting to do. We're going to taste...
We got tasty to do.
Well, what's really cool is 100% Brett beers that Coot has brought us.
Yeah.
But he used all 4 strains of Brett.
Yeah.
One for each.
I did the same thing. I got to say, you gave me those 4. I've got those bottles
You
still.
haven't drinking them yet?
No, because I'm not going to sit there by myself.
That's kind of how I was, too.
And
I would.
Well, it's kind of hard. You said would.
Yeah.
This is going to be really interesting because what's the difference between all 4 of them?
I brought the base beer, too, which is WLP 500, too, so you can just a regular old yeast, too, so that'd be interesting. We'll try that one first.
How do you like the 500 versus the 500?
Answer that when we come back from the break, because we'll be talking about all of that and all of those beers. So hang in there, guys. We're going to cover those. Got the base beer, got all 4 Brett beers. One thing I need to mention to you, because the deadline is here, the 21st Annual Southern California Regional Homebrew Championship. We've been talking about this for about a month now, and we've been covering this festival for 2 years, our 3rd year covering it.
You wanted me to put something in, huh?
You're all entering.
I am?
So, Tasty's entering 4?
4 beers, yeah.
Yeah, that a boy.
Yeah.
I guess I need to put something in there.
I got 3.
Great. Here's the deal, everybody. The deadline is the date of our anniversary party.
There you go.
It's
I guess this pale ale's going, so I got to send mine.
Okay, all right.
Saturday, June 14th is the deadline for your entries. So here's what I need you to do. BN Army, listen to me. I need you to enter this competition. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, especially if you either didn't enter the NHC or you didn't make it to the second round.
Like me.
Another great way for you to get a little bit of feedback. They're good judges. They've been doing this for a while. Look, it's the 21st annual of this competition. This competition has been going on longer than almost every competition in the country. So
then my ideal girlfriend has been.
They have good judges. They have good feedback.
Yeah. So you're really going to get a lot of good information from your beers. Plus, I would love to see a good BN Army showing.
Sweet.
I mean, competition season. It's winding down after the NHC. There's only just a couple more, and the big ones, they're just not here anymore. This is one of the last of the big ones. So I want you guys to enter this. You go to hopheads.com, hopheads.com, and you can get all of the information that you need right there at hopheads.com for where to send it to. Drop-off locations are Beer, and More Beer right here in Concord, or Beer, and More Beer in Riverside if you're on our coast. But there's also shipping information right there. Entries are only $5, so it's a little bit cheaper than your average competition, too.
B3 Concord, I asked Jonathan, you got to have him in by Tuesday.
Okay. Have him in there by Tuesday.
Just to know.
Regan's going to drive him down?
If you're listening to this...
It would be packaged for Regan driving him.
Oh, so that's even better. So he's going to drive him straight there, not going to sit in a UPS truck.
Exactly.
Or it might be worse than a UPS truck.
You never do know.
So the Inland Empire, they put that on, right? The brewers.
Yeah, Inland Empire. Inland Empire Homebrewers is the homebrew club, and that's who you make your checks payable to. But you get all that info on hopheads.com, and I want you guys to enter this thing. Okay, it's got to be done this week. Send in if you are listening to this podcast, whether it be tonight or Monday morning, I want your entries in the mail on Tuesday, and you guys will get it there in time. I'd love to see a BN Army showing. We got JP, Shat, Kuda, Tasty, and Doc all entering this competition.
Justin's entering something, too.
Oh, because I'm a partner in one of yours? Yeah. All right, so I'm entering as a co-brewer. Fantastic.
Partner brewing.
Really want to see this happen, guys. Let's see a good BN Army showing, all right? So do me that favor, please. Hopheads.com.
So I'm entering as BN? Cool. You can do that.
Well, here's the cool thing. If you want more points for Doze...
this isn't points for Doze. We're going to do this BN all the way.
Well, here's the good thing, Doc. you can enter as your own club. If any of you across the country want to get points for your club, or you just want to enter as your own homebrew club, you can do that. But then also write Brewing Network next to it so they know where you found it from, because we don't care about points here at the Brewing Network Club. That's all fine and good. They'll know that you came from the BN, so you won't be taking points away from your club. It's just one more competition. And you can put the Brewing Network. They said that they will recognize both. So check that out.
You can title your beer BN Army.
However you want to do it.
Shit.
Just
That'd be awesome.
no, right next that would be cool too as they're announcing the winners, but most important, write your own club and then right next to that club the Brewing Network, because they need to know where these entries came from, because they just really want to know what the BN Army is representing. So do that for us if you would.
I don't think that's going to be a problem.
All right, let's take a phone call real quick, then we'll do this break. King Monkey is on the telephone.
Minky.
I guess he gave up on his Skype, so
I would.
King Monkey, what's happening, brother?
Hello?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Yo, Monkey.
Hey.
What can we do for you?
Second, I got to turn down
Do that for
my
me.
computer here.
Bevo, is this a Drunk of the Week call? Okay.
Maybe it's both.
Turn into that.
We can do that, too.
What do you got, man? What's happening?
I had a yeast question, but it's probably going to turn into a Drunk of the Week question. Or call. Wait, what?
Testimonial.
All right, go ahead.
Just a second. I've got my daughter on my other earbud, so let's try and keep it clean.
Keep it clean, everybody.
All right, guys.
Thank you for the heads up. Always give a heads up. Go ahead.
Just a yeast question.
All right.
I had a White Labs London yeast starter, and I was wondering what it should taste like. So I did a yeast starter for my first time, and I'm thinking you should taste things along the way to make sure that it tastes okay, right?
Only if it's clean. Sure. That's the only thing. If you taste that yeast starter, I wouldn't take a sip and let it slosh all back down in there.
Yeah, I wouldn't taste your yeast starter.
No, because there's no hops
after.
There's no hops in it. There's no layers. There's no nothing.
You could pour some up.
I pour some up and taste it. If it tastes really clean and not sour, you're good.
Yeah.
And I think past that, you might as well just give it up.
I think the not sour thing is about the only thing you're able to pick up out of that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, and it's his first time, he sounds curious. It's not going to hurt anything. It's fine.
No, but don't drink it out of the flask and then let it slosh back in.
Yeah. No,
don't backwash.
I didn't drink it out of the flask. What I did was I let it start for a couple days, and then I put it in the refrigerator. After it had carbonated for a while, I had a tinfoil on top, and then I let it sit in the refrigerator for about 5 days.
All right.
And then I was ready to brew my beer, and so I poured off the top of it very carefully because I didn't want that in my beer. And
okay.
Then I tasted the starter, and it was very buttery, which I guess is
a little diacetyl. That's London ale. Yes.
Okay.
And so is that okay, or is
that's normal. You want that from that yeast.
You're good.
Okay.
You're in good shape.
So it's a perfectly good yeast. Good.
Oh, yeah.
So
I wouldn't let the starter go 5 days though. I like to get it at its peak of happiness, so I would try to do the starter closer to your brew day.
My problem was that I had to. Just a second. My daughter is readjusting my microphone. Just a second.
No problem. We'll wait. There's only like a few thousand people hanging out.
Take it away.
Yeah, they can wait.
Yeah, good point.
Wait. Where was I? Wait. Okay, so
I don't know.
I did my starter. Well, no, I meant to brew like a couple of weeks ago. I went to go brew a beer, and my daughter, my wife goes, "Hey, we got to go in 2 hours." I was like, "What? Wait, what?"
Yeah.
And so I thought, "Oh crap, what am I going to do?" And so I went on to more beer forums because I hadn't found these forums yet.
Okay.
And I said, "What should I do?" And someone suggested a starter, so I looked at the sticky. And created I created a starter, and then that went for like 2 or 3 days. I can't remember.
All right. Listen, I can't take this anymore. I think that you did a great job on your starter. It sounds like it tastes fine. Let your starter go for like as long as it's peaking. I mean, 3 days is wonderful.
I'm not done yet.
I know you're not done, but I'm done. So
you are.
That's
done.
That's part of Drunk of the Week.
Okay, so let's turn
if you have another question, I'll totally take the question. But short of that, I got a whole rest of the show to do.
Am I drunk of the week?
Not yet.
You can't be drunk of the week and ask a yeast starter.
No,
question.
actually, so far.
Well, you're chatty Cathy of the week. I'll tell you that right now.
And then my friend and I, John, and then we went to the store and we got ice cream. And I was wondering what kind of ice cream we should get. And John was like, "Well, I really think you should get pecan." So we found an ice cream for him, and we talked to the ice cream guy. And do we get ice cream of the week?
That's a hit.
You call in, we get to make fun of you. Sorry.
How it goes.
I'll tell you this, the Crazy Monkey or whatever. I forgot what the name is.
King Monkey. King Monkey. I'm the king.
Oh, King Monkey. Sorry,
I thought it was Chlamydia Monkey.
Okay, so Crazy Monkey, if you call in again at the end of the show, you are very likely to win Drunk of the Week, my friend.
Okay, I'll finish off my brother David's triple from Anderson Valley Brewing Company, and then I'll call you back.
Perfect.
Great.
All right, brother. Thanks, man. Cheers. Okay.
I'm King Monkey. That was so in the Gata Davida. What are you thinking?
There was a question in there somewhere. I wanted to answer the poor man's question. I waited as long as I could, and it's just not that point in the show.
It isn't.
When we get back, we're going to be doing these Brett beers. I'm looking forward to that. Plus, we're still going to do the blind tasting of Tasty and Kuda's beers and decide who the national champion is right here on the BN.
Get your bookie on the phone.
Oh, the pressure. I can't even believe it. All right, hang in there. Shat's doing a great job today, I want to point out, getting all these beers expedited. We'll be right back. Hang in there, kids.
Yay,
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Oh, crap! It's the hop shortage!
No, not the organic free-range Oyster Russian Imperial Coffee Stout.
It's all gone. We'll never brew again.
Damn this hop shortage. Damn it to hell.
Oi! Away off your wee hop shortage.
Who are you?
A Scottish 80 shilling, and you cannot brew a Scottish 80 shilling like you was mixing cement with hops instead of gravel, you great ass.
Use less hops, brew more beer. Northern Brewer has kits and ingredients for dozens of worldwide beer styles that don't require a lot of hops to make a great pint, like the bloodthirsty and abusive Scottish 80 shilling. Keep drinking great beer. Order at northernbrewer.com and get flat rate $7.99 shipping anywhere in the contiguous U.S. 1 beer kit, $7.99 shipping. 1 million beer kits, $7.99 shipping.
Together we can beat this hop shortage.
My lambic!
It'll only help it.
We want beer.
Always tastes so good.
Beer.
Just the way it should.
Beer.
So refreshing and light.
Beer.
Once you flip that lid,
Beer.
you're gonna be glad you did, 'cause beer in a can tastes so right.
Beer.
Once you pop that top,
Beer.
you ain't never gonna stop, 'cause beer in a can tastes so right. That's beer.
Tasty. Tasty. Tasty can. Tasty can. Tasty can. Tasty. 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 Nico Fragin. Nico Fragin. 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 Nico Fragin. Nico Fragin. Hi, I'm Fragin. John Cans. Sean O'Sullivan, brewmaster at 21st Amendment Brewery and Restaurant. On second. Brewery and Restaurant.
Well, the neighborhood has really changed over the years.
Well. Tasty. Brewery and Restaurant. Can. Tasty. Can. That's right. Can. Tasty. Packaged. Tasty. Packaged. Cans. That's right. Hi, I'm Sean O'Sullivan, the brewmaster and co-founder of the 21st Amendment Brewery and Restaurant in San Francisco. Crack open a cold 21A in San Francisco. Crack 21A. Crack 21A. IPA in cans. Crack longer in San Francisco. Longer pressure. Packed longer. Pressure longer. What? In San Francisco. Brewmaster in San Francisco. Well, that's right, cans. Tasty packaged. Local neighborhood brew pub. Hi. Well, I'm Sean O'Sullivan. Tasty crack cans. Tasty crack cans. Brewmaster and co-founder of the 21st Amendment Brewery and Restaurant in San Francisco. San Francisco. Tasty brewmaster. San Francisco. That's right, master. Well, that day is coming.
Wait till you can pour it out of your own kegerator.
I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
Radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to
The Session.
welcome back to the program. Still hanging out with Mike Mraz, CUDA in the forums. We got a lot of things to do, and we're going to try to get it all done in a relatively decent amount of time. Don't forget to go to hopheads.com and check out that beer competition I just told you about. All right, kids? I really want you to do that for us. All right. So what we're going to do now is it's kind of fun. We're going to do a 100% Brett tasting, and it's cool because CUDA brought us the control beer, basically, right? And then we've got the 4 different styles of Brett.
So we need 5 glasses.
You know what's happening here?
Yeah, I have a 6th one too. That's a secondary fermentation.
Of course you do.
It's an English.
Yeah, what would it be down?
It's an English brown that stopped at 1020. So I said, hey, why not? Add some little bit of Brett to finish it out.
Is this only a hobby for you? Are you looking to do this as a career? I ask because you're doing it right to move to the next level.
There's a lot of people that ask that, and some people say I'm a little too humble about it, so we'll see, because it is kind of a OCD. A little bit of a... It's coming on quick, It's like it's a year and a half. It's like, hey, you're
rolling.
You're moving. I got, the Maltos Falcons, best of show, second and best of show, all that going on, and then moving on to the advancing, and now I hear him sitting at your guys' show talking about some of the stuff I've done. So
this is the next level.
This is it.
Where are you going from here, man?
This is huge.
Well, I'm only asking. I'm not asking to push you into it, or because I'm actually not even asking because I think you're ready to go pro. That's not what I'm saying. I'm asking because the way that you're doing things is very structured, and you're really going through all the experiments, and you're learning everything you can about every part of it. And for that matter, thank you for helping us do the same thing with these levels of tasting.
Yes.
I just think you just seem like a prime candidate in your thought process, the way you go about your hobby. You're very professional about it.
I would say I do think of about it as a professional brewer aspect as far as, okay, what would they do?
Okay.
I'm going to make something, it's, what would they do? So, yeah, I do think about those lines as like, I'm going to make the best beers. I'm not going to consume 100% of the beer I make. If I don't like it, I'm going to dump it.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily, what benefit I have, I don't have to sell to somebody. And that's a huge burden on your shoulders as far as, hey, I got beer I'm making.
Absolutely.
If it comes out crappy, I'm in trouble.
You're not dumping that.
Yeah, no, especially when you got 15, barrels of beer sitting there in your fermenter, and you're like, I don't know what I'm going to do with this. I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
So I'm lucky at that aspect. But would something better come out of it? I don't know. We'll see.
Okay. All right. I guess we will see. Beavis, is that beer helping your hangover yet? How's it doing over there?
That's a little lively.
How much have you had?
I drank most of the glass.
What's wrong with you?
I feel like crap. I'm sorry.
You're a mess.
More beer.
I am a wreck.
Is your pupil freaking out again?
No, my pupils are fine.
Are your balls as sweaty as mine are right now?
My back is, though.
It's hot in here.
Ooh, balls and back. It's a nice combination.
It's a rare combination.
Sounds like
not for me.
Anyway,
I'm looking over at you. You're bringing me down. At least smile or something.
JP.
No, you look like you're dying. It's bad.
We got to work this.
It's really bad.
She is married to Sam.
Hey, wait till
I didn't just drink a lot last night. I drank everything last night.
Wait till
Everything that we had
next
in the
Sunday,
house.
my dear. You think it's bad now? Next Sunday.
So you empty the mini bar.
We had a bunch of alcohol left over from my bachelorette party,
And you should
and now there's none.
Okay.
I mean, bottles.
That's bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so not only we're going to taste these right now, we're going to talk about Brett beer. So get your questions ready. If you've got Brett questions, 888-401-BEER, or you can join Bevo in the chat room. Also, we've got a couple other tastings we've got to do. We got to do the face-off between Tasty and Cuda to see who wins the NHC. And then Doc actually brought us a beer that he has to decide what to send to NHC.
Right.
And we're going to do that decision here. So a lot of tasting to do and a short amount of time to do it. And I got a phone call right now. So Shat's still pouring these beers for us. This works out okay. Caleb is on the phone. Says he's got a brewing question.
Caleb.
We'll see how that goes. Hey, Caleb, what's happening?
Hey, man, how's it going?
It's going great. How are
I'm
you?
not sure if you remember me or not, but it's been a couple of years, maybe a year.
Oh, yeah, we remember you.
Oh, yeah. It has been a while. We haven't heard from you.
I still don't have a keg, just to let you know.
Yeah, okay, now I remember you.
It's too bad.
Could do without the keg.
I think you said, yeah.
All right,
Anyway,
what's the word, man?
Thunderbird.
Oh, you know what? I actually have a true bona fide question. I'm kind of worried that my beer is skunk, and I want to know. So what I just transferred my beer from the fermenter to the secondary, and it smells kind of gnarly, and I want to know what is the best indicator of your beer going bad. I don't really know.
All right. First of all, you said skunk, but I don't think you meant that it's just skunky. Like, you mean, is it bad in general, right? You're just using.
Well, sort of. Although it's got a scent that I'm not familiar with. So
okay.
That bothers me and it worries me. And
you've only smelled it. You've not. You've only smelled it. You've not tasted it.
I did taste it, and it tasted fine.
Oh, so what's the smell?
Sam Squidge.
Just kind of, gosh, it's hard to describe the smell. It's sort of, it's just sour.
Smells sour, but
Smells sour?
But it tastes fine. What kind of beer
are
is
you
it?
a bottler or you're a kegger?
I'm a bottler.
Okay.
Because I don't have a keg. Remember, this is Caleb.
Yeah.
Remember the beginning of this phone call?
Yeah. No, I don't. I was too busy making fun of him.
Wasn't it 2 calls ago? Oh, no.
It's most likely you used an open bottling bucket, like Kuda said not to do. And you got some wild yeast in there. Is it really fizzy and really dry?
You know what? And at the top of the fermenter of the primary, I got a lot of I wouldn't call it head, but it's something that was a lot of it looked like the yeast was active at the top of the fermenter, and it just produced this film at the top that was that I don't typically see. So I was just curious if
that could be neither here nor there, but I'll bet it was in your bottling. You can get some dust and wild yeast in when you're bottling, and it goes into the bottle. And if you taste, if you tasted several of the bottles and they're all the same as in the bottling thing, most likely. If it's 1 or 2 bottles, it's probably you didn't clean the bottles good enough.
I see. Well, I mean, so I haven't bottled yet, so it can't be that.
This is still just in the carboy.
Yeah, exactly.
But it tastes fine and it smells a little sour.
Well, it tastes good, and the alcohol came a little lower than I would have expected.
All right.
What I expected. So.
And I'm sorry, what kind of beer is it again?
It's so I'm trying to do it. It's like a steam. It's Anchor Steam sort of.
And you
I've
said
done it before, and the alcohol content was much higher.
So you said
it was about a percentage higher.
You said the finishing gravity was lower than you thought.
No, it was about it was higher than I expected. So the beer is essentially less alcohol than I expected. It's about 3.5% versus 4.5%, which is what I was anticipating.
All right, I got to be honest. It's just too
Vague.
There's too much happening. Here's what's going to happen. I am happy for us to take on this question and help you troubleshoot if there is something wrong. But I think that for one, it sounds like it's maybe too early to tell, especially for us because we are not smelling it or tasting it. So anything that Doc throws at you right now, it's actually all just kind of hearsay. So maybe just
towards the end of the.
It's a shotgun thing.
Just go through with the beer. Don't throw it out. We say this all the time. Don't dump this beer out.
Exactly.
Okay, I won't.
Bottle it. Do what you do. Taste it. If you like it, then everything's wonderful. If you don't, and there's something wrong with it, then send us a bottle, and then we'll actually go through the whole thing. Because if Doc can taste it and that whole bit, maybe Jameel will be around Tasty, all these guys, then we can maybe help you figure out what's wrong. But right now, it's just a little too early.
You can always salvage beer.
Yeah.
I've had
you can find a friend to drink it.
I had a beer go sour. I put Brett in it. I put oak in it. It's fine. It's drinkable. What yeast did you use?
What's that?
What yeast?
I used the White Labs, whatever their California lager was.
001.
Cal Ale. All right.
The Cal Ale or the 8?
No, the San Francisco lager, which I think is 810.
The 810?
That's it.
Okay.
That yeast takes a long time to blow off. It tastes really funny in the beginning. So it comes out as a really clean beer, but give it some time. Yeah.
All right. Well, I really appreciate you guys' help and advice. And
hey, right on, brother.
It's been a while since I've listened to your show, but it's so entertaining and makes me want to drink on Sunday nights, I guess.
Attaboy.
Yeah,
that's what we're here for.
Sponsors, did you hear that? Sponsors who make beer and sell beer. You hear that? It makes them want to drink beer.
Sponsor alert. Sponsor alert.
All right, brother. Thanks a lot, Caleb.
Yeah, you guys have a good night.
Cheers. All right.
Send that to testimonials at the Brewing Network.
Nothing against Caleb. Fantastic question, and we'll cover that later. Let me just clarify, though, real quickly. When I say if you have questions, and to dial the number 888-401-BEER and to enter them in the chat, just try to keep it on topic when we're in the middle of a guest being here. If they're random beer questions, happy to take them like at the end of the program. We'll answer all the general questions. But if we have a guest here, so as not to abuse his time with us, just keep them on topic. 888-401-BEER and join the chat room. All right. What are we drinking right here?
These are the 100% Brettanomyces beer. I actually did a swap. There's a website called babbelbelt.com, Belgian. Steve puts it on, and great group of guys. And we did a Brett swap. And so these, I got wind of the swap. I said, you know what, this is a perfect time to brew my 4 and then get, 6 other ones so we can kind of swap beers and see what's going on. So I sent them these
the small champagne bottles?
Yeah, little 6 ounces of one of each and one control, so they would be able to split the difference out. And what I came out of that swap is Brett's usually by itself 100% is pretty a clean fermenting flavor. Not till it's really stressed out that it gets those weird, wild, funky flavors. And, I've had a couple bottles of Temptation and Supplication, a few other Brett beers. It's like, what am I really tasting here? Am I tasting, which one am I tasting? Am I tasting the PDO? Am I taking the Lacto? Or am I tasting the Brett? Or is it a combination of them? So that's what kind of drove me to do the experiment as far as, okay, I want to be able to pick out which flavor is each particular strain. Is it a little more Bruxalis, is it a little more Lambicus, or what?
Okay.
So,
so let's cover what the 4 strains are. And Brettanomyces is you were telling me before the show, this is not a bacteria, it's a yeast.
They call it a wild yeast.
Okay. Which is different than some of these other things that sour beers. This is an actual yeast, so it can be used like an actual yeast.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Still a brewer's yeast, but it's a wild.
Well, I wouldn't even say it's a brewer's yeast.
Well,
it
wasn't scaled down all the way to make it just this, but it's wild and it's out there, but it's still...
You can use it.
Okay.
Yeah, and it makes good beer.
Okay.
It ferments, the attenuation numbers are way down there.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
So you can take a regular beer. What's the base beer of this? What is the beer?
This is loosely based on the Sanctification recipe from Russian River.
Okay.
It's got some Pilsner, a little bit of Vienna, and some acid malt that I used to lower the pH. And Brett likes to work at a lower pH than a regular yeast. When Tommy Arthur, we'll go back to the beginning, one of the first beers that was a commercial 100% Brett, Tommy Arthur did it with Peter Buchart from New Belgium. And there's not a whole bunch of information on it, but he ended up using a lacto pitch. I don't know if it was in the fermenter or in the boil, but my guess was to help lower the pH so the Brett would do what it needs to do. Instead of messing with that, I just used the acid malt that was in the recipe. I think I got it out of the top 150 beers from BYO is where I got that recipe.
Is acid malt called acid malt?
Acidulated malt. B3 takes it now. They have it now. I used to get it from Northern Brewer because they were pretty much the only one that really had it, but now B3 has it too. Don't use a lot of it. And it gives it a little bit of a lactic tang if you use a lot. If you use a little bit, it just pulls the pH down. I like it in my pale lagers to get the pH down.
I actually use it in my wit, 5%.
Okay.
It gives it that. I like the
5% is a lot.
Well, it gives it that tang. I don't like the sweet American wits. I like the Belgian tart kind of the lacto wit and that works. It works well.
If you're looking for that five's high side. But it works if that's what you're looking for.
If you had a St. Bernardus wit compared to, say, an Allagash, that would be a comparable, is what you get. The St. Bernardus has that little bit of tart flavor that I'm looking for in my wit.
Okay. Yeah. So the base beer of this is really just kind of a...
Pilsner, and the acid malt was used just to help the Brett work. So
okay. And you fermented this one with just... 100%. So there was your primary was done with Brett, I guess is what I mean. You didn't ferment it and then add Brett to it later. And by the way, Shat, I assume I'm just looking at this. We're reusing glasses. Okay, good. Because we had labeled these yeasts. I want to make, but that's not what I'm drinking. Okay.
No, you're all messed up.
Yeah. Well, I just don't want to call them something that they're not.
It was 100% Britannomyces. So I didn't do a starter. I just had the small 3-gallon carboys. I had 4 of them, and what I did is just pitch the vial straight into the fermenter. I didn't do a starter because I just figured that'd be more of a pain to do, and then it starts messing up the control factors. Okay, did this one grow a little bit more in the starter versus this one? Was the temperature? Yeah. So I thought it'd be better.
That's a good point, because from the lab, were they white labs, I assume?
Well, the problem, I couldn't get... Anomalous from White Lab, so that was the only one that I got from Yeast, and they were the only ones that made that. And I don't even know if that's 100% anomalous.
But either way, whatever you just had assumed, okay, their vial or their smack, but whatever you bought it from Yeast at that point, you said, all right, theirs are accurate. It's going to be the same pitch every time if I take it from them, whereas it might be a different pitch had you done a starter.
Well,
correct.
Okay,
Brett likes to be stressed a little bit too, so they actually say to underpitch if you're really going to.
Okay.
If you're going to use it.
Well,
so
and that's
fine.
something that you were talking... We'll get into that, too. You had mentioned that you can start to really do different things with Brett if you starve them of oxygen, if you stress them. What are the 4 strains of Brett?
Anomalous, Bruxellus, Lambicus, and Colossanini, I think is how you say the other one.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah.
What is this first one?
But there is many more, but that's the 4 known in the brewing world.
That's the easiest ones to get.
Yeah. There is other ones that you can... do a wild fermentation and maybe get some sort of off-wild strain.
Sure.
So
if you did an open fermentation in Belgium, there would be more than these 4 in that, I would imagine.
Or in your backyard. It doesn't necessarily have to be,
Or in your bathroom.
Yeah. You get a lot out of that. Chad, this first one, Chad, is this is one without Brett, or I don't understand what, because I was given a control, but I don't know what you...
This is the same beer. I figured it would make sense to obviously do it with regular brewer's yeast. So we just used I did the White Labs 5. This is the 500 strain.
Okay.
To kind of get to see how much funky is the Brett going to make it controlled to a regular Belgian-style yeast. I could have used a Cal-Ale yeast, but that kind of would have been apples to oranges. So if you're going to get some yeast that you would typically use in a Belgian-style beer,
good point.
I'm not going to put Brett in a lager, and that's just or a pale ale.
Right.
So
okay.
I'm going to put it in some sort of Belgian. So let's use a Belgian yeast for the control and see where it goes.
So this is the based beer with the 500 strain in it. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's pretty clean, but it does taste Belgian-y. What an excellent point, too. If you're going to do this Belgian-style thing, the base beer, your control, should taste like a Belgian
like you
beer.
would normally do it.
Yeah, I like that. All right. And that's really nice and clean. It's like a even cleaner version of a Duvel or something. It's really...
Oh, it's the Trappist yeast. Actually, I've had a lot of emails lately about which Belgian yeast to use, and I've gotten away from the 500 because it's just too fruity. And I like the Abbey, which is the 530.
The 2 yeasts that I really like using is the 530, and I use that in my triples and some of the other beers that I make, and I make a Belgian blonde ale too. I really like the 530, and I like the 550. I make a blonde, so I for the 530 it's the Belgian blonde ale, and then I grow it up for the triple, and then I have the 530, which is another Belgian blonde that I make. It's similar to Mike's. I sort of stole his recipe that I grew up to make my Golden Strong with.
Okay.
Those are the two Belgian yeasts that I pretty much use, unless I'm doing something special and want to try something else. I've tried them all, and those are the two that I stick with.
Your dark ales? Like your
530. I just did a dark Golden Strong recipe, and that was 530.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the base beer with no Brett in it. This beer, Shat, is the same.
Why is this one dark?
Okay, this is another one that I did that was. This is kind of a side note here. This is an English brown ale it stopped fermenting at about 10:20. So, I didn't... It was too sweet and didn't like it, so I said, hey, I'm going to throw some Clausenini.
Why not?
Yeah, because I had it. And this is what... So this would be comparable to what the old stock ales, because they'd sit around and they get fermented with Brett. And that's where Brett comes from. The word is known as British brewing fungus. I think Carlsbad Brewery was the first brewery to kind of find out what Brett was. They're big enough to have a laboratory at that time. I don't have the date. It was like 1908, I think, is what it was.
Okay.
So, anyways, I figured, hey, if I'm having English brown, why not put some bread in it and see what it turns out like? And that's kind of where that was. So it's a little tingly, and it's got a little bit. You get the little bit of Brett flavor coming through. Not quite the Orval flavor, but.
Is this a bottle conditioned beer also?
Yes. Yeah.
But it makes it a nice drinkable beer. It dries it out.
All the English flavor is gone. It's pretty much.
It almost tastes more like a Belgian. It was amazing. It was fermented with White Labs 002, the English ale, and it had that English estery profile that you would think that they belong to for a Northern Brown or something. And then once you put the Brett and it started coming alive, it's like I'm getting this fruity aromatic that's coming through, and it's
Although I think that's the only thing it lost was the estery profile, because it still tastes like a brown ale. Yeah. The malt is still there. It's really dry. Yeah. It's got a bunch of carbonation.
And that's from the Brett, yeah.
But I like that. Yeah. It actually, I think, helps it.
Kind of like an Orval carbonation where it's kind of prickly on the tongue.
Yeah, exactly. It really helps it on the tongue. Because of that brown quality in there, the real roasty, that could be too much.
It keeps it off the tongue, that cloyiness. It keeps it off the tongue.
And that was all the Brett that you're saying did that.
From 1020 down to...
No idea. Okay. What I didn't, because I only had 2 bottles, and one of them was done... I did a presentation for the Gold Country Brewers, and one was open there, and you guys got the second one.
This is pretty dry.
Yeah, so, in a single digit.
I would say single, maybe 08, 07 maybe? Yeah.
I don't know, not, 5.5.
Who knows, yeah.
But not sour.
No,
and
not at all.
No. I think this is something, and we talked about this a little before the show, Kuda, and I want to make sure that we cover it as we go through these different strains of Brett, is, Brett isn't necessarily adding a sour character to your beer. And sometimes, and you've found this through your experiments, that you have to add something else to get the sour character too. So I just want to make sure as we're tasting these different strains that we kind of judge if we're picking up sourness. And then, Kuda, you tell us what you thought and what you had to add to get more sourness. Because this one, if I were looking for a sour beer, I would have considered it a failure.
This is not it.
Yeah.
No, yeah. And most people think Brett thinks sour, and it's not.
And it's not necessarily.
No. Especially when you treat it like a normal yeast. You think it's the same character as you would from a normal yeast.
What strain's this again?
Clausenini.
Okay.
Isn't the only one that's sour is the Lambicus?
Well, I guess we'll find out.
We will.
I didn't get it. It's good. They all got little subtleties.
A little a little tartness.
This is
dry,
much more of a dryness.
Yeah, but I mean, for a full on sour, like we're used to, with a Cantillon. I think that's only with the Lambicus strain.
No, it's like pedio and lacto and all those other weird things.
All the weird stuff they put in too. But
I've never got. There's other people on some of the bulletin boards that have got a sour note from 100% Brett, and there's ways to do it as far as when yeast does its thing, there's a process. A chemical process is how it breaks things down. And what Brett breaks things down a little bit different than regular yeast. I don't know the process. I'm not a chemical engineer.
Okay.
And I just figured, that's a little bit beyond what I really want to know.
Well, let's just cover the flavors then, because I think that we can pick up.
It's best you don't know that.
Yeah,
what's the second
it's
one?
Still magic.
Chat, what's the second one that you've poured us here? Do you know? You don't know.
This is anomalous.
The third?
Anomalous.
This is,
The third one?
And is this off of the base beer that we talked about in the first place?
Correct.
Okay.
This is the same wort. We put it in different...
Basically a Pilsner.
Yeah. Chad, I didn't get any of this. You step it up.
So it's the anomalous.
Right
it's the strain that Tommy Arthur used in Mo Betta Bretta. And I thought, okay, this is it. I'm going to get this huge pineapple flavor, and it's going to be great. And, I'm going to get a little bit... Because I never got to taste that beer. And I'm thinking, wow, I didn't get that.
I get citrusy.
Yeah, some people get it, and some people don't.
I get pineapple and citrusy.
Well, but it's not. I mean, they were like talking.
It's not over the top.
They were talking pineapple bomb. These are
no, not at all.
Yeah,
it's dry and it's more fruity than the first or second one. So
I do get pineapple.
But if you notice the aromatic properties, then that's kind of why I like Brett. Is because you think, even when we think about a glass of red wine, what's the first thing you do? You smell it. You kind of twirl it around, you kind of get the aspects.
Yeah.
It's a layering process. It's okay. I'm gonna smell it, and then I'm gonna taste it, and kind of see how it finishes. I think beer should be the same way. You're not going to sit there and no offense to the college people, but put it in the beer bong and finish it out. There's a place for that too, but
no, I would never do that.
Yeah, no,
we've all done that.
Yeah, been there, done that. So something like this is like, I think there's a nice little place between beer and wine that some of these fit.
Yeah.
And the aromatic properties of beer is a huge aspect, I think, that needs to be hitting on. And I think Brett fills that sometimes.
Yeah.
In particular beers, especially in sour beers. I mean, you could put your nose on that and you're like, wow.
Well, sure. That definitely.
Oh, even this was not sour.
Yeah, I was going to say, here's another one, 100% Brett, again, and not sour. Does still have the same
dryness, low
dryness and uber carbonation.
Yeah, and I get fruitiness out of this one that I didn't get in the other one.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, and the nose as well.
So for the listeners, this is based off the sanctification out of the BYO. I think they got 150 recipes or something. Anyway,
do they?
Yeah, it was. Wow. It was. I think there was quite a few recipes in that. I don't know if it was 100, 150.
Yeah, 150.
Yeah,
you can get it at morebeer.com right now. Yeah.
Right there? Where?
You can get what at morebeer.com?
The BYO back issue of 150 commercial beers.
There you go.
It's good information there. If anything, it's just... I like that article because it kind of gives an idea of how people formulate recipes.
Okay.
And that's what I'm after. It's like, why did they make this beer that particular way? Some of these off-the-wall beers like this is like, okay, why did you put the acid malt in there?
Because they smoke crack.
No, now you know, because, the Brett needs a little bit lower pH to start working.
All right, let's...
Well, some people do it just because somebody told them that goes in the recipe. I see. You put 2 teaspoons of gypsum in there because somebody told them to, and you got to work this down to somebody that actually knows why they put the acid malt.
That's what I didn't want to be, just because somebody told me to. I'm going to say, okay, why did you put the gypsum in there? Why did you put the acid malt? Okay, I'm going to do some research and say, if you're looking for a particular flavor, you want a tart, that's fine. But is there another underlying reason you did something? And I want to know it.
Right.
And I'm going to do some research and find out.
Which is what this is what I like about this experiment. So I want us to focus in on you here, Kuda, and what you've done, because I think we're really talking about what we're picking up in these beers, but you did the experiment with each one of these strains. So this beer I'm trying right here, and which strain was this again, just so everyone's clear?
The first one was anomalous.
First one was
yeah.
Okay, so this first one with the base beer as just kind of a Pilsner is anomalous. Tell us the characteristics that you found, not only in how you're tasting it, but in using it as a yeast. Temperatures that you had to use to get it to brew correctly.
All these were. I haven't played. The only other strain of Brett I've played with is the Clausenini in this one, and I've done right now. I'm fermenting a Belgian dark strong with. Second fermentation with Clausenini to help finish it out. So I don't have a huge experience with all the different strains of Brett and because
But even in this experiment, you have some notes of.
Yeah, they were all fermented. They were oxygenated for 30 seconds with the 2-micron stone, and they were fermented at 68 degrees.
Okay.
And then I warmed them up to 75 to help finish them out, and then I put them in the bottle with sugar, and then they sat at 80 degrees, the bottle condition. And they all finished out, roughly around...
Did you inoculate for that with yeast again for the bottle condition?
No, I just stuck the bottling one a little bit lower so it kind of pulled up some of the trudge off the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just using the same yeast that you had through primary.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't repitch another for the bottling yeast, and I didn't add any yeast. So these are 100% bottle conditioned with Brett and primary fermentation with the same strain. Now I didn't want to add a second yeast to maybe
change it. Yeah.
Maybe muddy the flavors a little bit. You know, if they're going to do an experiment, you want to make sure it's 100% all the way through.
Was primary fermentation the same as a normal yeast fermentation? Was it longer? Was it?
The lag times were dramatically different through the regular strains of Brett. The WLP 500, which is the control, was 12 hours before you saw signs of active fermentation, which is typical beer. Sure. That's what you expect. If you can get it going in 12 hours, you're good to go. Anomalous was 24 hours. And that was the not White Labs, but Y Yeast pitch. So that might have been a bigger pitch.
Okay.
Because it comes in the smack pack.
The big,
actually, it wasn't even a smack pack. It was a propagator pack because they didn't.
The big one.
Yeah. So I'm thinking they had, because I remember pouring it in, and it seemed like, you know, next to one to the next that I poured a little bit more yeast slurry comparably. Yeah. So, and the Bruxelles was 48 hours before I saw any signs of fermentation.
Okay.
Lambicus was 5 days.
Wow. Really?
Yeah.
Before you saw anything at all?
Yeah, it was just sitting there, and then the Clausini was 11 days. Almost 2 weeks before you saw any sort of signs of fermentation. So, that was...
wow.
Yeah, and I was getting a little nervous there in the last one. I was like, what, should I do something? I said, you know what?
You write the forum and you ask, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, I did do a little searching. There wasn't a bunch out there. You know, this is a year ago, but some people I've seen, it's the same thing. Hey, I put this in, and it's not doing much. What's going on? And I even did a starter. And that's how I ended up making the brown ale, the English brown ale. So I made a starter of the Clausini to see if he was even alive. I didn't think, okay, how am I going to... I didn't think it was alive. I thought, okay, I got a bad... I even called White Labs, says, hey, and they wanted me to send the vial number and all that, but it ended up, by the time I got all that ironed out, it started moving, and then it took off. So that was... So they are a little bit different and a little bit, you know,
how about
slower.
Ferment time? Are they about the equal?
Yeah, once they start going, it took about 2 weeks, you know? So, but yeah, they look like a regular batch of beer. You know, it had the whole...
Because everybody talks about, you know, putting Brett in there, and they got to wait 6 months, wait for the pellicle to start, and let it drop, and then, you know, everything else.
Yeah, see, I didn't even have a pellicle on mine. These went through so fast, so...
I didn't have one on mine either.
Yeah, well, I think that has to do with the 100%. You know, once it's an active fermentation.
So you don't have to have a pellicle when using Brett.
I think as a secondary fermentation, especially if you see it as in a sour beer sitting for a couple of months, it's going to eventually show up. At 100% Brett beers, things are active, things are moving in there. You got the heat transfer, and things are stirring up. I just think they can't form.
Okay.
If you let it sit there long enough, it might show up. I didn't have that aspect with mine, so I guess JP didn't either.
I think it might be the difference between you throw it in at the end to clean up things, or that's the 100% beer or 100% Brett that you want to have go through.
Mine didn't sit for 6 months either. Mine was, a couple weeks and it was ready to go, stuck in the bottle. I didn't even have the bottle film on mine because by then I don't think there's anything left.
All right, let's talk about this next one, which is a different strain of Brett now. Shat, I know this is the Bruxelles strain of Brett. Okay.
Bruxellentus.
Again, same base beer. 100% fermented with the Bruxelles Brett strain. Did you guys taste Tasty? I see you're having it over there.
Yes.
Are you noticing a difference between
it's more horsey in the nose for sure.
This is one of the typical Belgian strains. You get a little barnyard, a little leathery from this one. This is one of your typical...
yeah, I like this one a lot better.
Yeah, this is definitely typical...
A lot more character.
Yeah.
More typical for a Brett beer, you're saying, or more typical for a Belgian beer. What do you?
Yeah, or lambic or something. When somebody says, "Okay, I got Brett flavor," this is what they think of. They don't think the pineapple from the Anomalous or anything else. They think of the horsey, leathery, wet dog kind of flavor. This is what
barnyard,
they associate.
whatever they call it.
So this
crazy bitch flavor.
Yeah.
But I want to point out that wasn't a strike. That was okay. What I want to point out is that
correction made.
Thanks, Your Majesty.
We're mentioning that we're picking up the barnyard and these flavors
but really it's only in comparison to the other ones which didn't have it. So it's still not the barnyard, horsey, soury, any of those things
in your face kind of thing.
It's none of those things that we would expect out of like a really nice lambic or a sour. And I'm only mentioning that because I don't want to confuse people with it when we say we're picking this up. That okay, so all you need is the Bruxelles strain, and then you're going to be fine. If I wanted a nice barnyard type of beer, this would be inadequate. You'd have to put something else in there, right?
Yeah.
You couldn't just go 100%. I mean, at least in this version, Bruxelles, and be happy with it.
This would be good with chicken.
All these beers are very dry with a little bit of side flavor to
them.
Yeah,
they're still fairly clean.
It's
they're
an underlying.
clean. Yeah.
If you would tell, here's a Belgian Golden Strong, that would say, okay, that's fine. There's maybe they pick something a little off flavor, but it's not. They're really clean. So if you want a little bit more of a certain flavor from, when you think about a yeast, okay, if I'm going to get a little bit more flavor, I don't care if it's from a Hef or a Belgian, maybe you're going to stress it out a little bit. I'm going to raise the temp. I'm not going to pitch so much, or I'm not going to oxygenate. So in most beer worlds, you're going to get some off flavors because you're stressing the yeast out.
So these were done under ideal conditions
for the yeast. Besides under pitch, they weren't stressed out. Yeah. So they
68, you said, was the temp. So nice, easy temperature. Okay. So maybe maybe this one, which we're picking up a little bit of these
stuck at
barnyard
80 degrees and not oxygenated, and it might have got a little bit more of the funky flavor.
Okay. So, this is an excellent point because just so many things you can do with this Brett. And Vinny has talked about this too with you, right? I know you've had conversations with him.
I haven't had any personal conversations, but I listened to his presentation.
Okay.
And your guys' shows about what he said, and I picked up on it and took to note.
Oh, even better.
Yeah. Hey, listen to past episodes.
Sponsor alert. Sponsor alert.
Yes. Sponsor alert. No, Vinny has sponsored us in many ways. He's a good dude that way. Okay, so... But he's talked about that too, not aerating the wort properly, raising the temperature way up there to really get those kind of unique flavors that we're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay, because these, I'm telling you,
they're clean.
This is why I'm making a point of this. I hope I'm not being redundant. I don't mean to do that. What I'm making a point of it, the reason is because when I hear the word Brett, because I've heard guys like Vinny and other of my favorite brewers talk about using Brett, and their beers are so sour, so barnyardy, and I love that.
What you'd expect?
I just expect, okay, it's a Brett beer, great.
And that's what I was thinking that I'm going to get too. But even when I did the swap, we're like, where's that beer that's so out of the box, that's such wild, weird, these barnyard flavors? And most of them in general weren't that off. They were good beers.
Yeah.
They had a little bit of tweak here and there.
Right.
And you can see, you taste in some of these, and if you've had sanctification, you'll understand why he added the lacto to it, to give it that extra little tart, move it to the next level.
Right.
Because 100% Brett by itself, if you treat it like regular, it's just another beer. I think, I haven't sat down and talked with him about it, but...
We have a submarine around
There's
here?
a whale in here.
If somebody's phone is... Oh, you're the only one that was going to give an exception. If one of my brewcasters' phone was sitting on this desk vibrating, I was going to flip my fucking lid.
I didn't even get out of the Hummer before I changed mine.
I turned it off.
Vibrating.
I was looking around the room with fucking daggers in my eyes, I got to say right now.
You
And
did.
then Mike grabbed his phone.
I thought a submarine was going down the street.
It sounded good.
I know better than to put mine on the carpet.
All right, I got to get back to normal. 10, 9.
As soon as I walk in here, I put it on silent.
Happy place.
Go to your happy place.
Oh, the anger management is working really well.
It has been doing well, hasn't it?
Chad, meet me in the closet. I need to punch you.
It's that new therapist of mine. He's been working wonders. I'll tell you. All right.
Dr. Feelgood?
Okay, so here now is the third strain, right?
Clausini.
Clausinini, I think is how you say it. I'm not...
Klaus.
It's almost Italian. All right.
No, Klausini.
No, not Italian.
No.
Thank you, Doc.
Deutsch.
Hmm.
Did you call him a dude?
Again,
I did.
Not a huge difference. It's so fascinating to me. Like I said, I'm really expecting to taste a ton of flavors out of these, but you don't.
Clean and dry.
Yeah.
This one does have something in there.
A little more lemon.
Yeah, or banana, I was going to say.
Yeah.
You guys could say it's
this
lemon?
is
Yeah.
supposedly the old stock ale strain that the English stock ales had. So that's I don't know if that's true.
They didn't know any different. And
Well, it was a British brewing fungus. That's where the name comes from.
There's also a little. I don't know how to describe it. I want to describe it. I want to have that palate, and I can't.
Sasquatch panty.
Tastes like there's more than lemon.
Doesn't taste like that.
No, there is something unique in this one that is not in the other two that we've tried so far.
Yep. AIDS.
I apologize to my listeners,
It's
but
still
I can't
fruity,
put my finger on
but
it.
yeah.
It is fruity. It's and there's a little lemon. It's a little sweet.
It is kind of fruit, like maybe like an apricot, lemongrass,
like a
kind
stone
of,
fruit.
kind of. Yeah, something like that.
I think it actually cut some flavors out that we had in the second one.
Like dried apricot. Oh, sure. I would say it's just like
no.
any other
I get
yeast,
less
you know?
flavors in this one, and I went back to this the one before that, and I got more fruit flavors in that one, and this one's more dry, more focused.
It's just like a normal. I mean, it's the difference. You know, that you can do California versus 01 versus 05. You know.
What did you notice about this one, Kuda, compared to the others?
It's a little more fruity, and it's not. You don't get that barnyard leathery kind of typical Brett flavor from it.
Yeah.
It's more of a Belgian style fruity. If you think of, it's kind of like a 550 or a 530 kind of a fruity, in a weird way, but it's not the typical funky flavor that you would normally get from a Brett. So.
And how about in fermentation? Did this one start pretty quick?
No, this is the Clausenini that took 11 days before it started.
So
this one's really slow working. And I've seen that in some of the other forums that it just takes a long time to get going.
Okay.
So.
And then how long did it take to finish out?
This one took a while because, it was obviously almost 2 weeks behind the other ones.
Yeah.
But all these things are very clean, dry, and really not nasty that you would expect a barnyard.
No phenols, no rubber, no Band-Aid.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Exactly, nothing.
And I was thinking, I don't want to say I was hoping for something, but a little bit more distinct flavors like, wow, this is that and this is that. But no, you really got to search for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You got to have these side by side. You couldn't do this without them being side by side.
That's why I did it. Yeah.
Yeah. No. If you gave us any one of these and they weren't side by side, I really don't. I wouldn't have noticed a difference in any of them. I mean, I might have said this one's a little fruitier than that one, but that's about it.
Shooting in the dark.
Yeah, it really would be because they are
shooting blanks.
Which is kind of good to know too that they are fairly similar. There are some subtle differences in this last one. If you were looking for some more fruity characteristics. Might be good for a fruit lambic because it could add to that. I would guess. I don't know. I'm just guessing as you're. I think as you do too, you're picking up the characteristics as they go, and you're thinking about how can I use this in the future, right? Because this was just an experiment, so that you know what the four do.
Yeah.
And so you just kind of want to then go, okay, maybe I'll try this strain for this particular beer.
And I do like the Clausenini. Actually, I do for the regular style. Like the Golden Strong, or even like I just put in my dark Belgian. Because I didn't want really that barnyard that we got out of the Bruxelles.
Yeah.
So I thought, hey, let me use this strain and see how it works.
Okay.
Just because I didn't want that. I wanted the fruitiness from the Brett, but not necessarily the barnyard typical flavor.
Yeah.
But I did want it to dry out a little bit more.
But that's what you got.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. You wanted to dry it out, so you used the yeast.
The particular strain that I thought that would work good for what I was looking for, But if I want a true lambic, I'd probably use the Bruxelles or the Lambicus.
Okay.
Just because those are your two typical Brett strains that you associate with as far as funky flavors.
Well, and we haven't gotten to the Lambicus yet.
No, that's the last one. Yeah.
But still, that's kind of ballsy. I'm going to dry this out, so I'm going to throw some. Some Brett in there.
Then again, why not?
Yeah.
I don't have to sell it to the public. It's just my consumption. So
yeah,
I'm
exactly.
lucky. I'm lucky.
All right, so is this the Lambicus that we're about to try right now? Okay. So again, same base beer. Now with the fourth and final strain. Beavis, how you doing over there? How's the chat room going?
Are you drinking?
They're good.
Are you feeling any better?
No.
You're not feeling better. You're not drinking.
But they're being very nice.
Drink more.
That's good. I'm telling you, the Iron Fist has worked well over the last couple
put
weeks.
the hammer down.
Hammer down.
That'll straighten anyone up.
I hate that. I was hoping it would have been a failure, to be honest. I hate the Iron Fist.
Yeah,
but you know what? If it keeps people in line and it keeps Bevo happy, then that's more than Sam has done, right?
Oh.
I'm just saying.
We're not sure about that.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Now this one, we got to get the webcam in there.
And scene.
Lambicus smells entirely different than the other three.
Yeah, it's kind of like a nutty nose.
And you can and listeners, you know, those of you, I get a lot of emails from people who say I have no palate, I can't figure this stuff out. Not true. Every one of you would be able to smell this difference in these four. You would pick this one up and you go, okay, that's the one that's really, really different.
This is the musty cherry pie kind of flavor that supposedly you get from the Lambicus.
And Crazy Bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a whole... I have to say, it almost smells a little medicinal, too.
Medicinal?
Yeah.
There is no Z in medicinal.
This is medicinal.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Perfect. Thanks, everybody. Good thing y'all knew what I was talking about.
Anytime.
And did anybody else notice anything in this beer that they would like to talk about?
I noticed it's
besides medicinal.
It's actually more tart than any of the other ones.
I get a little pepper in the nose too.
I get nutty pepper, sure.
But then I'm half drunk right now, so
it seems more dry than the other ones too.
Yeah, it does.
Definitely. If you're looking to dry it out, use this one. You get very tartness from just that lactic tartness. It's dry. It finishes sharp.
Yeah.
It tastes a little more
medicinal.
Yeah, this one has that kind of... Well, it doesn't taste as much as it smells. It smells a little Band-Aidy, but it doesn't taste that way.
No, it does not at all.
I think you may be sensitive to that.
No, it does.
Jay, really?
Yeah.
Think so? Because
we don't care what Shaddy says.
I mean, I'm just
musty.
I've noticed you said that a few times, and I don't get it.
And this goes to prove that some people are more sensitive to certain things.
Yeah, I'm big on the acetal. Man.
Me too. And Chad's picking up what Justin is about this lactic thing and the medicinal phenol kind of thing.
I think if they swap spit, that's kind of...
they live in the same house. They probably live with this kind of like mold and yeast all the time.
Well, aromatic properties is huge.
Diseases.
Everybody's different. You might be able to. A third of the population might be able to smell a certain chemical.
Yeah.
Versus the other. So even IPAs, that's why they're so personal, because hey, I really love this IPA because I get this floral note and it's amazing. It's like, well, I don't even get that. I get something else. So that's why they're so it's judging so hard, because like it's all perception of what you can smell, and that's not necessarily even that you have the best palate in the world. I just can't smell it. What you're getting. And some people hate diacetyl. It's 100. It's like boom, I can smell it, and I'm not a huge. It's not a huge issue on my palate.
It is for me.
Yeah,
I just smell it and I taste it and I don't want it anymore.
Yeah.
Well, what's the percentage on this? Is it a little stronger beer or
1056?
Well, it's drier.
So whatever that comes down to, it's 1005. So
maybe
I'll tell you what this one does have.
They're all this. Yeah.
In terms of turning into a good sour beer, this has that really nice acidic. I think it's probably a pH thing, although I'm guessing you guys would know better than me.
Kind of a lactic.
It leaves that on your palate, and not just on your palate. It also leaves it in your throat. A good sour beer leaves that kind of itchy, that kind of scratchy feeling in your throat.
You like the acidic.
I love it. I love it if it's really acidic. And this one, to me, tastes more acidic than any of the other three that we've had.
You'll like the sour beer that I brought then.
So a little on your chin.
Do you guys think that? Does it?
Yeah, it lingers a little bit more than the other ones.
Did you check the pH on these? Is the pH different? You don't know. Okay.
I didn't get that far.
Because this one that is, to me, is one of the character. It's not just the dryness that I like about lambics. It leaves you with that kind of a scratchy feeling on your palate and your throat. And of all of them, this one is the closest to a sour feeling, although it doesn't taste necessarily
It's the fact
sour.
that your palate's clean every single time you go back to it.
Yeah.
You get one of those other sweet beers, it's like pretty soon you're dead to flavor.
Yeah.
Those sour beers, like they cleanse the palate every single time.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, but the other ones were really dry to clean the... Because a dry beer will clean the palate, in my opinion, too.
And they all were.
But they weren't this...
This was not my favorite, and it was yours.
Yeah.
Mine was probably number 3 or number 2, and I really liked those. They were dry but not sweet, and I appreciate the lacto part of it.
Yeah.
But
there was no lacto in it.
No.
But it has that character.
It's got the sour dryness.
Yeah.
It's what it is.
So, to make any one of these a sour beer, kind of these complicated things that we're looking for, you'd have to add things like lacto.
I would say add some lacto.
And what about pedio? What about some of these other bacteria, too?
Pedio is a whole other ball of wax. If you want clean, sour, like this, sanctification's a great beer. And that's got the lacto in it. It's just a clean, bright, sour flavor. Pedio is a whole nother. You start throwing more and more, and you got all these levels. You get some cherry pie flavor and some different kind of sours. You got the acidic sour that that lingers on the tongue.
Yeah,
and that has to do with age. So it's just a
any one of these beers. Let's say you wanted to add a little lacto to them to give a little sourness. Would you have fermented them out with Brett just like you did, and then add lacto?
I don't think there'd be nothing left for him to do. And
so you do it all at once.
Yeah. Well, that becomes an issue, and I haven't experimented with that as far as making a true.
You got to give them something to eat.
You got to remember the time frame on some of these the lag times is like 11 days on some of these strains. So if you add lacto in there and it eats all that up for 11 days before the Brett starts working, you're going to have a pretty sour beer.
Sour non-Brett beer.
So here's the question: this is where it comes into play? Is do I do a starter and make sure I pitch enough?
I see
that it's maybe a day or 24 hour and add the lacto at that time, so the lacto's only got 24 hours to work before I see some signs of the Brett.
Yeah.
So it becomes an experimentation.
Or do you add the lacto at day 10 when you know that the Brett's going to go on at day 12?
That would probably be the easiest. Like, hey, I got 5 days worth of fermentation done. Okay, now I'm going to add the lacto and get just that little hint of sour to balance it out. Or if you want a big sour bomb, add it sooner. But see, that's going to be the play as far as when to do that.
Okay,
Justin's going sour bomb. Well,
no, but that's great. That's really good to know.
And
Someone
I've never
like me,
done that.
me and Shat, we're going to add it quick. We want a sour bomb, but it's really great to know that if you don't,
you might get it and you go, this thing's over the top. I can't do it. So hey, we're going to wait 4 days next time.
Yeah,
and that might be a good experiment.
Yeah,
I haven't played with lacto. I've done the full gamut of bugs, but I've never done individual strains, and that's my next experiment. I have a couple ones going on as far as I'm going to do the Rosalaire just came out.
Yep.
So I'll do the Rosalaire. I'll do the Russian River dregs because those are really good bugs, and then I'm going to make a couple separate bugs, couple different Bretts, some PDO and some lacto to see how that works out. So I'll have 15 gallons, all 5 gallons apiece.
Do that the White Labs Belgian Sour Blend, too. That's supposed to be pretty good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anything, and mow my fucking lawn.
No, I have people to do that.
Thanks, JP.
Taco Bell would be really good.
Do you know what's in that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I have a cat.
If you could find out the particular strains, what's in that would be great. Yeah, and that might be an option.
Fuck. That means I have to do shit.
Yeah. Like surf the internet? That'd be weird for you.
Forget about it. Don't do it.
Beer information.
Beer information.
All right, I got to take another break. Kuda, I got to say thank you for doing that experiment. What I can say, I think, and you guys should help me say this. I really don't want to be redundant here, but the 4 strains are very similar. I think you guys should do this experiment yourself and get to taste these different ones because you will get to know that if you're looking for some of these crazy beers that you're a big fan of, you got to do other things to them.
And a lot of the pro brewers, they blend some of these strains because they're looking for in particular things. So that they use more than one strain.
I think I also have. I'm being honest here. A whole new respect for some of my favorite brewers that are making these beers too, because
you know how hard it is now.
Well, you start to. Of course, I knew it was difficult, but I thought it was okay. They're using these crazy yeasts, and they just know how to really use them. But the truth is, they're using this crazy combination of crazy yeasts, and then they're like you were saying, they're stressing them at different points. They're depriving them of oxygen, or they're increasing the temperature. And really, that kind of experimentation that they've had to do to make these beers that I so love, wow! I have a new respect because it's not just ferment them right. Like, okay, we talk about lagers and stuff in here, right? And we say do a proper starter, and ferment at the right temperature and a couple of other steps, and you're going to have yourself a fantastic lager. Well, we wouldn't be able to make it that simple for these great beers.
No, not at all.
Yeah. So
No.
I like it. It's just a new
I would
respect.
say, some of those guys, they've forgotten more than I'll ever wish to know about beer.
Yeah.
Those
yeah.
guys are amazing.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. What a cool thing. Do I have a phone call or something, or just questions from different people? Bevo.
Break.
There's nothing. That was just a random question that you don't really need to address now. But no, there's nobody on the line.
Yeah, I can do that real quick as we get out of here. Ask Jay to give examples of sour beers available in many places. This guy's in St. Louis. Well, Cantillon is which is weird because it's a really small brewery, but it's available in a ton of places. Cantillon. If you're in the Midwest, there's also a couple of Midwest breweries that are making sour beers.
What about Jolly Pumpkin?
Like Jolly Pumpkin, exactly. And New Glarus, although you have to be right in Wisconsin or go to Wisconsin.
Grand Cru.
Let's see. Another one is AleSmith, although I don't know if AleSmith is getting out of the West Coast.
No, it wouldn't
just
be in
yet.
St. Louis. No.
Well, there are also places you can go online to order beer. I know BelmontStation.com, I think, is the website.
Or the BelgianBeer.com.
I've heard some weird things about it.
Or the BelgianShop.com.
Yeah, but Belmont Station, they're out of Portland. They have a lot of beer, and they do a great job shipping. So if you can't find it locally, you get online.
It's out there.
There are places that you can find it, or get on forums like our forum or the More Beer forum, and do beer swaps with people.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now, people, sour beer snobs will shun me for this, but you know what? It's a version that it's wildly available, and Lindemann's Framboise is probably the most distributed. That's a fruit lambic. It's not super sour. It has, but I'll tell you what you will get is it's a great start into the sour world. I don't care what you say.
Definitely.
You can all blow me if you don't agree.
It's well made.
It is a good example. It's a mass-produced beer. It may not be traditional, but it has sour characteristics and it has fruit characteristics, and it really is a great intro to the world, in my opinion, to the world of sour beers. And that one's available all over the place. And the Framboise is the raspberry one, and then there's a peach version of it, and there's like 3 or 4.
They have a currant one,
yeah,
which is awesome.
And see,
That's my
some
favorite.
more
Black
sour
currant.
than others.
Didn't Randy from Mama Gang? You can ferment those back out because they back sweet them.
Yeah, that's right. That's one of his mixture. What's the beer for Three Philosophers?
Three Philosophers.
They actually put Framboise in Three Philosophers. That's right. Yeah. And I think actually just before he left that Alma Gang, they did a full-on sour. Don't quote me on that, but I think they did a sour. He's now with New Glarus, but
that's right.
They did do a full-on sour. I think just before he left. Anyway, just look for things that's like say Framboise and Lambic. Oh, Goose, Oud Goose,
Framboise for all you guys.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff you'll be able to find. It's almost always in corked bottles, so start there. And if it doesn't say something like Belgian Double on it, then it could be some sort of a sour beer, so check that out. All right, when we come back, we're going to try Kuda's sour beers. We're also going to taste test and decide who we think the winner of the second round beers between Kuda and Tasty is. And we're going to decide here which one of Doc's beers he's going to send to the second round. So hang in there.
Yeah.
A lot more to do. We'll be right back.
Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Every year, June 14th is remembered for many reasons.
U.S. House of Representatives passed the 1937 Marijuana Tax Act. Hawaii becomes a United States territory. Boy George's birthday. Margaret Jones was hanged for witchcraft.
But this year will top them all.
I'm telling you now, this party is gonna rock.
It's the Brewing Network's 3rd anniversary party.
This is Push Eject, and I'll be there.
This is Mrs. Push, and I'll be there.
This is Badrock.
And Vanna, and we'll be at the PN anniversary party.
In search of the unicorn and the rainbow.
This is Chris Graham with More Beer. I'll be there.
This is John Foster, and I'll be there.
Hey, it's Bob. I'm going to be at the 3rd anniversary party for the Brewing Network.
This is everyone's favorite German prince. I just wanted to tell you that I, too, shall be at the anniversary party in beautiful downtown Napa.
Come celebrate 3 years of live beer radio at Downtown Joe's in Napa, Saturday, June 14th.
Hey, it's Code. I can't make it to the anniversary party, but if you wouldn't mind, leave your computers on for me, will you?
Don't miss it. What have you gotten out of a vial of White Labs yeast?
WLP 001, Cal Ale, baby. 23, Burton Ale. 008, East Coast Ale.
Cal Common, WLP 810.
It's gonna be WLP 400 with beer.
I got a sweet hoodie for my vial.
Huh?
White Labs, your source for great brewer's yeast, would like to invite all homebrewers to join the White Labs Customer Club. Redeem your empty vials for great White Labs merchandise and products. Free yeast, glassware, t-shirts, baseball caps, sweatshirts, polo shirts, and you won't believe what you'll get for 5,000 vials. Members also receive a newsletter packed with White Labs updates and facts, interviews with professional brewers, brew your own clone recipes, beercook.com recipes, and customer club stories. The White Labs Customer Club. Save your vials and get in the club. White Labs. It's all in the vial.
Attention homebrew shop owners. At Fermentap, they know you're tired of buying the same old gear that everyone else has. That's why Fermentap offers the newest and most cutting-edge brewing equipment known to man. Since 1998, Fermentap has been leading the fight against the boring and mundane by offering strange, unique, and just plain smart equipment. Like their stainless stone false bottoms. Never deal with the floating plastic hassle of other false bottoms again. And since they're made from stainless steel, they'll last a lifetime. Fermentap's line of copper wort chillers are the best on the market, designed to cool your wort faster and more efficiently than other immersion chillers. They actually invented the equipment to make these chillers not only work great, but look great too. How about a fantastic line of ingredients, including vanilla beans, sorghum extract, blue agave extract, hot bitterness extract, unique wine yeasts, green coffee beans, sake kits, all stuff you can't find anywhere else. Fermentap carries all the standard products and equipment you need as well, such as all grain systems, stainless hardware, kettles, carbonation stones, you name it, they've got it. Fermentap's entire line of products has been helping retail shops meet the demands of their customers for nearly 10 years, and they want to help you too. For more information, see them on the web at fermentap.com or call Jason at 1-800-942-2750. Fermentap, better beer through innovation.
So many things that I want to say, and the words they're not coming out right. Don't cry, little darling, come and take my hand. I want to show you something special tonight. I want to share my feelings, I want to show my love. I want to give you a dirty Sanchez. I want to throw you a donkey punch. I want you to give me a Cleveland steamer. Would you like a jelly donut and a hot lunch? Have you ever had an angry dragon? A blumpkin have you ever known? I want my dog in your bathtub, and you can play my rusty trombone. Well, a stranger with a western grip can take a golden shower, and tossing a salad with a purple mushroom could get you pretty flowers. A carpet cleaner and a chili dog make everything alright. And my favorite thing that's going on, there's a Compton gangbang tonight. I want a girl that'll do a hot car roll. I want to give you a dirty Sanchez. I want to throw you a donkey punch. I want you to give me a Cleveland steamer. Would you like a jelly donut and a hot lunch? Have you ever ridden on a glass-bottom boat? A blumpkin have you ever known? I want my dog in your bathtub, and you can play my rusty trombone. Arabian goggles, brown neckties and corkscrews, teabagging, dirty swirly, flying Amazon, flood the cave, flying camel muff teaser, New York style taco, Bismarck. I want to give you a dirty Sanchez. I want to throw you a donkey punch. I want you to give me a Cleveland steamer. Would you like a jelly donut and a hot lunch? Have you ever had an angry dragon? a blumpkin have you ever known? I want my dog in your bathtub. You can play my rusty trombone.
Mix me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
You're listening to The Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
welcome back to the program. Couple of things left to do here. Still got our voicemail segment coming up, which is a shorter one this week because our voicemail was, for some reason, full for like half the week. It was sort of strange. But what we are going to do is do a couple of tastings to decide what beers go to NHC. Just before that, we're going to talk about this, a sour beer that Kuda has poured for us. You were telling me at the break, Kuda, this is the first sour beer you ever brewed.
This is one of the first, yeah.
What was the base beer on this?
Really similar to the Belgian Blonde. It's pretty much the same recipe. It's pretty much Pilsner malt with a quarter pound of aromatic, quarter pound of Cara Munich.
Okay.
That's where you got the color.
And about a pound of sugar and a pound of wheat. If I was going to make it again, I'd probably leave out the sugar just to leave some more stuff behind for the bugs to eat.
All those quantities were for how many gallon batch
5.
for you?
That
was for a 5.
Yeah. I can hone in on those if you guys want them.
I can tell Shaddy likes Tasty more because he gave me a wimpy little pour.
I got like 3 times as much as Doug.
Yes, he did.
So this one's not quite as sour as your typical sour beer, like think Cantillon, whatever. It's more of a beer with just a little hint of sour note.
You can smell it.
Yeah, but
right
it works.
off the bat.
The Brett comes through,
like a Flanders kind of
and
thing.
It works really good with food. This is I really like this beer with food because, especially with a thick, creamy pasta.
Oh,
it works really well with that.
Thick and creamy.
Yeah,
thick, creamy noodle.
Yeah, seafood pasta.
Yeah, it's a subtle. I mean, it's not subtle. Maybe just compared to what I.
There's no subtle.
Well, it's subtle to a Cantillon.
To a Cantillon,
Yes,
it's something that's really sour.
No.
But subtle's probably not the best word. But it's so you still taste the beer. It's a beer, and then it has these sour things happening. So it's not like a sour beer. It's a beer with a little sourness.
It smells mega sour.
So what's the difference? This wasn't just Brett that you put into this beer. Tell us what you did that you're getting.
I'll tell you how I do most of my sour beers. This is actually dregs from a bottle of Supplication.
Okay.
From Russian River.
It's one of my favorite beers.
Yeah, there's a lot of Russian Rivers in everything I say because they're local, they're close, and
they're sour.
Hey, they make great beer.
Yeah.
World class.
World class beer. Absolutely.
You drink some of the sours from Belgium, it's like they're right on top.
Yeah.
So to say as far as getting some bugs from them is not a bad thing at all.
So you took it out of a bottle and grew it up so that you could ferment in your beer.
So here's what I did. I made my base beer, and I put it into it ends up being a 6.5 gallon bucket, I think what they are to the very top.
Yeah.
And I'll fill my buckets up with beer to about an inch to maybe an inch and a half from the very top.
Okay.
So there's not a lot of headspace. Make sure the lid sits tight so there's an airlock on it also, so it's a positive pressure. And then I'll add the bugs to it. Just the dregs from 2 beers. I don't necessarily grow them up because they'll grow over time. So you can just pretty much drink the beer.
Wait, hey, slow down, hang on. So just the dregs is all you added? You didn't grow it up at all?
Nope.
You took it out of a bottle. Maybe you put it in the freezer or something for a little while.
I drank it.
Drank it.
And
you did it right
then.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna waste
fun out of it. Okay.
Yeah. So
and
drink
then
the
just
beer.
poured the bottom of that beer.
Yeah, kind of swirl it up and make sure you get all that stuff suspended and pour it in the 5 gallon bucket
into the wort.
Well, no, it's already... Okay, here's the deal.
You had fermented it.
Okay, yeah, it's fermented beer. I usually go about 5 days. Not necessarily 100% fermentation, 5 days, and then I'll rack it off of that.
Okay.
Even in the middle of fermentation, about 5 days. Just kind of after it's kind of peaked, start to slow down. I don't necessarily want it to clean out because you want to have the bugs do something, and that'll kind of shock it and kind of slow it down.
Okay. So in 5 days, it might be like 70%, 75%?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they still have some sugars to eat.
Yeah. And then I'll put it in the...
Go ahead. Keep going. Right over
just
top.
talk over there.
So I'll put it in the bucket. Most people say, okay, don't use buckets, use glass carboys, and there's a whole aspect of that in itself. But I figure if I'm going to keep that bucket, I'm going to keep it under positive pressure. So I need the lid to seal completely and the airlock to work. And that sometimes have hassles with, especially with the bucket sitting over time, for that to seal and the airlock to actually work. So if I can keep that airlock full, then that bucket's going to be under a very small, minute positive pressure.
Okay.
So the oxygen permutation is not going to be as great as, say, still beer just sitting there. I'm going to have a little bit of force pushing outward, either be CO2.
That's a good point that we've never really talked about. Yeah.
So, and that seems to work out really well for me.
Okay.
As far as, I'm not getting a whole bunch of oxygen into the beer and causing all this vinegar flavor.
So as long as it's active fermentation, you got a positive pressure, you're not going to get oxygen coming in.
Well, even slowly as, 3-4 months into it, there's still stuff going on. The Brett's starting to eat and everything's starting to finish up. So the airlock will still blip. Just,
exactly.
Maybe it'd be once every half an hour or whatever. So there's still some sort of a little bit of positive pressure in that. And when I'm done, I've been able to pull the airlock off after about 3 months, and there's not a whole bunch of Brett pellicle on top. And usually the sign of a huge white pellicle is there's been a whole bunch of oxygen in there, and it's built this pellicle up to protect the beer. So I haven't, even in a bucket, I don't get a whole, when I do this properly, because the main thing is to get the bucket to seal. Sometimes the lids don't seal, and that's, it's just, sometimes I'll rock it to kind of let the beer's going to dry and kind of seal that lid on top. So
and that's something, by the way, that you should really pay attention to as a brewer. If you've put the lid on your bucket and you've got your airlock and you know it's fermenting, but you never see your airlock moving, you know that your lid's not sealed, right? I know that seems obvious and stupid, but a lot of people will go and put that on and then just walk away and forget about it. You should check out and make sure your airlock's moving.
I had the same thing with my conical twice. One time I forgot to put the gasket on it.
Oh.
I crank it down, still wasn't...
You're going, what's going on here?
It's been 40 hours, nothing's going on. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
So I carefully put the gasket back on. It was bubbling like all get out.
Okay.
And the other times I just didn't have it cranked down enough.
Yeah.
To really seal it, and it's like coming out every place else. It wasn't coming out the airlock.
Okay. So you're just make sure everything's sealed up.
Especially on a bucket that's going to sit there for a couple months.
Yeah.
The first one sat, it was about 6 months in the bucket. And then what I do, if you've got at least what I've come out, at least, there's other guys that do it, and if you leave it in the bucket so long that I've got the acidity flavor and everything that you think that it's the acidic flavor, you've gone too long.
Okay.
Okay. So you've got a little bit of it there, so I'll rack it into a carboy, or not a carboy, but a keg.
Okay.
A corny keg. Add a little bit of sugar, so you get about, maybe three volumes is kind of what you figure out, and then let it sit for another 3 months. So it's going to eat the sugar, it's going to add another little bit of layer complexity, it's going to eat up the rest of the oxygen, and then you'll have pretty much a full keg
of carbonated
sour beer.
Very,
you gotta let
very
it
carbonated.
So you're still cask conditioning, essentially.
Yeah, but you got to let it go through that 3 month process because it's going to get sick again, it's going to change again, and then it's got to clean up again. So you can't just put the CO2, wait 2 weeks, and start pouring beer. You're going to get the syrup that's just, it's got to do its thing.
So just the changing of vessels is going to make it sick again, and adding sugar
I think
to
adding
it
sugar,
also.
not necessarily changing, but you want to make sure you get as much oxygen out of there because you don't want any of those really acidic vinegar.
The acetobacters coming into it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I gotta say, I so love it when I'm surprised about which happens all the time, but I still really enjoy it when I'm surprised about the brewing process. I'm really surprised that you just added dregs to this beer, and it's as complex and sour as it is. It's really nice.
You can make that beer in 6 months.
He's a happy man. This is sour like he loves this.
Well, it's not sour enough. I would like it more sour, but I am surprised that it's even done this well with just the dregs of one bottle of beer over, what did you say? 6 months you let it sit, and then you racked it to something else.
Well, this is great.
Yeah, that's fascinating to me.
You got to stress them out.
It's a fine sour beer for sure.
Yeah, that might be the stress part because it's not a lot of it, so it's stressed.
Yeah.
It's
There's a big jump between all the Brett beers we just had and this one.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It was clean, dry to clean, dry, and sour. Now.
Yeah. This one's got PDO and lacto and whatever else is it's under the
hood.
Yeah, under the of a bottle. So of sanctification.
All right, I got Push on the phone.
Push
it real good.
We don't have a push timer, do we?
We don't need one.
Why would you need a push timer? I don't understand.
I don't know. I'm thinking about next week.
Yeah, you should be thinking about next week. You should be protecting your bottom.
Oh!
Oh, snap. See, that was a game.
Buttocks.
Okay.
Hey, Push, buy us pizza tonight.
Push, don't buy us pizza.
I figured you'd say it.
Hey, what's happening?
I've got a question that I've been meaning to get in for I don't know, ages. It's been haunting me. So a brewer over at Gordon Biersch in Burbank threw this concept out there, and I've never heard of it. And I wonder if Mike has, or any of you have, about force fermenting a sample of your wort. He's all about natural carbonation, so he'll pitch his yeast and then take a quart off into an Erlenmeyer flask and throw it on a stir plate while the rest of it sits in his carboy fermenting naturally. And he'll then let that sample on the stir plate ferment out as quick as humanly possible. So he'll get his final gravity in like a day or 36 hours. And then he can go, okay, this beer is going to finish at 10-12. I know that I want to cap my fermentation vessel, when it hits 10-18 so that it can naturally carbonate.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, it's been years since I've heard anything new in brewing, and this blew me away.
I thought that was the German way.
That'd be Reinheitsgebot, yeah.
Well, it's. I think what he's talking about, the method of doing it is different. Like the carbonating, the krausening or whatever. I think that's what maybe you're thinking of.
Or just knowing when to cap your beer to get X amount of CO2
the force
on there.
fermenting, I've never heard of. It seems might be kind of skewed because you're getting air into there.
Push, go ahead and fit it because we must be. I know you know about Reinheitsgebot. You're a German yourself. We must be missing something.
Well, unfortunately, simply having German DNA doesn't make you an outstanding brewer.
No, but you grew up there, too, so you know what you're
But you can learn.
So, finish. I just want to make sure we have the whole question.
Right, it's not krausening. That's a whole different thing. But, no, this dude is throwing it on a stir plate. And, yeah, he's doing an aerobic fermentation, right? But the point is he can ferment that wort out after pitching his yeast. He can ferment it out far faster than the main batch.
Yeah, and he can figure out what the difference, what the final gravity is going to be.
Yeah, he can look into the future and say this beer is going to finish at.
And he needs to know when to stop it at.
Yeah, so he knows.
Yeah,
exactly. He knows when to cap that bastard off and let it naturally carbonate to exactly the volumes he wants. Is this new or?
No, I just always kind of wondered a better way to do that. I've always heard of people, we're going to cap it off at this point and get X amount of CO2 into it.
Mike sounds like such a freaking dude. I figured.
But it really sounds like a nice way to do it. How to figure out what your beer is going to finish out at, and so much carbonation into it. And what Kuda said, it is the Reinheitsgebot.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense as far as instead of my beer normally ferments out to we'll say 10-10, but every batch is just going to be a little bit different. No matter there just seems to be some variables there that are just out of your control. So that makes sense to speed it up. It's okay. Hey, this one fermented, maybe 9.5, so we can get the carbonation level right off the bat.
Right.
That would be the benefit of being able to do that.
Well, I didn't want to be the source of this information. I was really hoping you guys go, oh yeah, that's what we did back.
I've thought about that, and I've heard about that doing some wheat beers and stuff. But the problem with is we're all home brewers and we all have to work. It's like I can't come home. It's like, okay, at 3 o'clock on Sunday, it's going to be the right time to be able to pull the stuff and crash it. If you're a professional brewer that you're there every single day watching your beer every single minute, you might be able to watch it. When it's this particular moment, that's when we need to do it. That's what it becomes.
Kuda, I got to tell you, the guys in the chat room don't believe you work, man.
I know.
They're all convinced you just sit there and do beer.
You don't have a job. You're homeless, aren't you, Kuda? You live in an alley with a brew set up.
No wife, no family.
I think he does whatever Jamil does.
Yeah, the two of them.
For a job.
Whatever this Kuda Jamil's secret is.
He lives in the back shed of Jamil's house.
Yeah.
I'm secretly hoping he's got like this cougar wife who just has a 6-figure paycheck and he just rocks beer all day.
You and me both, sir.
It's a good fantasy.
No, that was dirty. All right, brother.
Good fantasy. All right.
So
guys.
we'll see you in a week. I mean, thanks. I don't know. What do you want? That's crazy. I don't even think you were speaking English when you gave us that description. That was some wild brew stuff.
I've thought about that process because as far as if you can save, you got to add sugar to ferment it out. So if you can stop the process and not have to add the sugar, that's one cost that would save you a little bit. But it's really hard to time it.
Yeah, I was always thinking,
hard to time it.
How do you know when to time it?
Yeah.
And what he was saying was that everyone's going to finish out a little different. If you can speed up the process, take a little bit out, it's going to finish at 10:10.
See, I got to think there's, with the German breweries that have been doing this for, years and years and years, they know. 3 days after, 5 days after, whatever, they'll probably take a reading and go, okay, it's at this, so we'll do it to get this.
They don't even tell the new guys.
No, so just do it.
Just do it. Why?
Just do it for 3,000 years.
Yeah,
okay? Go ahead and
something
just
like that. But to me, a word test would maybe kind of give you an inaccurate reading because you're not letting it naturally.
And I don't Reinheitsgebot, so I can put in whatever I want.
Yeah.
Drew Beecham.
Obviously, Kuda can too.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Push.
Drew Beecham just sent me a message in the chat room and said, "Yeah, I do it all the time, dude. What's the big deal?"
Well, I guess that's the reason to have Drew back on.
All right,
I can't
Drew.
do that show. Somebody else is going to have to host that show because it was all. I didn't even understand a word you said.
Tell Drew 110001110.
Hey, is Drew coming up for the anniversary show?
I have no idea,
Well,
but I know I.
Since you guys got the inside track next to each other, you better go for it.
Yeah, the push is coming up though.
The push is coming up.
I'm coming up so hard you won't believe it.
Whoa!
All right, brother. Thanks, man.
All right.
Later.
See you guys.
All right, the great push eject right there. Be at the anniversary party.
Bring your cowboy hat.
All right, Chad, I got a bunch of stuff in front of me. Help me out here. What's going on?
We doing the tasting?
Grab a microphone.
Oh.
Grab JP's microphone.
Yeah, grab it.
Blind tasting, right there.
Okay.
I get two now. I didn't even see that ever
Nice
come
sour from Mr. Kuda.
Okay. Both of these two are? Okay.
No.
Use the mic. Just take his microphone.
Sorry. JP and I, that's our Brett beer.
On
the
which
darker.
One? Okay.
And
And the other one is Kuda's.
Kick-ass sour.
Okay. But
I'm
these two
confused.
here, right now, what we have here is a blind tasting of both Tasty and Kuda's. Same beer. What's the style again, guys?
Pale ale.
Pale ale. Both going to the second round. Competing against each other. We're going to decide here on the program who we're going to predict who the winner is. Now, Tasty, I know I see you talk. Doc, stop talking with him
Shut
about
up.
these beers.
I'm trying to clean his palate so he gets the
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Tasty and Kuda. I want you guys to vote too, but not until everybody else here has voted, because I don't want you to you know what your beer tastes like.
I'm going to vote honestly.
So I don't want
Clean
you
his
to.
pipes
Well,
first.
but even still, you see what I mean? I don't want you to sway any votes. So you two both will also be voting whose beer is the actual NHC winner. This is fun because somebody wins and somebody loses, and that's fun for me. I like when there's a loser.
Just like life.
It's usually you, isn't it?
Yes, which is why
No,
it's
didn't
fun.
you hear his story about math class?
Yeah.
Loser.
Thank you for your faith, Doc, but Bevo's right.
I hate you.
Look, I'm in the room. You're going to lose.
Can I say I already
All
know whose beer's whose?
You can, but that's not the real point. You're not deciding whose beer is who. You're deciding which one's the winner.
Should we talk
in
about
our NHC
I understand
competition?
that.
As we go through the tasting on the way, should we talk about that?
I understand that.
All right, I'm out of here.
Okay, no. All of a sudden, I'm doing the just the smell taste. There's a big difference in the two.
Yeah.
The first one is sweet and a little hoppy. The other one is like over the top hoppy and very piney and citrusy.
Okay. They both appear very different.
That,
as well.
that was number two. Number one is darker than number two.
Do you have a different number 2 than we do?
I don't know. Chat poured
Look
them
at
for
the
me.
same beer.
I shouldn't be. Chad.
Yeah, I don't have a number. You took my number 2,
Yeah,
I think.
see? Yeah.
Chad. Dickwad. No, these are two different beers.
I don't know. I think you took my number. You took my...
Smell that.
Yeah.
Right there. It's right there.
And that is
What's
hoppy.
really happening?
No, look, right there.
Do I have two different beers?
Right there.
Well, the color-wise, they're the same.
Hey,
but
Look at Shat and look where he's pointing. Forget about what's in your hand. Look in front of you.
Or to the side?
Those two, yeah.
These two?
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute.
There you go, little guy.
Oh, the hidden... Those are right there.
That goes with that one, that goes with that one.
Which one's which one and which one's which one?
See, it's all subjective.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, now I got
I got two of the same. Like now, he just gave me two more samples of 1 and 2.
They're two completely different looking beers. So you know if you have to do
and they smell. I haven't even tasted them, and they smell totally different.
Okay.
Totally different.
So
piss me off, man.
So do we have two beers or
Casey,
not?
did you...
No, does Doc have two
Where's that
different beers?
cricket
Is there
sound
Simcoe
effect?
in there?
Oh, yeah. It's
Dry hop?
the plain...
This is
yeah,
what
it's in dry
happens.
hop.
Okay.
This is
I'm
what
getting
happens
huge in the nose.
when you do a competition after a bunch of high alcohol beers. This is just what happens.
It's just beer.
This is
Sorry, Doc.
It's how it goes. It's kind of the plan.
Is this the meltdown?
No, not yet.
It's not supposed to be.
It's
Mike,
the build up to the meltdown.
Been the
God
fucking
damn it!
meltdown for like 10 minutes or something.
Okay, well... so we have the lighter colored beer and the darker colored beer, right? Everybody...
Yeah.
So we can refer to them that way?
Sure.
Yes. I've got more of one than the other, but darker, lighter.
They're both very clear, right?
Hey, way to go, Shat.
Yeah.
Way to pour him more of one than the other one.
And one's in glass, one's in plastic. Nice.
Scientific method.
You're a
That's all we
miserable
use.
human being.
It's blind, but it's skewed.
Shat, listen to me. You've been doing a really good job tonight.
Until now.
Actually,
You've had to cover 4 versions of like every beer that we've poured and maintain all of that. I am giving you ultimate props right now, Shat.
No,
You've done a great job this evening.
Tell him you love him.
I don't love you though. However, this person does.
I love you.
For sure.
It's crazy
all
that's
I need.
JP.
He does sound a lot like her. Good question, Bevo.
Bevo, shut the fuck up.
I've never seen them in the same
I
room.
really don't want to think that.
These are both awesome beers, you two.
Yeah,
I
they
can
look really
see
good.
why they're. I guess that's a redundant statement. They're both in the second round, so they've got to be pretty damn good. Pale ale is the cat. It's just straight pale ale.
Yeah, American Pale.
American Pale.
Yeah.
So dark beer. So we have a darker version and a lighter version. So
But
when
they're
I
both
refer to
really-
darker version, if it's more, it's closer to what I would expect the color of an American Pale Ale to be. Also has a great malt American Pale Ale character to it,
Yeah, it's really good.
along with
It's got a beautiful nose on it.
awesome nose. Yeah, that real
Well,
sort of
you know what
West
it is.
Coast hops.
It's good you know you're on your own beer.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, and JP, I'm with you. I also
Yeah.
think I know whose is whose, but still,
You're
I'm
not
going to
done
be
now?
objective about figuring out who is the
Exactly.
best one. I mean, that's the real goal here. Who's the NHC winner? Man, these are good beers.
I have an answer.
Go ahead, please.
A prediction. I think I like them both. I think they're very good. I do think McDowell has kind of an edge.
Wait. I don't want you to use names. I want you to dark beer and light beer.
Well, I can't tell because I have more of one than the other.
So do I. It's amazing.
I think the dark beer.
Okay.
Is my opinion.
That's your
is-
vote.
Yeah, it's a little better just because it has a cleaner finish.
Okay. All right.
And that's the only reason. It's not, you know what I mean? I think the other one is very nicely hopped. It's very well balanced, but the darker one kind of
When-
has a little drier finish.
When it comes down to it, you can't be on the winner's table and not have a great beer.
Yeah.
And it's going to come down, well, I got to choose something. What's going to be more along the alley that...
Stop protecting their feelings, Doc.
I like
Yeah, we can take it.
I like the lighter. I can't tell because I got two different... I got a half ounce of one and 6 ounces of the other.
Well, there's the hoppy nose one and the not so hoppy nose one.
I have 1 ounce and I have a bomber of the other one.
The non-hoppy nose one tastes more
Dark and light.
Subdued, malty, Englishy. And the other one's very
dark and light.
Very northwestern.
Like Seattle or...
Does dark beer get your vote or light beer get your vote?
Okay.
Tastes great.
Tasty?
Well, the hop...
No. Tasty and Cuda are not allowed to vote until last.
I was just giving analytical advice.
I don't want any analytical advice out of you.
It's like a time continuum thing.
Those two go together?
Doc, I'm going to say right now, Doc, if you were on the telephone right now, I would have hung up on you 5 minutes ago.
Well, I wouldn't have had anybody to compare it to, and I would have said this one. Okay?
Yeah.
Got it?
Dark beer or light beer? Give me a vote.
The light beer.
You vote light beer. Okay. Thank you.
Which is
See, how hard was that little guy?
that one right there? You're calling that light?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, but that's actually...
Pass that over to JP. Let's make sure it's the same one.
See if they're talking about the same one.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, so that's actually dark beer.
No.
Well, fuck, this smells completely different from my light beer.
Oh,
my
Jesus.
dark beer.
Don't make me take back my Shat compliments.
Smell those. Smell those two beers.
We need it all.
And tell me those don't smell different.
Look it. I have barely any beer in
Same
both
beer?
of my glasses.
Yeah.
We're professionals.
So I don't care how much got poured.
And then
they're
and then
two.
smell that one.
They look completely different.
Here, Chad.
So am I the one who got poured two different beers?
No,
Chad.
You just fucked that.
Chachi.
You got two different.
Chachi.
Do
Smell
these
this one.
do these not look completely different to you?
And
Doc?
tell me that doesn't smell different from the other two fucking beers.
So,
Is it? All right. Well, apparently Doc and I are talking about the different beers.
You guys are...
I'm fucking drunk, so
Good.
eat a dick.
I know what I like.
Lord.
I can tell what you give me back. So
All right, I put
give it back.
I put Doc's vote down on the light beer. Is that where it stays, chat? I'm letting you. Which one is he voting for?
I think it's the lighter one. I actually do.
Chat. You poured him. Is he voting for the lighter one or the darker one?
The lighter one.
We'll call it lighter.
I don't. It's tough.
Really?
I got half
I'm
an
outta
ounce
here.
of one and 3 ounces of another.
This show is over.
You're over.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Don't make me come
You're
over
ridiculous.
You're doing a 50-50 guess right now, Shat.
Glass or plastic?
there. Glass.
Is that...
Glass all the way.
I like how
Same
Chad
beer.
Chad throws his hands
Same
up
beer.
like
No,
everyone knows what it means.
Chad knows.
And you did glass or plastic for everybody? Okay, so that's the light one.
That's
Okay.
what you had to say.
Oh, there's a rhyme here.
Oh, there we
Good
go.
enough.
Hey,
way to go,
that's
Chad.
kudos
Very
to
good.
Chad.
Hey, Justin. Apparently
you,
you're a
Chad.
dentist, too, because talking to Chad's like pulling teeth.
Well, it's like...
That was a home
That
run, by
was
the way.
No.
totally a
Fucking
strikeout.
Totally strike.
You can't
Tasty.
tell.
I hope you're still
I don't
keeping
even
score.
understand like where this
I got
baseball
it.
thing started.
That
That
was-
was late, and
That
you're
was a
still
bunt.
struck
You
out.
barely made it to first.
How can you not tell the difference, right?
Okay.
Bunt.
Yeah, they are.
I have now tasted and smelled and evaluated both of them. I am
smelled it?
going to go, this is a bit strange, but I'm
Smelled the
going
glove.
with JP on the darker one.
The plastic?
I'm going with the plastic one. Like I said, it's more, not just that the color is more appropriate, the aroma is better. It has that real West Coast hop flavor going to it, which is how I consider an American pale ale to be. All my opinion. None of us are looking at the BJCP guidelines here, so this certainly isn't how the real judges are going to do this.
said
However, I am curious at how our predictions will pair. So that's 2 so far for the darker version in the plastic,
These are very different.
and 1 for the lighter version in the glass. Shat, your vote, please.
I would say the orange one, not the dark one. But the orange.
The yellowish orange one.
Right? I mean, that's the
Glass or
darkness.
plastic?
I already established, though, at the beginning that it's not a dark beer. It's the darker of the two.
Yeah, it's
so
probably-
when I say dark one, I don't mean that it's a
Yeah.
dark.
We're talking like
But fine,
3
I can change
SRM.
my...
It's
if
lighter
it
than
makes you
Sierra
happy.
Nevada.
Well,
Orange version, fine.
Both these
I'm not
pale
an
ales
expert.
are on the lighter end of the scale.
Yeah.
A
And-
very end of the scale.
They're almost IPA scale.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, that's
color.
So I'm not a huge pale ale. Like I don't know the style that well. I mean, there's so many out there. There's
But you
so
drink
many
it.
interpretations. I like the hoppier one,
Okay.
which would be
The darker
Yes.
version. The
Yeah.
orange version. That's
Wait a
3 to
minute.
1.
Not the glass one?
Okay. Now, Cuda.
Yeah.
You've tasted them both. You obviously know which one's yours, but don't say which one's yours.
Why Cuda?
Which one do you vote for?
Oh, that's. Do I just stick it in me?
What would you, I can let Tasty vote first
No,
if you
no,
prefer.
no, I'll tell you right now.
But don't reveal whose is whose.
We'll just say the darker one has a beautiful nose on it. It's got another way to say it, the Pliny nose. It's the aromatics are beautiful on it, and but as far as a pale ale, it's more towards the upper end of the scale. It's
Keeping in mind it's
yeah.
an American pale ale, though.
Yeah, but it's still a pale ale.
Americans are on the upper end of the scale.
Yeah.
Well, these things are starting to tone back a little bit rather than going over the edge.
So your vote, Kuda? For who's going to win in this category at the NHC?
I don't know.
The orange one or the lighter one? You have to place a vote.
Well, then we're going to go with the lighter one.
Okay. Okay, so we're 3-2 right now. Tasty. We are 3-2. This could come down to Bevo if there's a tie here.
No.
She's up for it.
The orange-colored hoppy aroma one that everyone's calling so far has 3. The lighter-colored has 2. Tasty, what's your vote?
Well, they're good examples of American Pale Ale.
Agreed.
They're both, like Mike said, on the lighter side in terms of color, even though we call one darker.
I'd even go as far as say the West Coast. One's very West Coast.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't even put the other one wherever the other one is. But
the lighter colored beer is very clean, very pleasing, very pretty much like a
prostitute,
like a really good American pale ale. Like it's really neutral. Whereas the
was a hit.
The darker one is a little more extreme, a little more hoppy, a little more hop forward. Well, a lot more hop forward. And I think Mike pointed this out that it's probably pushes the hoppy side of it a little bit too much. So,
but it's not in a bitter way, not like an IPA way, but it's got a beautiful bouquet of Simcoe coming through in the nose, and it smells.
Your vote, please, sir.
Oh, my vote is for the plastic cupped beer, the darker beer, the Pliny Light sort of tasting beer.
These are both smoking.
Beef, did you try both?
Smoking beers, both of them.
It won't matter because it wouldn't sway the vote either way. Our winner is the darker, as we called Plastic Cup, as we called West Coast version of the American Pale Ale, which I assume is Tasty McDole's beer.
Congratulations, second round winner right there.
Thanks.
You win a gold.
If there will be 2 of them,
I think it's going to be 1-2, 2-1.
Doc voted for your beer, Kuda.
Yeah, well.
Sorry, dude.
And in fact,
smoking beer.
You also voted for your beer.
I think we could both. I think we could both place in the second.
I bet 1-2, 2-1.
I would love to see that. I would love to see
that would be awesome.
Yeah.
You better go to Cincinnati.
Everybody should tune in that night in case the BN is broadcasting the results.
In case.
Okay.
Oh, it will be for sure.
Of course, there was no offense intended by this tasting. I just thought it would be fun if we pre-called the NHC outcome
deal,
and we called Tasty in a blind tasting. I'll have you know. We didn't just choose him because
it's worth
he's here
noting
more
that
often.
I have tainted the judging pool here somewhat. I mean, my passing is
it
is kind of
the last 2 weeks.
Well, and that sort of hop character that kept coming up, we all went, oh, fuck. Okay, Tasty.
Yeah.
Okay, Captain Hops a lot.
Yeah.
I'm above that.
And that's why IPAs are great later in the night, because you can taste them beer after beer after
I'm
beer.
above that.
I'm now cleaning my palate with your other sour beer.
Oh, there you go.
You are above that, Doc, because you couldn't tell. Thank you.
Very nice, Tasty.
Not
very
only
nice.
is that sour, but super barnyard on this one too, right? Like I just licked a horse's
ass.
No, blanket. Blanket.
Come on, Doc.
Don't be disgusting.
Keep it clean, remember?
You know what? I'm just throwing it out there.
You're throwing up.
So those making it to the anniversary party will be able to taste this very same American Pale Ale.
And if Kuda doesn't puss out, then we might get a little taste of his as well.
We could have another voting.
What's this party you got? Is it a wedding?
And it's my mom's 60th birthday, and I'm serving.
Shit.
She's only 60.
All right.
Whatever.
I can't compete.
Well, we talked 80.
It's in Vacaville, so hopefully I can sneak out. That's about,
Vacaville.
40 minutes away.
I'm not going to give you shit about that.
Hey,
That's fair.
She's 60. Give her a kiss. You leave. She don't know.
No, I'm serving there, so
you get brothers and sisters.
Okay, that's fair. If you were going to say it was like,
I'm still trying. I'm still trying.
Okay,
so
that's fair.
Don't count me out.
So when you put a beer down in front of someone, are you going to say you got served?
Maybe.
Okay.
That's a miss.
That's worth 2 strikes. Give him 2 strikes without one.
Now, I have a cousin in Folsom, and these listeners would love your beer. So
Okay.
maybe
In D Block.
I can have them come by, maybe grab something. Small cake.
Just to bring it.
couple
Oh,
bottles.
I see what you're saying.
Kuda.
I'm just putting that
El
out there.
Dorado. Vacaville, halfway there, man.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm already down here.
You're halfway there, bud.
It's like, hey,
Just overshoot it a bit and drop it off.
Yeah. No, I want to be there for you guys, so I'm not just going to drop it off. I want to be there.
All right.
The aftertaste of this sour beer is medicinal with a Z.
Medicinal?
Yeah.
That's street. That's how you know it's hardcore. It's not with a C. It's with
is
a
that
Z.
just? Do I just have a retarded part of my palate that picks that up?
It's there, and that's why it helps to be able to blend these things.
Yeah.
Tard.
To get some, you got really acidic beers that you can blend back, or you need to add some acid to it.
I think it's medicinal.
Whatever it takes. So yeah, this is the problem you get when you have
the front is awesome.
Yeah.
The rear end is not so good.
Yeah, this one's sat.
I'm just gonna say it.
Say
I'm just saying it how it is.
Yeah,
It's
this
kinda
one's,
like a Butterface
this one's probably
beer.
sat 3 months to
Go back to the front.
No, I'm gonna stick with the front on this one. You got to keep drinking it.
Yeah.
As long as you just keep sipping, it's fine.
Go back to the front.
All right, I'm going to play you our voicemail of the week. While we do that, while that's playing for just about 2 minutes, Shat is going to pour us 2 different versions of Doc's beer. It's his first round winner. And what have you done to this beer?
Basically, the same thing. 2 different yeasts.
That you bottle condition with, or that
no,
you...
They're
that you fermented with.
Fermented with a little bit different temperature with both the yeast because they like their own neighborhood.
Okay, but the beer has made it past. You have to send this to the second round.
Exactly.
What we're going to decide is which of the 2 different yeasts
it's
we're
basically
sending.
the same recipe.
Okay, great. So we're going to do that when we come back. Here is your voicemail montage for this week.
Listen up, you drunk hooligans. Krusty McDustfart, your next-door neighbor. Justin, I heard about your NHC scores. Those things hung lower than my balls. I don't know what's up with you and your beer. Crazy bitch brought over a pitcher yesterday. That stuff filled up my Depends quicker than a Metamucil and Ensure smoothie. Get on track over there. Keep it down. Judge Judy program's on.
This is Reluctant Peninsula. It's 12:45 on Friday, so I guess that other show isn't happening today. That's probably all for the best, really. So I was going to call up and just say something stupid for the other show. So I guess I won't because the other show's not on. So I'll leave you a message saying I was going to say something stupid for the other show. All right, keep up the good work and not having lunch meat.
Hey, this is Cold Fire in the Forum. On my way home from work, Friday afternoon, and just listened to the meltdown after the Urban and Carlos show, and I just keep waiting for Roger to break out with 2 brewcasters, 1 cup. He's just cracking me up when you guys are playing this song. That's got to be the best radio in months. You guys are great, and I love you. Peace out.
Hey, it's Zymerholic. Just finished up listening to my performance on Sunday, and I have to say that I think I'm going to quit drinking and take up singing. Or not. But seriously, I signed up for private first class this week, and hopefully I'll see you guys on Sunday sober and call up to talk for a bit. Later.
Hey, I just wanted to call so my phone would have your number in its log, so I wouldn't have to dial all the numbers again after I got drunk and just be able to push readout. Later. Hey, I am trying to participate in Drunk of the Week, and well, I think I've done good so far. I called in sick to work, and I drank as many beers as I possibly could up until this point. And I posted it in the forum, so if you have any interest to see how many beers I drank up until this point. It's 11:30 at night, Pacific Standard Time. So the bar's still closed for 11:30, 12:30, 2 hours. And I'll try pull some drunk bitches and bring them back here, and if I trick them, I don't see why I shouldn't get it. I'll call back. Adios. Later.
Hey, JP, just read your article on wood aging, and it was fabulous. But all you talked about was oak, and all I have is fruit wood. Is it okay to put fruit wood in a cowboy? If the cowboy hasn't had the fruit wood before, should I put the fruit wood in slow or just ram it all in there quick? Which one's best? How do I know when the cowboy's had enough? When's it time to pull out the fruit wood? You left all these questions unanswered. I'll need some answers. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, that was good.
I'm seeing a tradition forming of the voicemail always ending with a JP tribute.
that's amazing.
He'll always have some random non-relevant question for you. But fruitwood, I guess that's important.
That's how I like it. Non-relevant, Bevo, is what I was saying.
Okay.
Whatever.
Let's get out of here, huh? So we got this last beer to try.
Let's go to Taco Bell.
What's the
I'll
beer?
buy.
What's the beer here, Doc? That's going to the
It's
second
a
round?
Northern English Brown.
Okay. I think that Chet has given me them, and I've mixed them up because I was just like grabbing shit.
Thanks.
I only have one.
My opinion won't count anyway.
Chet's
Doc.
coming
Whatever
up.
these guys say to go to the second round, that's most important. So,
Well, I know which one I like better.
Well, that's all that matters, Doc.
No, it matters which one's going to be better in the dog show.
But this is a beer show, man.
So, Doc, this is the same beer, different yeast.
Exactly.
Right?
That's all it is. Same beer, different yeast.
Okay.
Can you tell the difference?
I haven't tried them yet.
Oh.
But I
There
got
you
I got a similar experience that I
only have one.
My American Brown and my English Brown is the same beer. The only difference is the yeast, and then the American Brown I dry hop to get the little bit of cascade kind of flavor coming through.
I have two.
You know, because 20 gallons of the same beer is boring, but if you can mix it up, and that's how I originally came up with the recipe, and they both work really well. As far as being an English Brown on mine, it's a little bit too bitter. Once it's 6 months,
that goes away.
It's perfect.
6
Yeah.
months. Hey, Doc.
So
I like the dark one.
Nice.
Can we go eat Taco Bell now, please?
Not Taco Bell.
Pizza?
They're both pretty much the same.
I like the...
so what style are we fitting for?
This one. I don't know
Northern
which one it
English
is.
Brown.
Northern English Brown, okay.
So pretty much like a Newcastle.
I like the Cal. I do.
See, I do too.
It doesn't come through as bitter as the other one does.
I love you.
That's the best thing in the world.
I knew you like to hear the sound of your own voice.
Break that
I love you.
I just think the Cal is much more clean.
It ain't like that, baby.
The nose is totally different too.
Yeah,
I agree.
the nose is different. It's much more clean. It's right there in front of you. There's,
But a Northern English Brown shouldn't necessarily be so clean, should it? It should have some of those English
How old is
esters
this?
going on.
Well, it does.
This is a brand new one.
So
this is probably 2 months.
2 months. Oh, okay.
I'm going against the grain. I say the other one should advance. The one that has more of that English ale flavor to it.
That's why I brought it.
Yeah, I think the Cal... I like... They're both great. You can tell it's the same base beer.
I think it's too bitter for
I'm like Captain Obvious today. You can tell it's the same base beer, but yeah, Cal Ale, not enough going on.
I think the English is too bitter. I like the Cal.
Cuda?
Hang on, let me write these down. So
I don't even know.
So Cal and English. We've got one vote for each so far. Shat, Kuda's thinking. You're still tasting. Do you have a vote, Cal or English ale?
I like the Cal.
You like the Cal as well? All right.
Just kind of better mouthfeel. It's weird. Yeah.
Okay. 2 for Cal. Tasty. You got a good palate over there.
Yeah, dude.
Well, you know, really like the English. I know it's kind of weird, but and there's a third beer, which of course is the two blended together. That I'm holding out for.
Oh,
I may change my vote.
Let's do. I'm going to blend them right now.
You did the blend.
You know, I actually didn't think of that.
Doc, I'm going to go out on a limb here. Even though so far I'm losing 2-1 Cal to English, I'm going to tell you something.
Brain cells to...
I'm going to look you in the eye and I'm going to tell you something.
Yeah.
If you send in the Cal Ale, you're going to lose.
That's what I'm
You'll
thinking.
be a loser.
You're going to lose. I'm telling you that.
Do the blend.
You
I
will
just blended.
lose if you send in the Cal Ale.
See, that's what I'm thinking. I really like the Cal. I really like to drink the Cal. It's cleaner. It's more upfront in your face. But that's not going to win on English.
No, it's absolutely not.
In fact, you're missing
all of those things that you just said is the exact reason why you're going to lose.
I don't think so. Because the Cal doesn't finish as bitter.
I think
the English finish is real bitter. But blend them together. I just took a cue from Tasty and put them together, and it tastes real good.
I think McDowell's onto something because you get the nose from the English, but you get the finish of the American.
Yeah,
and it barely backs down.
And you get it keeps a little bitterness, but not a whole lot, and it is definitely maltier. Yeah.
What won in the first round?
Mom.
It was the Cal.
The Cal won already.
Yep.
And what place did you get?
Second or third.
You don't even. You don't know.
Second place is
going.
So, second place is the first loser, Doc.
There's so many beers in the first round. Just first, second, third is all the same.
I got in. I don't care.
Okay, so second or third in the first round with the Cal Ale. Okay,
Really?
and now you're going. Okay, I'm going to the second round. You've got a choice here because you've got 5 gallons or whatever. 10
And
gallons of each.
I have to blend pretty much tonight.
Yeah.
And mail them out by 8 tomorrow.
Okay, here's the question I got for you all, you guys, even on the chat. Do you guys send it second, third day air, or just regular ground?
Second day air, baby.
Second day air.
Tomorrow's second day for
But if it's due on Friday, it's a little different. If it's due on Wednesday, like it is, I looked. You mail it on Friday, it gets there on Wednesday.
Although it sounds like your question was more about not a deadline, but what's the best way to ship?
Well, yeah, this is the big deal. This is the second round. This is the best of the best. So what do you
should
do?
it get there quick?
Should I spend the extra cash?
Yeah. Yes.
And do 3 day, 2 day?
Hands down,
3 day minimum.
You are now in the second round. Spend the effing cash.
Yeah.
Although now you don't have a point. But let's say this was 3 weeks ago and you were asking this question. Spend the cash. You're in the second round, baby.
Yeah.
Don't put that thing on a UPS truck across the country to Cincinnati, right? Spend the cash.
Definitely.
Fork it over. Go into your budget and don't buy like popcorn that month or whatever it takes, and spend the cash
or gas.
I would like to taste a blend of these.
There we go.
All right, I think we have more left, right?
Is this a blend right here?
Doc, do you have can you do that?
That's the 50-50.
Oh, yeah, I have enough. Oh, yeah, definitely have enough.
Drink mine.
The nose is there. The finish is there. I think that's the winner.
I think it's a winner.
So you think 50-50?
Yeah.
I think so, too.
Good luck with the recipe form.
Yeah, I'm going to be up till 3 this morning doing that. You know that.
That's all right.
You'll be up till 3 here.
Point granted.
Yeah, Chad.
As long as I don't have to go home and visit Monster-in-law, I'm good.
I wish Jamil was here for this. He's got a... I say 50-50.
Damn, that's...
How about 60-40?
I think 50-50 is a bronze. Cal Ale loses. The straight English...
I think you're high.
I think it wins.
I think you're high.
I am no judge. I've never judged a BJCP thing. I'm just...
Do we have the sheet?
Yeah, what's the... I mean...
Pull it up.
To style, yeah.
You guys, you know the style.
If we had more beer,
Over
we
here.
could do 60-40.
English brown.
We have enough beer.
Yeah.
I'm not pulling out... I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm not pulling out the style at this point. You're right. You're absolutely right, Chet. Good producing. If it had happened a half an hour ago, you're totally right. But right now, forget about it.
Look, 60-40.
I don't know. You know what? You should strongly consider the blend, Doc, because everybody here says the blend.
Put some English in it.
I say the English ale. That's your winner.
I think it's...
I'm going with English, too.
That would be my...
that fits the style.
To me, it's English blend and then Cal Common.
But it's not what I want to drink. I want to drink
the
Cal. Period.
You can't look at it like that.
That's right.
That's
That's why I brought it.
Light...
Mayor information alert.
If you're... You're right, Kuda. If you're entering a competition like this, you can't look at it like that. You have to set your own opinions aside, and you have to think about it as a style, because those judges are instructed, and they have the style written down in front of them.
Yeah, they're looking for reasons
instructed to... they might think this is a one... In fact, they might say, I would drink this beer more than any other beer on the panel.
If it don't fit, you can't commit.
You got to say, okay,
you must have quit.
Exactly.
That's why you got to have the spirit, and you got to have the guidelines. It's funny, does it hit the points that it says, okay, does it have that English flavor? Does it have the malt? Does it have the chocolate? Does it have whatever it is you're looking for?
It's got everything
Which
English
one tastes like
except
a
for the
Newcastle?
yeast.
That's why you got... except, you can't have an except in there.
I know.
Which one tastes like a Newcastle? That's the calibration beer.
Not the Cal, the blend, if anything.
So light, sweet malt with toffee, nutty, caramel notes?
The Cal does not have enough of any of those things.
It's more roasty, and it's right in front of your face.
Yeah. The blend is closest to a Newcastle. I'll give it that.
You guys are high.
But You know what though?
Well, what it doesn't say anything about bitterness and the end, and that's to me what the English has more of. And I think if you put the English in, that will knock it out. Is because it has that bitterness, that bitter finish.
I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
Are you lifting with your legs? Or
No,
your back?
I don't even get the bitterness that you mean.
Really?
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't taste that.
Well, overall, it should be drier, more hop-oriented than the Southern, with a nutty character, rather than caramel.
Nutty.
A Southern brown's totally different, though.
No.
I'm going with my straight English.
Did we get through all the votes? Because I only have 3 votes here. Kuda, what did you end up saying? The Cal Ale or the English? You said the... Oh, that's why I only have 3 votes. You said the blend.
I'm not sure the blend had like a...
Let me put the blend in
If I don't
there.
have a choice, I'm going to say the English.
You would... you have a choice.
There's no third choice.
Well, a blend, if you're going to do a
The
blend.
blend is the choice. Are you not... Have you ruled out blending, Doc?
Oh, pretty much, yeah.
Okay, so you can only choose Cal Ale or
I have to mail it at 8 tomorrow.
It has to have that English note.
Yeah.
And that's what I picked.
The English.
Yeah.
English, yeah.
Tasty.
I really like the Cal Ale yeast, but I think it needs that.
Oh, I think it's... I love the Cal Ale yeast, and I think it's so much better. That's what I want to drink. But it's not going to win this contest.
No. Looking at the style, I changed my vote, too. I'd say the English, too.
Oh, now
Looking
you've
at the
changed it.
style.
Oh,
Looking
because
at
I was
the
just
style.
going to tell Doc that it's tied, and it's his vote that
Looking
breaks
at the
it.
style now, yeah.
You go back to English.
He's sending the English.
You guys are I think the blend, and then Doc ship it on Tuesday and send it friggin' next day, man.
Overnight for $129.
You got
You
deep
already
pockets.
looked, yeah, I looked too.
Yeah.
Went 2 days.
You spend a friggin' $40 on a squirrel from eBay. You can spend $120 next day for a thing.
It's different though.
But that's a
Well, that's
squirrel. That's Bevo.
Bevo, you're a dead squirrel.
I'll spend many dollars on Bevo.
Oh!
Hey Doc, next time dry hop the American one.
All right.
Yeah.
I like the blend.
It's one of my favorite beers. I love this being my house beer.
Dry hop with Cascade, and it'll be much better.
Ooh.
Everybody,
Does Taco Bell deliver?
No. Fuck. Why are you so stoked on Taco Bell?
This is I do the same
Shitty-ass
thing with my
fast
beers.
food.
Yeah.
I have an English.
Make a run for the border.
Same beer, different yeast, and then I just dry hop. The only
never
difference
eat
is I
it,
dry hop the
too.
American.
She had
with
one?
Cascade.
Because I had some
Great.
earlier because
Yeah.
I needed something
And it
for
gives
my
it that
stomach.
that nose that everybody's looking for
Yeah.
for the
You
American.
wanted it.
And it's a great beer.
This is a smoking beer any way you look at it.
Yeah.
Are we still on the
It
air?
is really nice.
Question from the chat.
Chat.
I just started an IPA on Friday.
Great.
Friday night.
Great.
It's done.
Drink it.
Serve it up.
Yeah.
It's good.
I just checked the fermentation temperature.
It's 100
Wait till I finish the question. Just check the fermentation temperature. It's up to 82 degrees. Do I need to cool it down, or is it okay?
Wow.
I'd say ramp it up to...
I'm guessing cool it down, baby.
Stop being such a pussy.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. It's,
We're
You're not
making
gonna like
fun
that
because only because we've all done this. That's why we're laughing.
Put Brett in there.
Even I know that that's what. By the way,
bread it out.
I could ferment at 82 or 62. It still tastes as bad as your beer's going to come out if you keep it right
You're
there.
absolutely right.
What is porch temperature?
Everyone here who chuckled has done that shit before when they first started brewing. You definitely need to cool it down. But if it's fermenting at 82 and you did it on a Friday and it's Sunday, it's probably almost done.
It's done.
So there's no
Probably
point.
half done.
Yeah, there's no point in even trying because all your
flavor
all the
things
phenols and crap, they're already in there. So
Esters are there. We're done.
Cool it down just to practice what it's like to cool shit down. So get it down to put that sucker down to 60. I don't know, 65. It would probably be good.
That doesn't mean it's
Could
not
you dry
drinkable.
hop the hell out of it?
It's not. It
No.
doesn't mean
I
it's
did
not
that.
drinkable.
We did that on a show, actually, and Morgan was in here. It was one of those other shows, and I had this beer that I had done something like that.
That's right.
It was bad. And I thought, hey, you know what? I'm just going to dry hop the shit out of it. And I thought it was a fantastic idea. Like you're thinking now, Shep.
As you would.
And Morgan just looked at me like I was a big fat asshole.
Yeah.
And he said, it ain't going to help. And I didn't believe it. I didn't buy it. I dry hopped the shit out of it. Guess what?
Shit in, shit out.
I'm a big fat asshole.
Yeah.
It was still awful, except that it had a bunch of lettuce flavor in there.
Yeah, it's nothing's pretty much going to help it. You could let it ferment out, and like you said, cool it down so you can get some practice. That's fine.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't taste good, seriously, put some friggin' Brett in there. Put a little oak in there, put a little bread in there, and then just let it sit for like 6 months. Who cares? You're going to dump it anyway, right?
Yeah.
And then blend it to a Northern English brown.
Yeah. Yeah. But like Doc said, it doesn't mean that it's not drinkable, man.
Yeah.
All right, is that it?
I guess.
Who's drunk of the week?
Good.
We only had that one.
The one
guy
dude.
Call. The one
Daughter
dude with his-
guy.
JP.
Daughter guy's drunk of the week. JP's a good runner-up.
Hungover the week.
I'm not that drunk.
He's still a good runner-up.
But I really want some friggin' Taco Bell, like a chalupa.
That's what makes you a runner-up. It's the fact that you want to say that you're
burrito.
sober, and you've been talking about Taco Bell for an hour. You're fucking drunk.
How good does that sound, though?
No sober guy talks about Taco Bell for an hour.
That is true. That is a mistruth.
All right. Guy with daughter. You're drunk
Guy
of the
with
week.
daughter.
Guy with daughter. Sounds like a painting.
That sounds like it sounds
King
like JP.
Monkey.
That's guy with daughter.
Guy with daughter.
Crazy monkey?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
It's King Monkey.
Spank the monkey, whatever.
All right. Listen to me.
No. Hey, look.
Or Doc. You should listen to Doc. Probably.
No, Tasty.
Oh, he has my batting
He has
average.
the batting average.
That
I got the final results here.
What do you got? JP's batting. Bevo, okay, you weren't here. You got a phone call? You weren't here for this. We, in the beginning, were deciding what would JP's batting average be if he throws out jokes like the whole show.
Hit, miss.
He throws out quote-unquote jokes throughout the whole show.
Quote-unquote jokes.
So we thought that we would gather, and by we, I mean me, thought we would gather his batting average. How many are hits, and how many are strikes?
Okay.
Tasty, how'd he do?
Well, we had 8 hits and 7 strikes, so he's actually above 500. Yes.
Batting 500 for JP today. Wow.
That's Hall of Fame shit.
You know what?
Right there.
You're right.
That's Hall of Fame.
That's Hall of Fame.
I think he went to the couch a little bit there, too. I think
And he had a couple home runs.
He did.
Yeah. There were
But
some good
he
ones.
always has a couple home
That's
runs.
true.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the J.
That's
in
normal.
fact,
Hey,
well,
you
that's
got to
the
swing, right?
You do, and that's the JP. I'm not doing this to chop him down. He always has home runs every show.
time.
Yeah.
The point is, I thought we would
what's the
gather
average?
how many.
I think the best Grand Slam he's had is the mustache.
How many strikes does he have to take to get a home run? That's all.
Yeah.
You know what?
500, JP. Let me tell
Pretty
you,
good, huh?
that is unbelievable.
It's all right.
That's fantastic.
He didn't even have to pull out the gay prince.
He didn't. You didn't even have to use an
No.
accent to
No
bat
gay
500
jokes at
today.
all.
No gay prince.
No. It's very
Beav,
true.
what did you have? Did you have a question or a phone call?
This caller ID said Skype caller.
Skypey.
Yeah, that just means they're calling
Someone's
from a
trying to
Skype.
Skype in.
Did you speak to them or anything?
Well, I picked it up and it was nothing, so
Yeah.
I didn't know that it was
Skypey.
coming
Caller.
through the computer.
I like that one.
It's a close competitor for Drunk of the Week. Now,
What have
we
you been
give
drinking?
Guy with daughter is Drunk of the Week. Okay,
Monkey!
listen to me. Anniversary
Mickey.
party is less than
there.
a week away. It's Saturday, June 14th.
Be there.
It is next Saturday. Okay,
Be there.
It's at Downtown Joe's in Napa. All right. If you're in our area and you haven't decided to go yet, you got to go. And listen to what we got going on. We've got a rotating tap handle. We're going to put a new beer on that tap handle
JP will
every
rotate.
hour.
What is that beer?
The 3 confirmed beers that we have, and the other 2, it just gets more exciting as it goes. The 3 beers we have are...
That's a good one, too.
I love that one.
a wheat wine that was later inoculated with Saison yeast from Firestone Walker Brewing Company.
Nice.
You tell me that Matt Bernaldson doesn't make some amazing beer. He is giving that to us just for the
Wow.
anniversary party.
Wow.
Okay.
Is he going to be there?
He also may be there.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, he may be
Nice.
rolling. He may be rolling with us for the weekend. Actually.
Wow.
So waiting to find. Yeah, I spoke to him today. We'll see what happens. But,
Come meet Matt.
He's got a lot going on, but a lot of fun. He may be there, but he is sending that beer, a wheat wine. It's a lower alcohol one actually. It's the one that we're going to use kind of in the middle when you guys are all getting hammered, and we're going to give you this fat, flavorful wheat wine that was inoculated with the Saison yeast, and it's only like 3.2%, so you're going to
Like
be able
tonight.
to taste it, and it's not going to wreck you. We've also got a beer coming in specifically barrel aged for us from Peter Hoey at Sacramento Brewing Company. So we're going to get to taste that. Spoke to Vinny Chilurzo today from Russian River. He's going to give us a goodie, and he won't tell me what it is.
Oh.
Yeah. He's like, I got something for you. Not going to tell you.
That's cool.
Gonna be there. So those of you coming in
It's a full
from
pucker.
those of you coming in from I did ask him for something sour. I said if you can give us something sour, it'd be fantastic. But
Yeah.
I'm certainly not going to tell Vinny what to send. That man.
How can you?
If he sent a keg of his urine,
You would make Chad drink it.
I'd make Chad drink it.
He'd at least make Chad serve it.
No, we got some good beer coming from Vin.
We have a lot
And
of homebrew, too.
Well, that's at the beginning. This is just for our rotating tap handle. So those of you coming from out of town who can't get Firestone, who can't get Sacramento, who can't get Russian River, you're going to get all three of these right there on tap at the festival. And then Shat is going to conclude the other two beers this week, and we're looking at a couple good ones for that, too. A lot of stuff on the plate there. Homebrew tasting, as JP mentioned, that's at 5 o'clock.
I did mention
Nice.
And bring your homebrew if you're coming. If you're local, put it in a keg. Put it in a small keg if you can, too. But whatever, just bring what you got. We're going to have a tap set up, and the staff of Downtown Joe's, they're going to pour our tastings so that we can all just kind of hang out and enjoy each other's company and enjoy each other's beer, which we haven't gotten to do. When you guys go to homebrew tastings, you don't often get to taste beer from all over the country, and this time you're going to. We got a lot of people flying in. Plus, of course, Doc's bringing some beer. Tasty's bringing some beer. JP's bringing some beer. Shat's bringing some beer. I think we forced Jamil into bringing some beer tonight. I think he's...
I'm not sure.
I think he would be ashamed to show up without beer.
Let's just go to his house if he doesn't.
Yeah. So, and then let's forget about the people here. We got a lot of great homebrewers who are listening to the station, and they're coming in for the program, too, and they're going to bring their beers. So, good homebrew tasting, that starts at 5 o'clock. At about 6:30, we're going to start the broadcast. We're going to do our whole radio show thing. We got a raffle planned for you. We got some Beer Jeopardy going on. We got guests. They're going to be on the microphone. We got Bevo said that you might be able to take pictures of her boobs.
Not Bear.
What time does that happen?
Just in general.
Oh, well, everybody does that.
Although the drunker she gets, she starts to... A lot of cleavage is what happens.
I'm thinking about, 9 o'clock on the dance floor.
Oh.
Good
Speaking of dance floor, we've got 4 bands playing for you.
Wow, that's a big lineup.
4 different bands. Big Joe Hurt, you heard a few weeks ago.
And Horsecock.
He's Big Joe Hurt, and he's bringing up Horsecock.
Good.
They're doing a blues set at the end of the night.
I just heard I have my friends from Burning Man.
Yeah.
They're coming out.
Miguel and Lauren.
Oh, no. More than that.
Other friends.
There's like 15 more of them.
Whoa. You're shitting me. All right.
Yeah.
Burning Man folks. I like it.
Oh, yeah.
I just can't wait to see Miguel and Lauren.
Oh, yeah.
Love those two people. And let's see. We've got the session band. They're going to play like last year. There's a whole new... There's a... You know how like there's these... what are they called? Like mega bands? What are they called?
Super bands.
When they join forces from like other bands.
Super bands.
And we did.
It's not super bands or mega bands, although we're both
super
close.
bands.
And
conglomerate band.
But yeah, we got one of those playing.
The glue band.
Cold Hot Crash is playing. So I'm telling you, don't miss this party. All right, it's going to be a good time. Come on out and hang out. It's going to be good. It goes all night. So it starts at 5 with the tasting, 6 o'clock, 6:30 ish for the broadcast.
I think La's going to be there.
Video. Oh, really? Nice. La's a fun chick too. Video will be shown. I'm told there's like 7 cameras looking at the whole room, so you'll be able to tune in.
You can't
from our
go wrong
website.
with 7 cameras.
You know what else is cool is there's a crepe place up the street. That's the 3rd anniversary today too. So we're like,
Bevo, bring the squirrel.
What did he just go down to, Tasty?
I don't know. He lost a couple there.
He's still over 400, though, so that's
he just got thrown out of the game.
The umpire just threw you out, JP.
One of JP's cats also has a 3rd anniversary coming up.
I thought that was really fun.
Clearly.
Therein lies the problem.
Beavis, anything else?
Well, I've come a long way because last year when I helped out, I drank White Zinfandel.
Oh, and now you're like IPA queen.
And now I'll drink beer.
Yeah.
Give me a barley wine or I'll punch you.
We should, I encourage the forum to lay down odds on who in this room will be the most hammered at the end of the evening.
Oh, what's up with you and Brew Tattoo?
And,
that guy's nothing.
So we have this whole thing. That's a sober off. Do you guys realize that? See, I don't think anyone listened to the conversation.
No.
It's a sober off, which means it's a drink off, but who appears the most so it's not a guzzling festival.
Is it who appears best the next morning?
No,
that
night of.
Who can hold it?
And you know what?
It's a whole. Who can hold it?
So I asked him.
I really think it should.
And by the way, it's going to be tough. I got so much work to do that night. It's going to be rough.
I asked him.
I ain't bailing out. Brew Tattoo, Two Tattoo, whatever your name is.
Can you drink water? And he's like, yeah, I drink whatever you want. Yeah, that's the key, man. Drink a water every now and then.
The idea is that we drink the same amount of beer. Well, this is what I do every show anyway. The idea is that we just drink the same amount of beer. And at the end of the night, one of us will be falling over themselves, and the other one won't be, and that's the winner.
And the other one will go back to Pacheco.
Exactly. So that's the deal. Among other events, I don't even know. A lot of stuff happening. I give JP Drunk of the Week. I'm taking it away from a guy with a kid.
JP wins. Before we leave,
he just sold me.
Push wants to know from Tasty.
Where are my panties?
What will be there from SoCal?
We're trying to get a couple beers up from Southern California. Maybe one from Skyscraper Brewing, my old friend Phil Sutton.
Oh, yeah, Phil's great.
Maybe Pizza Port.
And then maybe Craftsman, too. Push is working on those down there for me.
Okay, great. So for our other 2 rotating kegs is what we're talking about.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. Push is driving.
Stop doing that.
I don't hear anything, Doc. What's wrong with you?
You got a wah pedal.
What do you mean? What's happening?
Yeah. Homebrew.
What?
You
all right?
You getting the helicopter stuff?
No, yeah.
Your lips are blue, Doc.
Push just set himself on fire.
You're not looking too good.
You know, I'm feeling good.
Yeah.
That's all that counts.
Kuda, you're the man. Thanks for bringing all this
seriously,
here.
Yeah, way to go, Kuda.
Thank you.
Great experiments.
So awesome.
A great brewer. Watch out, Mr. Ninkasi. Kuda's on your coattails, man. You're doing some good brewing. Thank you very much for sharing this with us today.
Thanks for having me.
Come on back anytime, my brother. Hang out with us. Do some more of this if you would. You're making some good beers. All right, everybody. We'll see you next Saturday. There is no show Sunday. All right, keep that in mind because we're doing the Saturday thing. And then the following Sunday, there's no show also because we're going to be at NHC. But you can tune in live for the awards ceremony on Saturday night at NHC. Just pay attention to the website. I'll put up the times.
Can we do a lunch meet out there?
Saturday.
Absolutely not.
Saturday.
You are fucking insane.
Saturday.
Just you and me in the room.
He looks so happy. He's so drunk.
Yeah. Go up to the hotel room and do it?
Sort of.
We might do that, JP. Maybe.
Right,
I'll give you a maybe.
Just tell him it's recording.
La, la, la.
Thanks, everybody. We'll see you on Saturday, the anniversary. Cheers.
Take a Belgian brew at a time, and the women say the lambic fine. But don't you give me that American crude, boys, I want to